Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. My brother has always had a dream of being a great filmmaker. For as long as I can remember, it's been his obsession. He got a video camera for his 8th birthday and would literally film everything with it, even the most mundane things. He would have us do interviews for the camera, make little movies for himself. I thought it was cute at first. I really did. I would always help him with whatever little project he was doing this time. As time went on, though, something started to change. I can't really say what made him the way he was, but he became increasingly arrogant, increasingly difficult. Our parents definitely spoiled, spent a small fortune making sure he got the education he needed to pursue his dream of becoming a director, paid for any of the expensive equipment he needed for making and editing his own little movies, helped pay the salaries of any crew or actors he hired for the little short films he produced. Maybe it was that which made him become so arrogant and mean-spirited. But increasingly he became that worst kind of cliché. The artist obsessed with their vision and treating everyone in their lives like crap. The self-centered, petulant child in an adult's body. I'd like to say that I called him out on any of this, but the sad fact is that I went right along with him on it. It started in his teens. Verbal abuse and the occasional slap any time that I didn't do something right, or quickly enough for his liking. I should have stood up to him, told him to get lost, but I found myself totally under his thumb, unable to say no, or simply get him out of my life. To be honest, looking back, I can see just how unhealthy the whole thing was. Now, before you go getting the wrong idea, there was never anything incestuous here. My brother was just a bully, a little tyrant who enjoyed bossing people around, and I basically became his personal servant. He would belittle me and everything I thought, said, or tried to do. Anytime I tried to build myself up, he'd tear me down and make me feel like I couldn't accomplish anything on my own. Couldn't even survive out there without him. I should have known better, I suppose, but it had started from when we were so young that honestly a part of me came to genuinely believe the things he said. A part of me was too scared of trying to make it out there in the big wide world by myself, that I put up with my brother's constant bullying and taunting, and increasingly shrill, angry demands because I was scared of being alone, being cut off from the only family I had left. Our parents had passed away by this point, and we had no contact with the rest of the family. Without my brother, I'd be all by myself. His overbearing presence in my life had prevented me from making any real friends, and the thought of trying to build a life for myself, by myself. Well, I did as I was told. So I did as I was told. He would say, "Joan, get me coffee," and I'd drive all the way across town to the one Starbucks he liked to get him coffee. He'd say he needed extras, and I'd devote weeks of my life to arranging and carrying out interviews. He'd demand some expensive piece of equipment, and I'd spend however much it cost to get it. That was my life now. My brother's PA mate. The subject of my brother's short films and many documentaries had become increasingly dark and surreal over the years. He would create short, strange, and frightening little pieces designed only to unsettle and scare, or sometimes just ones that were so bizarre, so utterly devoid of plot, logic, or reason that it was impossible to tell what, if anything, he was trying to achieve or convey with them. His documentaries were much the same. He would either film about gang crime, serial killers, and rapes, or else create disjointed scenes. He once filmed a dog, starving and injured on the street for several hours, just filming and struggling to move, to breathe, just filmed the thing's pain. Some nights when I went down to get a glass of water, I would see him sat there in the lounge in the dark, watching these movies he made. just staring at the screen. And then one day he told me about what his newest film was to be about. It turned out that he'd begun to hear stories of an urban legend in the film industry. It wasn't something that was widely talked about or acknowledged, and the people who did talk about it always seemed to do so with a certain nervousness and paranoia, as if afraid that even mentioning it was dangerous. It was called Better Film. Supposedly it was a studio or individual who made incredibly strange movies. None of those we talked to who would admit to having watched a Better Film's production would go into any detail about what was on the tapes. And the films were only available on VHS from what we could uncover, but all of them seemed to be incredibly disturbed by what they had seen. One had gone so far as to remove anything from their home that could play video or audio. The guy who ran a small DVD and video store told us that he'd met with some representatives of Better Films just once, a pair of men dressed in red suits. He described them as looking like they'd been mutilated, and claimed that one had been missing an eye and an ear while another was minus a hand and his nose. The scarring around these wounds looked ugly and raw. They'd given him a business card, which had nothing on it, except for the logo. A cartoonish, childlike drawing of a frowning face, and the tagline, making better films for a better audience, along with a website address where they claimed he could purchase their titles for his store if he wished to help support independent art. He checked it out, expecting some kind of artsy foreign stuff in black and white. He had instead found a site full of strange and confusing clips that left him scratching his head, and that provided no clear way to order anything. He said the whole web page appeared to be in Japanese, and yet a week later, a black bin bag was on the front step of his shop, and inside were several tapes, all with the Better Films logo on their labels. We asked him if he still had the tapes, and my brother, in particular, was very insistent that we get to watch them. The man refused, and my brother offered him increasingly large sums of money to buy or borrow one of the tapes. Finally, the man just held up a finger to my brother's lips before speaking. "Now you listen to me, and listen good, boy. I've seen your type. I know the look you got in your eye right now. I get a lot of weirdos in here, browsing the adult section, asking if I've got anything stronger. I know what you're after. I know what you're thinking. So I'm gonna tell you this, and then you're gonna leave my store. What's on those tapes ain't no illegal little thrill for some gorehound trying to find himself a real-life snuff movie. What's on those tapes isn't anything like what you're imagining. What's on those tapes is worse, and I ain't selling or renting them to no one, especially not some half-wit little pervert with more money than sense." My brother stormed out in a rage with me following close behind. As I left, the store owner called out to me. I turned to see him looking at me with an expression of genuine concern on his face now. "You want my advice, you stay away from him, miss. Things is looking into. You don't want nothing to do with." I suppose I should have taken his advice, but by this point, I doubt there was anything that could convince me to abandon my brother. So great was the hold he had over me. And so I continued to assist him as he dug deeper and deeper into the mystery of Better Films. We managed to piece a few things together. The earliest encounter anyone seemed to have had with their work seemed to be in the mid-60s. One person we spoke to claimed that he'd known someone who'd been in a movie for them in the mid-70s, a porn star who'd been hired right off the set of a film he'd been doing, and had gone missing for almost 7 months. Come back with a lot of cash and a hell of a lot of bad dreams. Another said that the company went back even further, that there'd been something called Better Productions, back before there'd even been silent films. Said her mother had told her stories that she'd heard from her grandmother who'd heard them from her grandmother. Some spooky bogeyman stuff about some performer named Elizabeth Walker. We even found someone who claimed to have grown up watching a TV show Better Films had made. Sunshine Street. She said it had been called, and she went on and on about how strange it had been, and how she'd always remembered that logo. It was the first thing that had come to mind when she'd heard the name. She said it always used to creep her out, the way the frown would curve into a smile at the end of each episode. The animation looked eerie. That was how she described it. And then my brother came home one day with a woman who he claimed was a producer, who worked at Better Films. I was dumbfounded. For all the work we had put into this, I hadn't expected us to get anywhere. To be honest, I was pretty much convinced the whole thing was just some ghost story. That if there ever had been a Better Films, there was nothing more to it than some low-budget production company that had made a few creepy little flicks and then folded up. All the weirdness around it, all the little hints and dark suggestions we'd gotten about there being something more sinister about the whole thing, I'd put that down to just people making stuff up, or at the very least, people having heard various stories about Better Films from unreliable sources and then passing them along. But here was someone who claimed to work for the company in the flesh. She introduced herself as Miss Kismet. Her hair was a bright red, almost certainly dyed. I can't believe that any hair could be naturally as bright as hers looked. She dressed in a red suit, and like the men our friend at the video store had described, she looked as though someone had gone out of their way to mutilate her body. One eye was missing, as was an ear and her nose. 3 fingers were missing from her right hand as well. I tried hard not to stare, but all of these looked like they'd been done so crudely, so violently that it made me wince. She and my brother spoke at length for some time. I was not allowed to listen in or take part in whatever they were talking about, but after a while, they stepped out of the lounge, and my brother asked to speak with me, alone, for a moment. He told me that he had convinced the woman to let him actually come to the filming of one of Better Films' movies, and to meet with the director responsible for their work, to actually interview people who worked at the highest levels of this production company, and get the real story about what it was they did. However, to secure this, he'd had to offer the woman a form of payment, he said, and that payment was her getting to spend the night with me, where I would do anything she wished. I could have slapped him. I wanted to hit him. Instead, I just yelled, told him that this was too much, that I wasn't going to have him selling me like his personal property, like a slave. He shrugged, seeming not to care about my anger, my hurt. It's not that big of a deal. You like women, right? You'll probably enjoy it, and she's promised that you won't be hurt in any way. His tone was cold, emotionless. It was clear that he couldn't care less whether I'd be hurt or not. Couldn't care less what this person he knew nothing about, and had only just met, wanted to do with me. That he didn't give a damn about my well-being or my safety. That I was just another tool for him to use to make his damn movies. Oh, well, that makes it perfectly okay then. And while you were selling me off to this total stranger, did it occur to you to ask what I thought about it? To ask for my consent, my opinion on whether or not I want to have to spend a night with some woman who, for all we know, makes a hobby out of making snuff movies? He stared at me for a few moments, his expression totally unreadable. And then, slowly, he spoke. If you don't like it, then of course I can't force you to do it. You can say no. You can refuse. Just like I can refuse to let you continue to live here with me. Just like I can refuse to support you financially anymore. But don't worry. I'm sure there are plenty of job opportunities for ugly, witless, talentless little things who barely made it through high school with no real skills or likable qualities. I'm sure the local burger joint is just desperate for someone to mop their floors and clean out their grease traps. Who knows, maybe after a year or two you'll be able to afford a place that barely has any roaches or rodents scurrying about in it. It's not like anyone will be able to stand you long enough to come visit, so really it won't matter what it looks like. You'll be the only one living out your sad, lonely life in it. I felt like I would cry. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, to go to hell. I wanted to storm out and never see or talk to him again. But part of me kept telling me that he was right, that I was everything he said I was. A loser, an idiot, without any skills or good qualities about me. A stupid, pathetic child who wouldn't survive without him. I felt like garbage, like dirt. I felt the way he had always made me feel, for as long as I could remember now. And meekly I just mumbled that I would do it, that I would agree to spending a night with Miss Kismet. We met at a motel, a sleazy-looking place on the edge of town. She had sorted out a room for the night and told me to come alone with one of my brother's cameras. I was terrified, more and more as I walked to the room she had told me to come to. Terrified of what she might do to me, of what could happen. If she killed me, my brother would probably help her hide the body. I knocked and I heard her familiar voice tell me to enter. The room was pitch black as I stepped in, almost impossible to see. I could make out Miss Kismet sat in a chair beside the bed. There was a knife on the table beside her. I have never felt more scared, or utterly frightened for my life than I did in that moment. "Sit on the bed and start filming," she said, my legs shaking. I somehow managed to make myself walk over to it and do as she asked, sitting down and swinging the camera up to film her. I began to ask what she wanted me to do, what she wanted me to film. She just told me to keep the camera rolling and not stop until she instructed me to. Nothing else. She whistled loudly, and from the bathroom, a dog came limping out. It looked like it hadn't been fed in days, thin and unhealthy looking. As I watched, Miss Kismet picked up the knife from the table and began to slice lines into her hand. My jaw dropped as I watched. As I filmed, she cut deeply into her own flesh, blood beginning to pour from the wound. She lowered her hand to within reach of the starving animal and allowed the dog to lap at the blood now trickling from the fresh cut. After a while, she would withdraw her hand and repeat the process, cutting into her hand and then her arm, slicing deep wounds into her skin, and letting the dog drink her blood. I felt ill. Worse was the look on her face as she did it. That rictus grin that never changed, never left her. She kept that horrible, forced smile on her face, no matter how much or how deeply she cut herself, looking like something out of a nightmare. Sat there in the dark, smiling that awful smile. Finally, she put the knife down and reached into the drawer of the table it had lain upon. She withdrew a pair of scissors and, as I watched, placed the little finger of her right hand in between them. Slowly, she closed the blades around that digit. Do you know what it sounds like? The crunch of bone as a finger is severed by a pair of scissors. I do now. I could feel the vomit rising in my throat as she slowly cut off that finger. The grin still fixed to her face as she cut through flesh and bone. It fell to the floor, the dog pouncing on it. And finally, she told me I could stop filming. I was shaking, feeling ill, feeling worse than I expected to feel. I didn't know what this was or why she had asked me to do this, and I didn't want to know. And then suddenly her arm shot out, grabbing me by the leg, her face is inches from mine. The grin was gone now, replaced by a look of pure terror, of the worst kind of fear I'd ever seen on another person's face. Her eye darted side to side, her body shook. I could feel the blood from her fresh injuries soaking into my clothes. "Help me!" The words were desperate, spoken as if it actually caused her pain to say them, coming out as a broken and pathetic whimper. "For the love of God, please. She's going to kill us all. Don't you understand? She's going to kill us all. She's..." And then she stopped, her words cutting off. A little squeak of pain came from her, as if someone had grabbed her by the throat. And I realized we weren't alone in that room. Stood in the dark in one corner of the room was another woman. She was dressed in a tuxedo, with a featureless white latex mask over her face. There were no eye holes in the mask, and yet somehow, as she stood there motionless in the dark, I felt that she was looking at us, that she could see us, could see me, that she was studying me intently, watching me very closely indeed. I felt more afraid than ever before. That motionless woman in the white mask stood silently in the blackness, made my heart pound, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I had to get out of this room. I stood up, turned and ran. I ran out of the room, down the stairs, out into the parking lot. I didn't even bother to get into my car. I just ran out into the street and away from that motel, away from Miss Kismet, away from the woman in the white mask. It was the next day that Miss Kismet showed up at my brother's home. She was all smiles once again, and thanked me for my time. My brother had asked no questions about what had happened, most likely because he couldn't care less, and he was happy to hear that Miss Kismet would now arrange for him a meeting with their director at the set of the current production that we're working on right now. Kismet made it quite clear that this invitation was for my brother only, which suited him just fine. He told me to stay at the house and work on editing the footage we'd put together so far, and said he'd be back as soon as possible with the interviews with the director and actors involved in Better Film's newest movie. He was beaming, clearly happy that he'd gotten his way, that now he would get to finish his movie with actual footage of what Better Films did. As much as I hated him, in a way I wanted to tell him not to go. In a way I was actually scared for him, worried about what might happen. He was an idiot, but he was my brother. But I kept my mouth shut and let him go off with Miss Kismet, waiting for his return. And I waited, and waited, and waited, and waited. After it had been several hours, I started to worry. When he hadn't returned at the day's end, I called the police. They told me that I had to wait a few days to file a missing persons report and told me not to worry, that most of the time people showed up long before that time had passed. My brother didn't, and so I went to the cops and I told them about him, and about what he'd been working on and about Miss Kismet. I described her to them and told them about Better Films, which they reacted to skeptically. I can't say I blamed them. I told them about the woman in the white mask, and they looked at me like I was crazy or making it up. Again, I really can't hold that against them. The whole thing was so bizarre and unsettling that I don't know that I would have believed it if someone told me about it. They told me they would look into it and said they would be in touch with any developments in the case, anything they managed to turn up. They told me not to worry about my brother, that they were certain he would turn up. The longer I waited without news, the less I worried, though. The less I cared about him at all. Finally free of his bullying, his endless taunts and insults, I found myself becoming more confident, more assured. I began to go out. I began to talk to people, to actually start to make friends. I even met a girl at a little bar not far from my brother's house, who I began to see as more than friends. I started sorting out job interviews. I started feeling good about myself, looking in the mirror, not feeling like crap for once. I felt happy, actually happy, for the first time in a very long time indeed. I felt like I had worth and value, and that I could make it on my own. The package came a few months ago. It had no stamp, no address, and nothing written on it. Just a brown package, left on the doorstep of my brother's place. I opened it up to find a video cassette inside, with a label on it that simply read, "Await." Oh. Documentaries too. I was worried now, nervous and yet curious at the same time, not wanting to know what was on the tape, and needing to know at the same time. I walked over to the television and slid the tape into the old VCR my brother still owned, that I had never bothered to throw out since he had gone missing. It began to play. It was footage of us going around to talk to people about Better Films, footage of us going into the video store where we'd met the man who claimed to have seen some of Better Films' movies, footage of us going to the homes of those people we'd interviewed about this, footage of us walking down the street going to and down from places. On several occasions, it zoomed in on my brother, whoever was behind the camera seeming to be focused on him. I stared at it, a chill running through me. How long had they been filming us for? How long had they been following us, watching our every move? How long had they known about us before Ms. Kismet had met with my brother? The tape went to static for a few moments, and I thought it was over. I was wrong. Red light spilled out of the screen as the picture returned, bringing with it an agonized chorus of screams and howls of agony. On the screen was my brother. On the screen was my brother. He was suspended by what looked like metal hooks, rusty metal hooks, his body hanging from them in a veritable maze of razor wire. The wire wound around his body, cutting into his flesh, seeming to move like metal snakes. Whoever was manipulating the wire was off screen, but the effects were very clear. He was missing a hand, a leg, and his ears, his mouth open wide. Screams were all around. The source of them was not visible, but I could hear what sounded like dozens of voices, all screaming with him, all howling and shrieking in pain. His eyes were wide and terrified, his body jerking and twitching as he screamed the same words over and over again. The same 2 words? Help me. I stood there, staring at the scene for a moment. My brother trapped somewhere in what appeared to be a private hell on earth, having God knows what else done to him by these people, for reasons I would probably never know. I walked over to the set. I turned off the tape. I unplugged the VCR and the TV, and knowing that I would never mention this tape to anyone I knew, I whispered a few words to myself. No, I won't, brother. I burned the tape. To this day, my brother has never been found. Story 2. Nearly all great and epic stories, at least the unbelievable ones, like sweet fairy tales, begin the same way. Therefore, so shall I. But my story is not sweet. Once upon a time, while in my 43rd year, I was a married woman living in a small Tennessee town. My husband and I both had good jobs and were unencumbered by children, nor weighed down with heavy debt like most couples our age. We owned a modest 2-story, 3-bedroom home, which was full of craftsman charm. All hardwoods, sleek banisters, dark transoms, and a lavishly tiled fireplace. It was kitsch meets retro, meets modern. We'd spent quite a bit of time after we bought the place making it ours, renovating the kitchen and the 2 upstairs bathrooms, replacing a few missing lathe wooden balusters. But the little things which attracted us to the house initially, like the fireplace tiles and the tiny, odd-angle half bath tucked under the stairs, which we now affectionately refer to as the Harry Potty, were as yet untouched. Hubby had plans for landscaping and ideas for a garden in the backyard. I was busy with paint chips and clippings from interior decorating magazines. We were in no rush, as the place suited us just fine as it was, but it was our dream home, so we just planned to make it dreamier. Hubby was an architect with a small local firm. He didn't have glorious or grand plans to make partner, or to be the most well-known architect around. I worked with a local nonprofit which assisted seniors in need. I was currently working on a project which would fill a huge gap for low-income senior housing. I was satisfied there. It wasn't easy, but the rewards far outweighed the challenges. On any given evening, hubby and I would come home, cook supper, talk about our days, share our frustrations and our successes, usually over a beer or a glass of wine, and generally enjoy one another's company. What I'm trying to say is, until that fateful evening when I was unceremoniously separated from myself, our lives were completely and totally normal. We weren't looking for trouble, but it sure came looking for us. Well, for me, that fateful Tuesday evening, hubby had gone to bed rather early, and I spent the last hour wandering the house, checking windows and doors, starting the dishwasher, transferring a load of laundry to the dryer, and sitting quietly in the den, attempting to get through another chapter of my current book. When I found I'd read the same sentence 6 times, I decided it was time to call it a night. I flicked off the lamp at my side, rose from the armchair, then suddenly stood stock still in the middle of the room, listening intently. I felt the fine hairs on my arm and at the back of my neck rise like hackles on a dog. Something was off. I made another quick round of the first floor and, finding nothing out of the ordinary, climbed the stairs feeling both mentally and physically exhausted. Soon I found myself in bed, wondering how I'd gotten there. My exhaustion must have been such that I just drifted hazily through the motions of getting ready for it. And into bed. It didn't take long before a heavy sleep overtook me. pop. I was startled out of the depths of sleep several hours later by a sound that actually made the house shake. The noise, deep and massive, reverberated in the air like the aftermath of a battering ram applied forcefully to a castle drawbridge. My husband and I looked at each other, confused, trying to make sense of what we'd just heard. If I had been the only one to hear it, I would have written it off as something which had happened in my deepest dream state. But he'd heard it too, wide-eyed. We left our bed, he to check downstairs, and I to do a walkthrough of the second floor. I was more than a little uneasy. The sound, coupled with the uneasy feeling I'd had when I'd stood in the den earlier in the evening, were more than enough to raise my blood pressure. I could hear it pounding in my ears, hypersensitive. I could almost identify every synapse of thought, feel each gentle drift of air on my skin. I could sense something just out of reach. Nevertheless, I plodded, awake, through the top floor of the house, looking bravely for whatever had made that nightmarish sound. When I'd checked the last bedroom and found nothing, I returned to the brightly lighted hallway to wait by the banister rail for hubby. While I waited, the light bulb overhead sizzled, brightened dramatically, and, with an audible pop, extinguished itself. I was plunged into darkness before I could draw breath to call for my husband's assistance. Something solid and colossal, upon impossible whisper feet, seized me from behind, and in one swift motion, thrust an arctic cold and, unmercifully, sharp shaft into the middle of my back. There was no escaping that grasp, nor the invasion of that frigid foreign object. I gasped silently. In slow motion, I watched as the ghostly embodiment of my very soul was violently propelled from my physical body into a heap on the hardwood floor of the hallway. In an instant, I understood my soul, having been separated from my body, was dead. Curiously, I was alive. I suppose I assumed without a soul, one could not live. One thing I knew beyond doubt. Whatever had been forced into my back, between my ribs, and just to the left of my spine, left behind something dark, cold, and malevolent. And it was inside me. I could feel it writhing there, just underneath my heart. I never saw the behemoth who'd ripped me apart. It evaporated as silently as he'd arrived. Only a vague scent of sulfur, the lighted and extinguished match, lingered to mark that it existed at all. The entire death of my soul taking no more time than the blink of an eye. I began screaming. Horrible, terrified shrieks, taking great gulping gasps of air as I tried to breathe and scream simultaneously. Tears streaming down my cheeks, driven near to insanity as I realized instantly no one, not one person alive, would believe me. I slid down the wall into a puddle of fear and self-loathing, coming to rest along the baseboards of the second floor hallway when my husband finally arrived, breathless, at the top of the stairs. It was to find me still screaming and gibbering, curled into a ball. The blood, it's in me. It's there. It's evil. Don't you see the blood? Get it out! I began thrashing desperately, flailing my hands toward my husband, who tried, unsuccessfully, to get me to be still and calm. Finally, my typically non-violent husband resorted to a sharp slap across my right cheek, which had the desired result. I instantly shut up. "What are you raving about?" my husband asked me, not particularly kindly, for I'd frightened him. "I go downstairs for 3 minutes and come back to find you hollering like a lunatic about blood and evil. You'll wake the whole neighborhood with that racket you're making." With hitching breaths, I stammered through an explanation. I could barely spit the words out. They felt ugly, thick, gelatinous, slug-like as I uttered them, and I was right. He didn't believe me. I was right. He didn't believe me. I was crestfallen. He could could not see my soul. He muttered some vague mollification about a waking nightmare, forced me to my feet, and directed me back to our bedroom. As I sat on the edge of the bed, regulating both heart rate and breathing, he quickly disappeared into the adjacent bathroom for a glass of water, which, upon his return, he had to hold to my lips due to the violent shaking of my hands. On the floor, in the darkened hallway, dimly lit by the bedside table lamp, was my soul, lifeless, colorless, invisible to all but me. The next day found me still in bed at 11 in the morning. My husband had been easily assured of my rightness and gone on to work, while I decided I needed a mental health day, and so called in sick. When my boss asked me if I was all right, apparently, I sounded terrible. I assured him I would be fine and just needed to rest. He told me to take as much time as I needed. He needed me well. I'd been supine since hubby had tucked me back in last night. Not only that, but sleep eluded me. The Sandman paid no visit. No yawn escaped my lips. No drowse pulled down my eyelids. I remained completely and totally awake, covers pulled right up to my chin, listening to hubby breathe the evenness of untroubled sleep. Truthfully, I was afraid to leave the confines of my bed. Nothing could sneak up on me if I had my back pressed firmly to the mattress. I couldn't turn my head to the left, or I'd see my other self in transparent death repose on the hallway floor. So I kept my eyes averted, looking straight up, wondering if it was possible to count the little bumps of the popcorn ceiling. We should put driftwood planks on the ceiling, I thought. Occasionally, I would glance toward the windows in front and to the right of me, hopeful the bright sunlight which streamed into the room would dispel the overwhelming feeling of malevolence and dread. But it did not. In fact, it didn't take long for me to realize I hated those once glorious beams of light more than I'd ever hated anything before. If I hadn't been so convinced it was dangerous to leave my bed, I'd have gotten up, closed the blinds, and drawn the curtains tight against the sun. Eventually, my need to use the bathroom outweighed my desire to stay safely in bed. Anything within me which had ever been brave had been virtually erased the night before. So, like a child who was afraid of the dark, I gathered what courage I still had, flung back the covers, and raced, pell-mell, for the ensuite bathroom a few steps away. I felt a vague relief once I'd slammed and locked the door behind me. The bathroom was so small that the thing which had set itself upon me last night couldn't possibly fit in there with me. I was safe. The little bathroom, though far less comfortable than my bed, felt safer to me. So I stayed there far longer than I needed to, finding one excuse or another to delay my return to the bedroom. The delay was somewhat productive, however. The toilet got scrubbed, the sink got a good wipe down, the bathtub got cleaned, and after that, since the bathtub was clean, I thought maybe a hot bath would soothe me. I ran a tub full of steaming hot water, added a couple caps full of bubble bath as an indulgence, and a few drops of lavender essential oil. While the water ran, the bubbles gathered, and the aroma of lavender filled the room. I stripped down, feeling overexposed, even alone, in the private little room. Unintentionally, I caught a glimpse of myself in the small mirror over the sink and was forced to stop and look. Maybe I really was sick. My skin seemed gray, my eyes sunken and hollow. The irises, typically hazel, were black. What the hell? I leaned closer just to be sure. Yeah, black. On a whim, I turned around to see if I could tell where I'd been stabbed the previous evening. I was completely unsurprised when found the livid red puckered mark, about a quarter's diameter, barely healed over and exactly where I expected. It had definitely not been my imagination. Suddenly annoyed and freezing, I snapped off the water and unceremoniously climbed into the tub, though I no longer felt the urge to bathe, and the cloying scent of lavender choked me. The hot water, coupled with the cold emanating from my body, was supremely painful. The heat seared my skin. The pain was oddly pleasing, and seemed to take my sudden irritation and fling it against the wall like a wet towel. I imagined I heard a wet slap. I submerged my entire head under the bubbles, under the water, holding my breath far beyond what I thought I could handle, until my lungs filled with the fire of strain, until, with a savage release of breath, I re-emerged at the surface. I stayed in that tub until the water was as cold as I was. One thing the long soak did for me was leach the fear from my body. Well, not all of it. But I no longer felt the need to race back to the safety of my bed, or keep myself locked in the bathroom. I laughed, mirthlessly, as I emerged from the bathroom, and the unbidden thought ran through my head that I'd just come out of the closet. After all, didn't they used to call bathrooms water closets? No? I didn't really think it was funny either. I felt different. But then I would feel different, wouldn't I? I was soulless now, and that was something I needed to take care of. I couldn't leave my soul laying around on the hallway floor forever. Could I? But what would I do with it? I had never been a particularly religious person. I'd gone to church as a child because when my mother had gotten sick, my father thought a little religion would save her. It didn't. I had a basic understanding of the Bible and was pretty well versed in some of the more popular stories. I did believe in a higher power, but not necessarily in the Bible's version of the same. I felt my faith pulled from several religions, the basic and most underlying driver for me being to do unto others. Harm none, give when and where I could. This had always served me well, but now I was faced with a challenge I'd never considered. Is it possible to live, really, truly live, without a soul? Could I pass day to day, living as I was used to? Would I care? Would this blackness, which now lurked within me, spread to such an extent that I would begin to hate, to harm, to be selfish and greedy, and all the things I'd always tried so hard not to be? There were no answers. I pondered these things as I simultaneously searched my house for a means of storing, perhaps forever, my soul. The container I sought must be transparent to allow light to pass through. Darkness, as the inside of an opaque box, would be detrimental, or so I believed. I was thorough in my search, but didn't alight on anything I felt would suffice. So, throwing on some yoga pants and a t-shirt, slipping my hair into a ponytail, and sticking my feet into my ancient and well-worn Birkenstocks, I snagged my purse and keys and headed for the garage. My car wasn't fancy. It was an older model Honda Civic, but it got me where I needed to go. There was, in the next town over, a street entirely comprised of thrift, antique, and unique junk shops. It was to this street I steered my car. Everything made me angry on that short trip, and I found myself wishing for a projectile weapon of some kind to aim at the idiots who thought they owned the road. At the very least, a paintball gun would have sufficed. My rage was all-encompassing. Surprising. I was very lucky I didn't purposely run someone off the road. I did, however, manage to keep it together until I arrived at my destination. When I'd parked my car and stepped out into the air, my rage burned away. The direct sunlight which I so abhorred earlier that morning had changed, being filtered by gathering clouds, and felt less intense. Still, there was hate under my heart. I did not like this at all. The trip to Antique Row, as it was locally known, was quickly successful. I found a box made up of clear and rose-pink triangular pieces of glass, fused together with solder in a way that bespoke a stained glass window. It had a hinged top and 4 clear marbles as feet. It was about 10 inches wide, 6 inches deep, and, including the small feet, about 4 inches tall. It was not normally something I'd choose, pink not being a color I usually preferred, but I knew it was exactly right. After another rage-filled drive home, I climbed the stairs to the second-floor hallway and stood, glass box in hand, looking at my ghostly, lifeless self. I moved toward it, slowly, uncertain if it would blow away on a gust of air caused by sudden movement. But it stayed where it lay. Could I touch it? Manipulate it? Would I even be able to get it into the box? Only one way to find out, I thought to myself. I knelt down, placed the glass box on the floor, gently lifted the lid, and cautiously reached for my soul. The instant I touched it, I felt a searing, intense pain in my chest, a white-hot poker, crackling as if I'd been electrocuted. My soul glowed an intense white as I pushed through the pain to lift it and place it in the small box. How it fit was anyone's guess, but it did, pouring itself into the box like water for a perfect fit. The second I released it to the confines of the glass casket, for that's what the box was. The pain left me, weak and shaking. I closed the lid. Holding the box to my chest, I sat back against the wall and remained there for an indeterminate amount of time. In fact, I sat there until I heard, distantly, the garage door opening to announce the arrival of my husband, home from work. Shaken out of my entirely silent reverie, I clutched the box, rose from the floor, and placed it on the deep sill of our front-facing bedroom window. Hubby came upstairs to find me sitting on the bed, dressed sloppily, staring at the glass thing in the window. He stood in the doorway of our room and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes," I answered simply. "What's that?" he asked, nodding to indicate the glass box I was staring at. "Nothing," I responded. "Just something I picked up on Antique Row today." "You didn't go to work?" he asked. "No," I called in sick. I said, "Why?" I called in sick. I said, "Why?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "I needed some time. Last night really shook me up," I explained. He came over and sat down on the bed next to me, putting his right arm around my waist. I tipped my head and let it come to rest on his shoulder, still staring at the glass box in the window. We sat that way, silently, for several minutes. "Have you thought about supper?" he asked. "No," I answered, suddenly realizing I hadn't eaten all day and was not hungry in the slightest. "Well, let's go down and see what we can scrape together, huh?" he said. "Okay," I intoned. I allowed him to take my hands and raise me from my vigil over the glass casket containing my soul. The next few weeks were, for want of a better word, different. And yet, they were very much the same. I felt my routine, one which I'd always been perfectly happy with, becoming uninspiring drudgery. I managed to keep up appearances, however, so, other than seeming to have fallen into a depression, which was, in fact, noticed by others, I felt I was doing rather well. My husband, on the other hand, did not. He felt ignored, hurt by my careless neglect of him, confused by the subtle change in our relationship, curious about my lack of inspiration from my previous obsession of interior decorating or my collection of paint chips. He felt the wrongness of me, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He asked me if there was someone else to whom I was giving my affection, and, though I know it was an honest and carefully worded question to which he required and deserved an answer, my abrupt and seething anger that he'd even suggest such a thing put him off that line of questioning entirely. He asked me about the box in the window, and why I'd suddenly become obsessed with it. I responded. You wouldn't believe me, which was true. He didn't believe me, having already told him what had happened. Try me, he said. I already did, I responded, somewhat testily. When? He asked, suddenly irritated. When did you ever tell me about that box? I told you when I got it, but the box isn't what's important. It's what's in the box that's important. I'm watching for changes. Now completely frustrated, he said. Changes in what? There's nothing in that box. Like I said, he wouldn't believe me. Sweetheart, said he, his tone more gentle, clearly trying a different tact. How do you know I won't believe you if you won't tell me? Because I did tell you, and you placated me with nonsense about nightmares, I responded truthfully. Throwing up his hands in frustration, he said, You've got to be kidding. This is about that night? Honey, I've told you and told you. You had a nightmare. A horrible nightmare, to be sure, but a nightmare nevertheless. That was weeks ago, and you're still not over it. I sighed. Might as well have it all out in the open. Something happened that night, just like I told you then, and I'm not the same person I was before. I'm changed. I'm different. There's something cold and evil under my heart. I can feel it there. Look at my eyes, for goodness sake. They're black. My eyes should be hazel. You've seen the puckered scar on my back, right? Look at my skin. See how gray it's become. There's no amount of makeup that can fix this. And how it wrinkles and sags in places it never did before. And don't you dare say it's what happens when you get older. I'm only 43. This kind of change does not take place in the span of a few weeks. He couldn't deny having noticed the physical changes. I could see that clearly on his face. He would not lie to me, but he did not know what to say. So he simply suggested it could be stress-related. Maybe you should see a doctor. I stood, and in a dejected tone, I said, "A doctor cannot help what's wrong with me. No one can." And I left the room. Several days after that conversation, I was sitting in our bedroom, as usual, staring at the glass casket, when the doorbell rang. A visitor? I'm not expecting anyone, I thought, from the top of the stairs. If you bend over just right, and if the person isn't standing directly in front of the door, you can sometimes get a glimpse of who it is through the long windows on either side. In this case, I was not able to ascertain the caller, so I quietly made my way down the steps. I didn't want the person, whoever they were, to hear me coming, so I could pretend I was not home if it was someone I didn't want to see, which was, truthfully, most people these days. I crept to the peephole and looked out. I was totally shocked to see who stood on the other side of the door, and, with as much excitement as I could muster, flicked the deadbolt and swung wide the door, capturing my visitor in a hug which surprised him and nearly knocked him off balance. "Uncle Jay," I cried, "what are you doing here?" "Well, I happened to be in town, so I thought I'd drop by," he fibbed. "No one just happened to be in my town. At least, not any of my relatives." "True," he said. "I'd appreciate it, though I'm very glad you're here," I answered. "Your husband called me. I think he thought you needed some cheering up, and, as he didn't know whom else to call, he called me. You're not mad. He thought you'd be mad. He and I will take that up later, but no, I'm not really mad. I'm happy to see you. Come in. Come in," I said, ushering him inside, shutting and locking the door behind us. I saw he was dragging a rather large suitcase behind him, and, upon seeing me notice, he said, "I'm going to crash here for a few days, if that's all right with you. Your aunt is teaching a pottery class this week, so she won't really miss me." I felt the cold invader which lived just under my heart give a squeeze which surfaced as annoyance, but I kept it together. "Absolutely. Let me show you to your room," I said, and like a bellhop at a hotel, seized his suitcase and bade him to follow me up the stairs. "I've never been here before, you know. Once I've settled, would you give me the grand tour?" he asked. "Of course, and while you're settling, there's a bathroom in the hallway just outside your room if you need it. I'll make some coffee." "Sound good?" "Sounds great," he said approvingly. I busied myself in the kitchen, having left my uncle upstairs making himself at home. I couldn't understand what I was feeling. I loved him, or I knew I should, but I felt nothing more than annoyed at having someone else in my home. I mentally slapped myself, understanding how silly I was being. I was glad to see him. It had been years, but the visit felt oddly forced. I guessed hubby calling him out of the blue, requesting help from me. "Well, we can talk about that over coffee." Came down having donned a well-worn sweatshirt with Brown University emblazoned on the front, and a pair of jeans. There were no shoes or socks on his feet. He did, indeed, look comfortable. He smiled easily and accepted a cup of coffee gratefully, saying, "It's a longer drive than I expected. You drove here? From Florida? That's crazy, Jay. Well, your hubby made it sound urgent, and I didn't want to pay last-minute prices for a flight to Nashville and then wind up having to drive 3 hours anyway. So I just packed and left. Your aunt says hello, by the way. She asked if she should come too, but I told her I wanted to see what was going on. First, your hubby made it seem urgent," my uncle repeated. He was clearly trying to get me to simply open up and tell him what had been going on. But I didn't know where to start. I hesitated. "You can tell me anything, you know. I won't judge you." "I know," I said. "But the truth is so unbelievable. Hubby doesn't believe me. Why would you? Your husband said something about a nightmare," he said matter-of-factly. "Why don't you start there? That's just it, Uncle Jay. It wasn't a nightmare." "Well, it is a nightmare. I'm living it. What happened isn't over. It's still happening. My point is, I didn't make it up. Hubby thinks I dragged part of a bad dream to the surface with me, and I'm having trouble distinguishing what part is reality and what part is nightmare. But it didn't. I didn't." I paused, frustrated. "Go on," he urged. I paused, frustrated. "Go on." It's so hard to explain. I explained. When I think about it, I really want it to be a dream. I want it to be untrue. I'd rather be crazy and locked up for the rest of my life. But it is true. I'm not crazy. I can feel it. It's still in there, curled up under my heart, waiting. "Wanting? What are you talking about?" my uncle asked gently. I knew I was making no sense, and I understood I was going to have to utter the entire vile story aloud once more. Taste the ugliness of the words, feel their syrupy thickness. All of it was abhorrent to me. I felt suddenly sick. My already gray skin must have paled alarmingly, because my uncle suddenly shot out his hand and gripped my shoulder, saying, "Whoa, there, are you okay?" "No, I'm not sure I'll ever be okay again, but you might as well hear the entire thing. You're going to judge me just the way my husband has judged me, but there's no getting around it. It happened. From there, and for the second time, I haltingly made my way through the whole horrible story. Worthlessly, it turned out. My uncle didn't believe me either. "Clearly," said he, after I'd finished speaking, "you believe this thing that happened to you is reality, sweetheart. But it just cannot be. Colossal beings with ice daggers just don't exist. Moreover, they don't appear and disappear silently on whiff of smoke. Those are fairy tales, honey. Granted, you do look a little off color and kind of haggard, but your husband says you barely sleep, and you haven't eaten in days. Is that true?" he asked. "Yes," I said simply. I was suddenly mistrustful of my uncle, but didn't know why. Well then, let me take you out for dinner, and when we come home, let me take care of you for a change. Yes? Yes, I said again. What else could I say? We had, I can't say enjoyed, a meal together at a little hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant I typically favored. My uncle praised the place and ate heartily. I barely touched my food. It had the appeal of cardboard, and only vaguely tasted my usual frozen margarita, but I feigned engagement in the conversation, my uncle making a concerted effort to discuss anything except why he was here, or the story I told him. I felt as if he was purposely avoiding something. And when finished eating, we walked around a bit. It was hot out, and I was not in a good mood, the heat making it worse. Finally, trying to choke down words which should remain unsaid, lest I injure my uncle's feelings by giving them voice. I bit my tongue so hard it bled and suggested we go home to get out of the heat. He agreed, though tossed in a side comment about being used to the hot and muggy Florida weather. Through all his forced good humor, though, he seemed unlike himself. We drove the short distance home, and when we arrived, hubby was there. He and my uncle slapped one another on the back in greeting, along with a firm handshake and an awkward man hug, then spent a good long while chatting over another cup of coffee, ignoring me. Unneeded, I wandered upstairs and took up my usual post, keeping vigil over my soul. That night after dark, there was a heavy pounding on the front door. I was still awake, having not ever achieved sleep, and was so thoroughly startled, I froze. Hubby, looking at me oddly, got out of bed, drew on some jeans, and, as he left our room, ran into my uncle in the hallway. They descended the steps together to answer the insistent pounding. I sat up in bed, listening intently. There was urgent, whispered conversation drifting up from below. Who in the world at this time of night? And what are they arguing about? I thought, in my new way of knowing things, I should not, or could not. No. I understood at once I was not safe. I should hide. I hurriedly put on my ever-present yoga pants and Birkenstocks, yanked on the nearest shirt, an ancient Girl Scout tee, and slipped quietly from the master bedroom to the adjacent empty bedroom at the end of the hall. I hid, literally, in the closet, among all the winter clothing we stored there once. Springtime hit. It was dusty, and the air was pungent with the scent of old ski boots, wet and dried many times over with snow and sweaty feet. Silently I sat among the dark clothes and boots, tucked into a corner, mostly hidden by a long, deep sage woolen coat. It, too, smelled rank. Maybe I need to get rid of it, I thought. Sudden heavy steps moving upward. The closet I occupied was, essentially, directly above the staircase. I could feel the reverberation of each step as multiple sets of feet moved upward, toward me. My heart was beating so hard I became convinced it would give me away. The evil thing in my chest stretched, anticipating. I was cold all over. She's not in here, someone said. What? I just left her there, said my husband. She couldn't have gone far, my uncle put in. Find her. Now, split up. You grab that damn box, said the first voice. My box. I saw. I thought, suddenly even more terrified, beyond all capacity to reason, and in a panic to save my soul, I burst from the closet and nearly bowled over a stocky, dark-haired man in a white medical coat, like you see in laboratories and doctors' offices. What the hell? I thought. She's here, he hollered. I've got her. And he made a grab for me. I anticipated him, though, and slipped past him out into the hallway, only to come up against a wall of 3 other white-coated men, each with a similar look of urgency and disgust on his face. The man behind me gave me a sudden sharp shove between my shoulder blades, and I fell forward into the waiting arms of the 3 in front of me. I struggled violently, screaming, lashing, trying to get away, begging my husband and my uncle to do something. But they both stood back, looking uncomfortable, yet determined. This is for the best, honey. You'll see. I made my choice a very long time ago. You'll have to make yours eventually, too, my uncle said cryptically. Yeah, for the best, repeated my husband, who was wearing a look of both relief and concern. What choice? I thought. Stop her from screaming. yelled the lab coat one. Smack! Someone slapped me across the face, hard, but that only served to enrage me further, and I doubled my efforts to escape their grasp. Give her the box, my uncle suggested calmly. What? Suggested calmly. What? Give her the box, he repeated, clearly enunciating each word. My husband stepped forward, handed the box to my uncle, who leaned over me and held the box where I could see it. Looking me straight in the eyes, he said, "If you struggle, you'll break this. Be a good girl and hold still for these nice men now, and I'll give you the box." "Okay, sweetheart." His placating tone annoying and syrupy. I didn't want to obey him, but I really didn't want my box to come to harm. It contained the most important part of me. I got the feeling they weren't really going to let me have my soul back, though. But I had to try. I held still and shut up at once. Lab Coat 1 said, "Let's go." And each of the 4 men took hold of one of my arms and legs. There I was in the second floor hallway of my own house, being bodily removed like a common criminal. Or a crazy person. That's it. They think I'm crazy. They're taking me to the nut house. I thought, realization coming too late. I was just about to start struggling again when my uncle put the glass casket on my stomach, keeping his hand on top so as to make sure it didn't fall during the trip downstairs. The descent was awkward, to say the least. The 4 men in charge of my appendages tried to get my uncle to remove the box, saying it was making their job difficult, but he retorted that he'd promised I could have it, and so I would. It was staying where it was. I did not trust him. My husband had hurried down the stairs to open the front door again, and I was swiftly and unceremoniously removed from my own house. Parked on the street in front of my house was a mid-70s Ford pickup truck, which had, at some point, been white, but was now mottled with brown rust spots and Bondo. There was a mattress in the bed of the truck. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach. The thing which lived under my heart vibrated, almost as if it was purring with pleasure. The white-coated men carried me to the bed of the pickup truck and hurled me in, 2 of them climbing in with me and securing my hands at the wrists into shackles bolted to the metal truck bed. "Is that really necessary?" asked my husband. "You'd better believe it," Lab Coat 1 told him. Lab Coats 1 and 2 got into the cab, leaving 3 and 4 in the bed of the truck with me. The tailgate was down, and my husband and uncle stood at the end of the bed, looking at me. One with sad, resigned eyes, the other with serious but vaguely approving ones. The truck took off with a roar, spraying road dust on the 2 men as they watched me leave. Tied down in the bed of an old truck on a disgusting mattress, with 2 men in white coats. Neither of my husband nor my uncle waved, but I watched them until we turned a corner, lifting my head off the mattress and staring at them with accusing, hurt-filled eyes. At least I still have my box, I thought. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than Lab Coat 3 said, "You won't be needing this anymore," indicating my glass casket which had fallen off my stomach when we started moving. 3 looked at me with gleeful eyes, clearly pleased, brought his knee up, aimed the sole of his black-booted foot at my precious soul, and kicked it right off the back of the truck. "No!" I yelled, which earned me a quick slap across the face. I lifted my head again and watched as the box, which contained my soul, shattered, and my most precious possession poured out onto the dirty road behind us, tossed over and over again, finally coming to rest by a sewer grate. And that, I thought, was that. I will never be whole again. I turned my head to look accusingly at the man who just altered my life. He grinned once more, clearly enjoying the power he wielded over me, then brought his elbow down hard on my skull, knocking me out, cold. When I awoke, aching everywhere it was possible to ache, it was to find myself in some kind of old hospital room. Flaking walls were a sickly green color. The tiles on the floor, also green, but darker, were broken and cracked. The bed to which I was restrained at 4 points and across my chest was in the very center of the room. Not touching anyone, I did not seem to be hooked up to anything, simply restrained, There was, directly over my head, a bare electrical bulb hanging from the ceiling. It was off, the only light in the room coming from a small 8x8 window in the room's door. I had plenty of time to seek out people in the armor of my prison. There were none I could see. Aside from peeling paint, cracked tiles, and a sour odor I couldn't identify, there was little else. Not even a window to look out. The ceiling was of the drop variety with little holes which formed Rorschach-like patterns the longer I stared at them. I had no way to know how long I stayed, alone, in that room, but it felt like a very, very long time. No one came to check on me, and after a while, I needed to use the restroom. Finally, I started hollering, trying desperately to get anyone's attention. It was after I started yelling when I noticed, almost by accident, that in the corner recesses of the ceiling, just above the door to the room, a tiny red light had begun to blink. They were watching me. Hey, I know you're there. I know you're watching. I need to pee, damn it. Hey, someone, anyone, please, I shouted at myself hoarse, and my screams became gravely whispers, and my throat felt like I'd swallowed shards of glass. When tears had finally begun to flow freely, a man in a suit entered my room, flanked by 2 lab coats. The suited man was huge, bigger than any man I'd ever seen. Well, except one, and I didn't exactly see him. This man was pushing 7 feet, if I had to guess, had sandy brown hair, kind of shaggy but in a well-kept way. His gray suit was impeccably fitted. His whiter-than-white shirt collar starched to within an inch of its life. His tie a violent magenta. A sharply starched handkerchief, similar in color to that of his tie, peeked out of his coat pocket. His nails were groomed, his shoes were shined, and his face, with perfectly straight teeth as white as his shirt, wore a grin which definitely did not put me at ease. It was predatory. I was his prey. "So you're awake, are you?" asked Mr. Suit. "So you're awake, are you?" asked Mr. Suit. "I was quite put out when they brought you in. Unconscious. Will you accept my apologies for the brutal behavior of my men?" He nodded, indicating his 2 companions. "I really need to use the bathroom, please?" Having decided immediately upon seeing him, respectful and polite were my best chances of not being killed outright. "Certainly," he said with silky charm, and turned to the lab coats, nodding. As they came forward, one of them said quietly, "If you struggle, or try to escape, you will regret it. Do you understand?" I only nodded. He must have seen what he needed to see in my eyes, because with a look to his white-coated partner, they began loosening my restraints. When I was finally freed and standing, I realized I was so weak I wouldn't have been able to struggle or escape if I had tried. They led me to a bathroom just down the hall. Turning my head left and right, I could see similar rooms to the one I'd been in, their occupants either asleep or watching me with feigned disinterest. The restroom was a one-holder. No window, no shower, no mirror. Sink and toilet, that was it. Plus, I noticed, gratefully, necessary paper products. Absolutely nothing which could be used as a weapon or to exact an escape. I peed forever, and it was a most wondrous thing. Finally, having emptied my bladder, flushed, and washed my hands, I could delay no longer and opened the door. Frick and Frack were immediately upon me, each taking an elbow, ushering me back toward the room from which I'd come. Once I was reinstalled into my restraints, and Mr. Suit had assured himself I was comfortable, he began, "I hear you had a pretty bad dream some weeks ago. Tell me all about that, please." It was clear he wouldn't allow me to refuse. I repeated my story, spitting out the slug-like words which so sickened me. I cried when I got to the part of my forever lost soul. I couldn't even reach up to wipe the tears from my cheeks. They reddened from embarrassment. Mr. Suit, who'd never actually introduced himself to me, snapped the magenta handkerchief from his breast pocket and gently dabbed my face, icily eyeing the pillowcase. He glanced at one of his lab-coated minions, who, without a word, disappeared and reappeared a few minutes later with a fresh pillow. I didn't understand why it mattered. They were just tears, and the wetness didn't bother me. But Minion One told me to lift my head so he could replace one pillow with another. As he did so, I caught a quick glimpse of the offending pillow, where the wetness from my tears would have puddled. There were inky black stains. What the hell? I thought. Mr. Suit shot a furious look toward Minion One, who sheepishly glanced back and disappeared with the black-stained pillow, returning moments later empty-handed. Recovering the original subject with elegant aplomb, Mr. Suit said, "What a terrible nightmare. I'm sorry you had to live through such an awful experience." I nodded. "You weren't supposed to," he added, almost in a whisper. "I wasn't supposed to." "What?" I asked. "Live through it," he said. "Absolutely serious." "I'm supposed to be dead now, aren't I?" I asked. "Equally serious." "Oh, you are. For all intents and purposes, you are dead. Your soul, once removed, cannot live outside your body. Your body without its soul cannot live either. The two are inextricably linked. Others, well, let's just say you're the first who has gotten this far without being stark raving mad." I thought about his words. Then how is it I'm still walking, talking, thinking, and feeling? "You don't love anymore, do you?" he asked, almost apropos of nothing. "No, nothing tastes right or even seems edible anymore, does it?" Wow. No, I said. "You don't, and further, cannot, find pleasure in things you once found pleasurable. Can you? No. Your color is fading, isn't it?" he asked. "Yes," I answered. "You asked." "Yes," I answered. "You are easily angered, frustrated, irritated, annoyed." "Yes." "Nothing is fun anymore, is it?" he questioned me with a false sympathetic look. No, I couldn't believe this. He knew what was wrong with me. "For all these reasons, and more, you are dead. Your soul, which provided you with the ability to feel pleasure, see color, experience love, both to give and to receive, to moderate anger, frustration, irritation, annoyance, and gave you the ability to create and to be creative, left you the moment your body was separated from your soul. Your soul died instantly. I'm very sorry to tell you that particular death is irrevocable. You may grieve, but it is a waste of your time. Your casket, as you call it, was aptly made. The soul it contained was gone. You could see it because it was, at one time, part of you. In time, it would have faded so. Even patiently so. Even you, or I would have seen it. Your husband couldn't see it because you'd never truly given your soul to him, had you? No, I thought not. Your happy little life was just a cover. Trying to keep up with the Joneses, eh? Well, no matter. He shrugged absently. What's done is done. The Colossus, your name for the thing, not mine, is not of this earth. Truthfully, he's not of this dimension. Your brow wrinkles in a peculiar way when you're confused. It would almost be endearing if you and I were destined to become friends, which we are not. The being wields incredible power. There are none like him in any dimension. He is called the Mortal One. It's a misnomer, really, as he is immortal. Aside from his vast size, he has the ability to cross between his dimension and ours, essentially creating a temporary rift. It's how he is able to come and go without being seen or heard. When the rift begins to open, it sends before it a heightened electrical charge. The hallway light bulb, if you'll recall. When the rift seals, it leaves behind the sulfurous odor you described. His other power, one I particularly admire, is he can see between the dimensions. Not just between ours and his, but all dimensions, simultaneously. Further, he is able to target people who possess certain, shall we say, qualities? You, my dear, are chosen. I lay restrained on my prison bed, listening to this man talk about things which were not true, couldn't possibly be true. Dimensions? Immortal beings with powers and sight beyond anything I could imagine? Chosen based on what qualities? Cat got your tongue? He asked, and chuckled dryly. It is quite a lot to absorb, but I assure you, you'll know all in time. For now, I will leave you to ponder, as I can see you are already doing. All will reveal itself. Oh, and if you need to use the restroom again, please do refrain from screaming, yes? It makes things a bit difficult. Should you require assistance of any kind, please simply touch the red button. There by your left hand. It's attached to the... Yes, that's it. If you touch the button, these fine gentlemen will be along shortly. One last thing, he continued. Please do not expect meals to be brought to you. You no longer require sustenance of the forms to which you are accustomed. You've noticed, I'm sure, how food and drink turns your stomach. Yes, well, you're in transition now. Food is unnecessary. This is good. Yes, very good. Have a delightful evening. The monologue ended and Mr. Suit abruptly left the room, followed by his two minions. I was too stunned to speak. He had to be pulling my leg. No way all that was true. He was crazy. But when I broke it down, it all fit. The major questions remain unanswered, however. What is inside me? What was I stabbed with, and how did it eject my soul? What qualities made me a target? How am I chosen, and what does that mean? Why does Mr. Suit seem familiar? I mind a whirl, and still concussed from the earlier brutal elbow to the head, I found I was exhausted beyond reason, and sleep descended quickly. That night, and in the way of dreams, I tried desperately to show my family what was inside me, lurking evilly under my heart. It was a cold, gray, gelatinous ooze. I knew what it was, though I'd never actually seen it, and further, it knew me. As proof, I had infected a roll of toilet paper by placing a fingernail clipping deep within the roll. It had metastasized quickly, in only hours, so that, stabbing it viciously with a sharp knife, gray oozed out of the wounded paper roll. I was horrified. It was more awful than I thought. They still didn't believe me, even with proof. They said I was playing a trick on them, laughed at my good, though creepy, joke. They maintained I had somehow infused the paper roll with gray gel. I had not, but could not convince them otherwise. In my dream, I cried and screamed, begging them to believe me, asked them to allow me to show them the process by which this had taken place, but they would not allow or believe. White coats came and took me away in a straitjacket, and I, thrashing against the dream restraints, thrashed against the true ones holding me to the bed so violently the bones in my left wrist snapped. It was pain which finally wrenched me out of dreams and into the waking world. When I had calmed down enough to become aware of my surroundings, the little red light in the ceiling in the corner of the room was blinking. They were watching me again. I expected the appearance of Mr. Suit's minions, but no one arrived. They watched. I waited. My wrist throbbed awfully. Afraid to sleep further, I watched the red light blink. I watched them as they watched me. I couldn't tell if it was daylight or true night, as the room I occupied had no windows. I suspected they didn't realize I'd actually done myself physical damage in my dream state, but I was beyond forgiveness. The monster I was becoming stretched itself in anticipation. Every time I felt anger, it felt joy. Every time I felt hurt or sad or confused, it felt well and happy and oriented. I understood clearly that every negative feeling allowed the dark coil to grow. And grow it did, because I could not bring a happy thought to my head. All was pain and horror and confusion. I hovered near hate and loathing and fear. Each of these feelings allowed the monster inside me to fill the space so recently vacated by my soul. I knew I was becoming other. I waited a very long time. The expected urge to eat never came. The expected urge to use the bathroom was only a vague inclination. Never a dire need as it had been yesterday. Was it yesterday? It could have been last week, or only an hour ago. I could not tell. But eventually, the door opened, and Mr. Suit floated in, followed by his two minions. Mr. Suit had changed his clothes. Today's superbly cut ensemble was a solid navy blue, another crisply starched white shirt, and an almost neon yellow tie and matching pocket handkerchief, with a small black pattern I could not make out. Every strand of hair was in perfect place. His shoes mirrored the dull room. His bright, insincere smile, the same as the last time I'd seen him. "Good morning," Mr. Suit said smoothly. "I suspect you may be in some pain." He knew, but clearly didn't care. Oddly, neither did I. "It doesn't matter," I responded. "Oh," said he, "but it does. If you are pained, you are still quite early in your transition. If you are not pained, the transition is nearing its final stages. I need to know, honestly if you will, how you would rate your pain on a scale of 1 to 10. I wanted not to answer him. I wanted to defy this man. I was completely and totally at his mercy. And while it was true to me that my pain did not matter, it was also true that it clearly mattered to him, mentally. I did not want to give him the satisfaction of an answer in my heart, and especially just under it, I could not resist responding. "About a 3, I answered truthfully. "It's significantly less now than it was when it happened." Very good. And it's your left wrist, I presume?" "Yes, I presume." Yes. "Well, we will bring in the X-ray machine to determine the extent of the break," he said absently, and turned on his heel to leave the room. "Wait," I called after him. He hesitated at the door, his hand on the frame. With his back to me, he said, "I will answer all your questions, but not now. Now, I have other concerns." And he left me alone with Frick and Frack. The minions performed their duties as X-ray technicians, determining I'd broken both the ulna and radius right at the wrist joint, clean through both bones. I was shocked. The pain I was experiencing was so minimal I expected much less damage. Frick, or was it Frack, told me they'd come back later to check on me and X-ray my wrist again. No cast, just don't move, and if it hurts, deal with it. I was spending far too much time in my own head. Sleep was out of the question, though it would be an escape. I wasn't going through another nightmare. I'd had too many lately, and both had damaged me in some way. The little red light in the corner of the room continued to blink, and I lay in bed, eyes open, and as still as I could force myself to be. It was hours later when the minions came back with the X-ray machine. They made fast work of their assessment, and tight-lipped, rolled the machine away again. About 15 minutes after they left, the door opened, and Mr. Suit stepped back in, alone this time, and closed the door quietly behind him. He didn't come further into the room, but stayed by the door. "We need a sample of your blood," he said without preamble. "You can give it willingly, and it will be easier, or we can restrain you further and take it anyway. Which option do you choose?" My response surprised even me, as it was given without hesitation, and further, without my permission, though it was the absolute truth. Satisfied, Mr. Suit stepped closer. He held in his hand a large syringe, the largest one I'd ever seen outside of a television set, and he moved with intent toward me. My horror became glee. I wanted him to take my blood. I held perfectly still, moving only my eyes to watch him as he jabbed, not gently, the needle into the crook of my left arm. I expected to see red blood, dark, thick, life-giving blood, fill the syringe, but what I saw in the clear syringe shocked me. Even in my totally calm state, the syringe was filling with a thick, gray substance, not unlike the ooze which had come from the stabbed bathroom tissue roll in my dream. I gasped, unable to help it, and Mr. Suit looked up at me from his focus on the syringe. "Not what you were expecting?" he asked. "No, and yet, yes, exactly what I was expecting." He just looked at me thoughtfully and went back to the needle in my arm. The ooze was slow to fill the large syringe, but at last he finished, capped the needle, and left me alone again. The only evidence of his having been there at all was a small gray drop and at the injection site in the crook of my left arm. Several hours later, Mr. Suit returned. This time, his minions followed him into the room and stood just behind him, one at each shoulder. The trifecta might have been intimidating a few days ago, but now I simply didn't care. I was no longer I, but we, and was more and more becoming it. I was slipping away from myself. I knew it, and I legitimately did not care. This transition, as Mr. Suit called it, was a painless process. I must congratulate you, my dear. You are the first to successfully transition. You have nearly become. There is only one last thing which must take place before you can begin. We have but little time now, and I know you have questions. Why? I asked. This seemed to be the best and only way of asking him what I wanted to know. Why? He repeated. This is so complicated. Even I, intimately connected as I am, do not understand the whole of it, but I will do my best to explain. You have certain qualities which the mortal one has been looking for centuries. His role, if you can call it that, is to keep balance between the dimensions. He is known in this dimension as Death, or the Grim Reaper, or other such names. He collects souls and guides them to the netherworld, which, contrary to popular belief, is not below. Neither is it above. It is simply another dimension, side by side with this one. It is how we can explain sightings of ghosts, vague impressions of loved ones past. The veil is thin, and though most mortals do not have the ability to see beyond it, some do and can see. It is also how we explain things which disappear and reappear. For example, have you ever lost your keys? You could have sworn they were on the counter, and yet they weren't. Nor were they in any place you could think to look. But when you came back from a fruitless search, suddenly they were on the counter again. The dimension of souls is guarded by the mortal one. More accurately, he is not just the guardian, but the supreme being in that dimension. Occasionally, once every few millennia, the mortal one is given a choice. Become that which he guards, or continue. How the choice is given, and by whom, we do not know. But the mortal one can, essentially, terminate his contract and become a soul, protected forever, neither in pain nor sorrow, simply in rest. Or he can continue on in the mortal realm forever. The catch is, the mortal one must find his own replacement. This is where you come in, my dear. Firstly, all mortal ones have been of one maternal lineage. Therefore, after millennia, there can be many options, but only one can become. It's a family business, so to speak. You've seen ghosts, have you not? He continued. Yes, several times. I began. You do not need to elaborate. It is enough that you have seen. He interrupted. You have lost and found things as I described, have you not? Yes. And the biggest is that you have never truly loved anything, am I right? True love? I loved a puppy once, but I don't think that's what you meant. No, then no. I have never truly loved anything. Or anyone, for that matter. You were correct earlier when you said, keeping up with the Joneses. My whole life was a lie. This did not sadden me. It was simply true, but you were not mentally ill, he continued, in any sense of the word. And therefore, you are chosen. You have the correct lineage, the sight. You have unknowingly reached through dimensions to find things which were lost. And you have never truly loved. You can act the part, but there is falseness behind it. You are the trifecta, the chosen, and you will become. He finished with a flourish of his long-fingered hands and a flash of white teeth. All these things seemed trivial to me. I'd seen ghosts since childhood. Several times they'd tried to converse with me, but I'd never allowed contact. I was always good at finding lost things. I could close my eyes and almost will a thing back into existence. It terrified my parents and was, truthfully, why my father abandoned me so easily after my mother died. My husband simply thought I was good at finding things. I would never have been able to explain it otherwise. He was not a believer in ghosts and what might be called magic. What Mr. Suit said was as believable to me as the fact that I had hands on the ends of my arms and feet, at the ends of my legs. It just was, but I found it harder to swallow the lack of love thing. It was true. I knew it. The thing under my heart knew it too. But in my head I wanted to believe I'd loved, and loved truly. Had I not married my husband? That was love, wasn't it? I was wrecked when my mother died and my father left me. Though now that I was examining things more deeply, I wonder if I was simply uncertain of how to move forward, rather than upset over losing people who should have loved me, but were scared of me. I'd never shown my true self to my husband. It's how he never truly received part of my soul, as most married couples do. It's why he couldn't see my soul. What did the mortal one stab me with? I asked. Oh, that's an easy one. The mortal one used one of his own ribs. He is ancient, and his bones are crystallized, but regenerative. The essence of the mortal one was transferred to you through that crystal of bone. Your soul couldn't exist after the mortal one placed part of himself into you, and so your soul died so you could become. Further, bearing part of the mortal one within yourself would ultimately decide if you were capable of becoming, or would simply die. What am I becoming? I asked, though I already knew the answer. I just wanted to hear him say it. Oh, my dear, said Mr. Suit with a raised eyebrow and a look of doubt on his face. You cannot tell me you don't realize the truth by now. I lied. No, I don't. He nonchalantly looked at his watch. Well, we are nearly out of time. Your wrist has healed completely. Yes, it has. You are nearly become. The mortal one will arrive shortly to give you the last piece which will transfer all of his vast power to you. He has made his choice. He has found his successor. He will become that which he protects. You are chosen. Suddenly, and inexplicably terrified, I turned my face wide-eyed to Mr. Suit and said, How do you know all this? He grinned his vile grin and said, I made my choice millennia ago. And with that, he turned and left the room. I could not lay still. I could not continue to be restrained, though I accepted what was to come. How could I otherwise, when I could quite literally feel the truth of it? I would not give up without a fight. I pulled at my restraints and found them loosened. Or more accurately, I had strength greater than before, and was simply able to tear them away. I rose from the bed, gingerly put my feet on the floor, remembering how weak I had been when Frick and Frack had walked me to the restroom days. Weeks? Hours? Before. But when I tested my legs, they held. Felt strong. The hospital gown I wore was flimsy, but at least was tied tightly, and I remained unexposed. The blinking light in the corner continued to blink. They were watching me. Let them watch, I thought to myself. I flew to the door of the room, wrenched it open, my heart beating with both excitement and panic. Completely unsure where to go, I simply chose a direction and began to run. I ran down corridor after corridor. The building was a maze. I passed rooms of people similarly restrained as I had been. Not one person yelled or tried to stop me. Finally, I found an open staircase and ran, barefoot, down several flights until I arrived at what was clearly the large building's lobby. Glass windows stretched on four sides, floor to ceiling. A guard desk with the guard conveniently absent. There was the front door. Would I be able to get through? This was too easy. The door gave way as I shoved it, and I was suddenly outside, running down a concrete path which veered sharply left and paralleled the long side of the building, then curved gently to the right, and sloped down toward a dimly lighted parking lot. There were pine trees lining either side of the walkway. My feet were becoming sore. I felt breathless, my heart racing, but I kept going. Escape felt necessary. I had to try. Excitement, panic? Weren't they one and the same? Boom! The parking lot was bare, save for a few cars. At the far end of the parking lot, I saw a lone car. It was vaguely red under the yellowed lights. I had just started toward it when all the lights in the parking lot flickered, buzzed, brightened intensely, and then all extinguished at the same time with a pop. Oh, crap, I thought, and redoubled my efforts to escape. The red car, my focus. I'd barely made it to the car when I felt, rather than saw, a large presence behind me. I leapt. One simple, easy jump to the top of the car and spun around. A move only performed successfully by Hollywood stunt doubles. I startled myself. My body was moving with instinct rather than by any act or decision of my own. The sight before me was so arresting, I simply stopped running. The mortal one. He was so physically imposing that I knew any chance of escape was fruitless. And the thing inside me, which was once part of the rib cage of the being in front of my eyes, stretched itself triumphantly toward the mortal one, as if saying, "Yes, I'm here. I've been successful. Here is your chosen." I was pushed off the top of the car from within my own body. Like a magnet, the thing inside me attracted to the mortal one. From my sudden vantage point, lying on my back on the black pavement of the parking lot in front of the research center, for that's what it clearly was, the mortal one looked down at me and said, "Thank you." With one last, deep, clear breath, I accepted my fate, wide-eyed and aware, and finally, with a vast knowing, became. Story 3. Nothing seemed wrong with him. My parents said it was normal for kids to have imaginary friends, but he didn't seem so imaginary to me. Besides, if he was, then why can I still see him all these years later? Why is he sitting beside me as I write this? He was never imaginary, not in the sense most people think. He seemed so nice, so friendly. He still does, and he's been the only constant friend I have ever had. Growing up, I didn't have a lot of friends as I was an awkward child. No, before you ask, there was nothing wrong with me. No deformities that people would find weird or anything of the sort. I just preferred the world of books and my imagination. As I grew up, my friends dwindled away until I had maybe one or two. I didn't realize what was really going on until many, many years later. When I was in elementary school, I met the man who couldn't see. He didn't seem so unusual to me. I met him one night after my parents had fallen asleep. I had awoken from a nightmare and had started to get up to get my parents when I heard a creak from the chair beside my closet. Looking over, I didn't see anything at first, but as the curtains blew in the soft breeze from my open window, I caught the glimmer of silver. I tipped my head slightly, though I felt no fear, and started towards the chair. "Who are you?" I asked as I looked up at the man in the corner. The man in black turned to face me with a soft smile. "Hello there, little one," he replied. "I'm nobody special, just someone you can call a friend. My name is Axel." I looked up at the man as I sat in front of him, my eyes full of childlike wonder. I was only 10 at the time. I couldn't see what he looked like too well, and for some reason, I swear he heard my thoughts as he reached over and flipped on my bedside lamp. The first thing I noticed was the dark red color of his hair. It ran halfway down his back and was tied off in a low ponytail. Then I noticed the rest of him. His eyes were covered in white bandaging and his clothing was leather, almost like a biker would wear. But what really shocked me was the collar around his neck. I had been taught early about the slave trades and things of that nature, and the collar around his neck was one that a slave being sold would be forced to wear. But it was made of silver, as was the chain that was attached to it. I tipped my head slightly and reached out to touch the chain, only to be stopped by Axel's icy hand. "No, dear. Please don't touch that. You have no reason to know about that just yet." I nodded slightly and smiled, looking up at Axel before me. "May I ask a question?" "Of course," came the soft reply. "Why are your eyes covered? Are you blind?" I watched as Axel shifted slightly in his seat as he thought of the best way to answer me. "In a way, yes, I suppose I am," he replied as he removed the bandages, gently setting them on his lap. I looked up in pure curiosity and blinked a few times. His eyes were pure silver. "What happened?" Axel smiled and shook his head. "That's not something you need to know right now either. I'll explain someday, just not right now. For now, you need to go back to bed." I frowned slightly and looked down. "Will you be here when I wake up?" I heard Axel stand, the leather of his jacket crinkling as he bent down and picked me up, moving me to my bed. "Of course I will be," he replied as he tucked my blankets around me with a smile. "What kind of friend would I be if I just left when we have so many games and fun things to do together?" I smiled and snuggled into the blankets as he shut off my light and moved the chair closer to my bed. I heard him sit down and felt his fingers run through my hair. Soon after, I felt myself drifting off to sleep as he hummed softly. The next morning I tried to get my parents to meet Axel, but they said they couldn't see him. I didn't understand why, as he was standing right beside me. Why couldn't they see him? I frowned when they said he was imaginary. I made my way up to my room to get ready for school. I shut my door as the arguing started again. Always arguing, but at least they never did more than yell at each other. At least not that I knew of. I quickly got dressed and looked up when I felt Axel's hand on my shoulder. "Relax, Jake. Not everyone can see me. Only special people can." "Special people? Does that mean I'm one of them?" "Huh, well, of course. But you're the most special out of them all. You're my friend." I smiled as I hugged Axel and picked up my book bag. "Will you come to school with me?" I asked as I opened my door once more. "Not this time. Maybe some other day. Today I have a few things I have to do." I nodded and looked up, noticing the bandages were back over Axel's eyes once more. I made my way out of the house, careful to avoid my parents in the process. I could still hear them arguing as I shut the door, and I swear I heard something hit the counter, though I couldn't be sure. When I came home from school, Dad was nowhere to be found. I had grown used to this, even at a young age. There had been many times I had gone home and my mom had said that Dad would be home late because he was out with his friends. But most of the time, we would have dinner, and I would go to bed without seeing him at all. I figured this was no different until I saw my mom sitting on the couch. I didn't think twice about it. I just said hello to her and went up to my room to read. Once my door was shut, I glanced around but didn't see Axel anywhere. Shrugging it off, I settled myself on my bed and read until my mom called me down for dinner. She looked like she had been crying, and there were dark bruises covering her arms, as well as a deep gash on her cheek. I'd heard something hit the counter. I asked what had happened, and though I already knew the answer, she told me not to worry and to eat my dinner. I didn't argue and just did as I was told. And of course, Dad hadn't returned yet. 9 o'clock rolled around, and I was in bed, just about asleep when I heard my door creak open. I jumped and looked over but quickly relaxed when I realized who it was. Axel, are you okay? I haven't seen you all day. Axel smiled and shut the door, slipping his jacket off before he settled into the chair he had left beside my bed. I'm fine, I promise. I'm sorry I haven't been here, but I told you this morning I had some things I had to take care of. The moonlight coming through my window illuminated the links on the chain hanging from the collar around his neck. Wasn't there only 3 links yesterday? I recounted and was surprised when I saw 4 of them, but I chose not to question it. Instead, I settled back again and closed my eyes as Axel, beside me, sang in a language I didn't recognize until I fell asleep. Axel came with me to school for the next few weeks. Some of the other kids could see him, and we enjoyed the games of tag or hopscotch that we played with him. He even showed us a game with marbles. But not everything was all right at home. My father had started to get worse with his drinking and his abuse towards my mother. I got home from a rather rough day of school, and my mother was nowhere to be found. I asked my dad where she was, but instead of answering me, he simply pushed me into the stairs and yelled at me to go up to my room. Axel wasn't happy. Though he wouldn't admit that anything was wrong, I could hear it in his voice. His normally soft tone changed to a much darker one. But it didn't scare me as he was my friend, and I knew he would never harm me. A few days passed and the abuse from my dad became worse. I did the best I could to hide the damage, even going as far as borrowing some of my mom's concealer to hide the bruises. But one of my teachers figured out what was going on and asked me to tell them who was hurting me and what was going on at home. I looked over at Axel, then back at the teacher, and spilled everything. By the time I got home, my mom was there with a cast on one arm and plenty of bandages covering her other arm, shoulder and a few on her face. I'm sure even to this day that there were more that were hidden by her clothing. I didn't question her. Instead, I hugged her as tightly as I could without causing her more pain and held on like my life depended on it. My mom started and caused to say, "Alvi was torn in our cairn," I stood. She told me that the police removed my dad from the house, and it would be a very long time before I saw him again. I didn't care. All I cared about was that she was safe. Then she asked me a question that I didn't ever expect from her. She asked me who the man with the bandages over his eyes was, the one who was always with me. I was so excited that she could see him. I did the best I could to explain who he was, then smiled when Axel bowed and kissed my mom's hand as a greeting. She stood with a smile and apologized for saying he was imaginary, and went to start dinner with me close behind. More than happy to help. The next few weeks came and went without incident until my father decided to break in. I heard the glass shatter, but I thought it was a dream until I heard the scream. I jumped up from my bed and slipped quietly towards the door, only to be stopped by Axel. "Please lay back down, Jake." I shook my head with a whimper. "Oh, what's going on?" "It's nothing important right now, okay? Do you trust me?" I nodded as I looked up at Axel. "Then go lay back down, please." I did as I was told and got back into bed, though I knew I wouldn't sleep anymore that night. We spent the remainder of the night talking until the sun came up. When Axel finally allowed me to leave my room, there were police cars outside. I looked around for a moment before my mom pulled me to her and explained what had happened. My dad had broken in and killed himself outside of my door. The police had assumed he was coming to kill me, but ended his own life instead. It didn't hit me until later, but Axel had 5 links on his chain that morning. The years passed, bringing me to my 16th year. I had noticed that fewer people could see my friend as the time passed, and when I asked Axel about it, he told me that it was because there were less innocent people in the world as I grew. Then I realized what he meant when he told me I was special as a child. I was innocent, and only the innocent could see him. I questioned him again one day after some people who were bullying me in school hadn't shown up for a week. Then we received the news that they were dead. Again, he refused to directly answer me, but the chain on his collar grew longer. Enough had become enough. Axel, I'm not a child anymore. You can tell me the truth now. What happened to you? And more importantly, what are you? I know you must have something to do with their deaths. It's only people around me. Axel flinched slightly. Jake, I'm only trying to protect you. I don't need to be protected. I'm 16. I think I can handle the truth. Axel turned his head towards me with a faint frown before he removed the bandages from his eyes and turned his unusual gaze towards me. I suppose you're right. It is time I told you the truth. But promise me something? I nodded in reply, never once looking away from Axel, standing in front of me. You'll be honest with me if you think differently after I tell you this. If you do, and you so choose, I shall leave, and you'll never be bothered by me again. I nodded once more and sat on my bed. I suppose I should start from the beginning. As you know, the majority of slaves were colored, but what isn't told in most of the history books is there were Irish ones as well. I was one of the unlucky few who were sold, hence the collar around my neck. They never removed it even after I was bought. It was used to keep me from running away, I suppose. But I digress. I was sold off to work at a hatter's establishment, and either they didn't know or they didn't care. But there was a mercury leak, and I was caught in it due to the primitive medicine they had at that point. They didn't know what was wrong with me and tried to treat the fevers and other ailments with more mercury, thinking that it would cure the issues, but it only made it worse in the end. Hence part of the reason my eyes are silver. Part of the reason? Axel nodded and looked down. Yes, part of the reason. The other part is the fact that I had made a deal on my deathbed. The mercury poisoning had gotten so bad that the doctors left me to die in a room, and a black-robed figure approached me with the option of living for eternity or dying a very painful and slow death. I was young and absolutely terrified with no understanding of death or anything else, and accepted the deal, being recreated into a creature that most consider a sandman, instead of the entity from the fairy tales where they help children sleep. I used their dreams to kill them. I used their worst fears against them, and use sand to either lock them in their nightmares and kill them there, or I use it to control them and make them end their own lives. That is why the chain on my collar grows. With every life I claim, another link is added to show my choices. I've been trying to keep you as safe as I can over the years by killing those who meant you harm. I was appointed to be your guardian, and I have done the best that I could, which also explains why you said you were partially blind. Axel nodded as he looked up and met my gaze. I have killed many people who meant you harm, including your father. I knew what his intentions were when he came back here after being removed, and I was not about to allow him to take your life from you. I looked away for a moment, then met my guardian's unusual gaze once more. Did you kill my father, or did you force him to kill himself? I asked quietly and watched as the ginger guardian before me lowered his gaze. I locked him into a dream state that affected him in his waking life. I had no way to fully put him under at that point, and I had no intentions of waiting until he slept again to control his mind. As he approached your door, I made my move. He started to open your door, and I made him step away. It was as easy as controlling a puppet on strings, Axel said as he touched the chain hanging from the collar around his neck. I made the suggestion that he went to the garage and got the rope. Like a child obeying his parents' wishes, your father went and got the rope. He made his own noose and hung it in the rafters by your door. But just as he had gotten everything in place, I lost my control over him when I realized you were awake. I had to focus on keeping you in your room so you wouldn't see what was going on, hence why you heard the scream. He tried to back out of what I had caused him to do and slipped off the chair. The rest I'm sure you can figure out from there. I wasn't sure what to think at first. My mind raced over multiple possibilities of what to say, how to feel. But before my mind could settle, I heard myself speak. I feel no differently towards you. You're still the best friend I have ever had, and I wouldn't trade any of what you have done for me for the world. I owe you quite a lot, and believe me, I appreciate what you have done. Thank you for protecting me over the years. But I have one question. What would that be? How would I become like you, a Sandman? I noticed the way Axel shifted in his seat, the same way he had so many years before when we first met. I would have to take your life, but I don't recommend it. Not yet, anyway. You still have your whole life ahead of you, and you still have your mother who needs you. Axel looked up and met my gaze. When the time is right, I will make you into a creature like me. You will be given your own child to watch over and care for, all right? I nodded with a light smile and hugged Axel, whom I had come to call my friend. My 24th birthday came around. Almost a year had passed since I had buried my mother, and the weather was horrible. I pulled out of my driveway and was headed towards work. I knew I should have called off. The rain was so harsh, but I needed the hours. There's an old phrase, what you don't know won't kill you. I beg to differ. Thank you. The roads were flooded, and I had no knowledge of how bad it truly was, or the fact that there was an accident just past the bend in my road. My car slid in a rather deep puddle, and I lost control, adding my car and myself to the list of accident victims. I awoke in the hospital and couldn't move. Panic washed over me, and I tried to get someone's attention until I felt a cool hand touch my cheek. I recognized the touch immediately. "Hello, dear friend," a soft voice said from beside me. I couldn't turn my head very much due to the brace, and I knew I couldn't speak, so I simply leaned into Axel's touch and listened to his words. "Your time came much earlier than I expected it to. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you from this pain and suffering." I could hear the pain Axel felt as his voice cracked, and I felt the tears that hit my face when he leaned down to kiss my cheek and took my hand. "Do you still want to join me? Squeeze my hand as tight as you can if you do. If not, pull your hand away from mine." I didn't respond for a moment, simply staring up at the ceiling as I tried to figure out what to do, then squeezed his hand with what little strength I had left in me. He leaned over me with a smile, pressing a kiss to my forehead, then rest. I closed my eyes, and I could hear the nurses run in as the heart monitor I was attached to started to flatline. The last thing I heard was one of the nurses asking where the man in black leather had gone. When I awoke, I was sitting in a young girl's room, no older than 8 or 9. I could hear the soft sobs coming from under the blanket, and quietly made my way over to the side of her bed, then knelt down and moved the blanket out of the way, gently running a hand through her long blonde hair. "What is you so upset, child?" The girl jumped and looked up at me, tears shining bright as they slid from her dark green eyes. She asked, wiping away the tears. I simply smiled as I wiped away the rest of her tears and replied the same way my own guardian had responded to me. "I'm nobody special, just someone you can call a friend. My name is Jacob, but you can call me Jake, if that makes you feel any better." Story 4. I first knew something was wrong when John didn't return before the first snow. I woke up and looked out the dull, pitted glass window to see white clinging to tree limbs and dusting the barn roof. The image of him smiling as he slung his rifle across his back came to me unbidden. "I'll be back before the first snow," he promised. "Might as well fill up the smokehouse before winter. Got to take care of the both of you." He laid a warm hand on my belly, and I had smiled while rolling my eyes. I had thought he worried too much about this winter. That spring would be the time that tried us most when the baby came. Looking at the snow, though I felt as if a cold fist had closed over my heart, the unquestioning faith I had in my husband suddenly seemed that much less stable. Days passed, and I kept as busy as possible. I saw to our livestock. I preserved some of the fruit from our garden. I darned socks and mended fences and knit and chopped firewood and checked our supplies again and again and again. No matter how I busied myself, though, I looked past the line of trees, willing him to return. Thoughts returned to me as I went about my chores, and even created new ones to busy my hands. When John suggested staking out a claim on the frontier, I'd been excited. It wasn't that I didn't like our life in the city, but there was adventure in my blood. My father had been a trader, and my memories of childhood were in traveling with him. John wanted a bit of land to call his own, to work and make his own way, and he practically split his face grinning when I was so enthusiastic about the suggestion. "I married a tough woman," he'd said proudly. "She's not afraid of anything." At the time, it'd been true. I took on each of the new hardships with ease, helping John as he built our cabin, and searched deep in the woods for logs to fell. I learned all the things a proper frontier wife should know to keep the farm working on my own. While he was off hunting or away, trading with the natives or in town, his plot was nearly a whole day's travel from town, and even then, the little village was hardly a match for the city where we met. I didn't care at the time. I liked the quiet. There was something about watching our cabin and farm grow and knowing that it was our achievement alone. We could take a trip into town every month or two and show off our crops, or buy some new amenity with pride. We were happy. The quiet and isolation I'd loved made things worse now. As the days passed and nights grew longer, I longed for something to occupy my thoughts other than the gnawing worry in my heart. I wasn't worried about myself, mind, or the baby. If I was in danger, I knew the way to the road, and always was a strong rider. Not only that, but if we didn't make it into town after a couple of months, I knew someone would come to check on us. I had food aplenty to last until then. But what of John? What of my husband? It had been weeks, and I was running out of excuses for why he hadn't come back yet. Maybe the snows came earlier than he anticipated and were slowing his progress, I thought as I knit next to the fire. Maybe game was harder to find than he expected, I reasoned, as I repaired a hole in the chicken coop. Maybe he'd fallen and injured himself. I began to fret as I shoveled a path between the cabin and the barn. Maybe I was now and forever alone. It was late at night that I first smelled it. It was a clear night with a full moon, and I awoke in the darkness of our cabin to the scent of fragrant wood smoke. My heart jumped in my chest, daring to believe my prayers had been answered as I ran to the window. I could see a shadow moving outside near the smokehouse, and when he turned, I felt the tears run down my cheeks. It was John. I wrapped myself in a shawl and ran outside in bare feet, heart racing, as I ignored the cold and ran to his side. I made such a racket in my enthusiasm that he heard me coming and shut the door to the smokehouse to greet me halfway across the yard. "Go back inside. It's too cold out here for you," he started to say. But I flung my arms around him nonetheless. Finally, I could rest. Finally, I could relax. I was still weeping and trying to tell him how worried I'd been as he walked me inside. He listened quietly as I spoke, moving slowly and sitting heavily in a chair while I lit the lantern. As I turned, I let out a shriek. The firelight showed his face ashen gray, his eyes dull. I put a hand quickly to his forehead, but he grabbed it gently before I could test to see if he was feverish. "It's all right," he said, his voice husky and tired. "I'm fine now. Just promise me you'll rest." His other hand reached out to grope at my belly, slightly larger than when he left, and his grip changed to hold me close. "We're together now," John said slowly. "Everything will be fine, wife." I was not so easily dissuaded. I wrapped him in furs and set him in front of the fire, despite his protests, and told him to warm himself while I prepared a bowl of hot soup for him. I set it in his hands, and he watched me go about my business, ignoring the food in his hands. "Go to sleep," he said heavily. "I'm fine, but you need rest. I've worried you with my absence." Grateful that he was back, that my fear was for nothing. I felt the exhaustion that came with relief. As I climbed into bed, I told him to eat and recover from his journey, but he simply watched me drift to sleep. When I awoke, John was already hard at work outside. I walked to the window and watched him at work, and the relief of last night washed over me again. It hadn't been some dream. He was really home. When I tried to join him outside, however, he sent me back with the short words, "You need to rest." My chest tightened slightly at his rejection as I returned inside and watched John chop wood and haul feed. I noticed his color was still off. His demeanor was tired and slow, and I worried that he wouldn't let me help with the chores. At first, I thought it was his concern over my worry at his absence. I tried to assure him over the next few days that I was fine, that I had tended to our homestead well enough on my own. With forced smiles and kind but firm words, he rejected my aid. His color didn't improve as the days passed. His face remained gray and tired with lines where there had been none before. He moved as if pained, slowly and deliberately, and his voice was low. He kept bundled up as if the warmth of the fire never reached him. His skin cold to the touch whenever I managed to lay a hand on it. I tried to warm him with furs and soup and offer him rest, but John was persistent. "You must rest, wife," he would say, reaching out to touch my belly with an almost longing look in his eye. My worries grew. About a week had passed before I realized something odd. Well, odder than John's apparent illness and refusal to let me tend to him. He spent most of his time outside working the farm by making preparations for winter. And the time he spent inside, he used to doze in his chair or fret over me. It was as he was chiding me for going outside to check the hens for eggs. "You have to stay warm, wife," he said, but the words seemed off to me. And then it struck me. John had not once called me by name since returning home from his hunting trip. Of course, I hadn't found it peculiar that he called me simply wife. John found it endearing from time to time. But as I searched through my memories of the past week, watching John add more meat to the smokehouse, I realized that he hadn't once spoken my name. The realization gripped my heart with fear in a way I hadn't felt before. Something was wrong. But what? With chores outside denied to me, I found myself with too much time and too little to occupy my thoughts. I busied myself as I could, cooking and cleaning and sewing, but John would interrupt me if he found my actions too strenuous for my condition. This was also new. He hadn't feared to leave me behind for the sake of my pregnancy before, had never commented on my desire to make this home as much mine as his. As I sat in front of the fire brooding, I searched for more differences between John as he was and John as he had returned. Some of the changes were quick to spring to mind. The cabin was quiet and seemed less warm since he returned. John's attitude had shifted from good-humored to somber, and he rarely spoke to me with the same affection as he once had. Not to say that he was unkind, but there was an intensity in the way he spoke. His care for my health had an urgency and desire to it that I couldn't explain. It was as if the idea of me was more important than I actually was. He spent more time outside, was constantly wrapped in heavy clothing. He insisted on watching me go to sleep at night. and he was awake before I was every day. Other things were smaller, an observation that seemed almost absurd before I started actively looking for clues. I found I couldn't remember him eating a full meal in front of me since his return. This concerned me greatly, because eating properly is the key to getting well again. When I told John I was worried, he would make a show of holding a bowl at night, but the only times I saw him eat was when he pulled bits of meat out of the stew I'd made. One morning, I woke up to the smell of roasting pork inside the cabin. I opened my eyes and saw John's back to me as he held a haunch of meat to the fire. The smell made me sick, and I spent the rest of the day ill in bed. I asked him what it was, since it definitely didn't seem like venison. John was quiet. Then he told me he'd killed a boar in the woods when he was off hunting. The words were matter of fact, but he paused for a while before answering. And later, as I drifted off to sleep, I heard him gnawing hungrily at the bone, as if he hadn't eaten in days. The sound turned my stomach, and the smell of meat mingled with his unwashed clothes in a sickeningly sour stench. It occurred to me then that I hadn't seen him disrobe or change his clothes since returning. In spite of all the heavy lifting he'd been doing in sweat, he surely must be shedding. The next morning I woke to find the meat was gone, and John was back at work in the barn. I couldn't bear the change between us. I tried to make conversation, to bring back some semblance of brightness that our cabin once possessed. He never strayed far, yet I never felt so lonely. His gestures of affection felt clumsy and unsettling as he reached out to touch my belly or stroke my hair. And he only called me wife. I can't stress how unnerving that was. My mind was searching for a cause for his change in a way that made sense and didn't beggar belief. Yet I could come up with no answer that agreed with reason. It was odd, I told myself, but it wasn't bad. I still had hope. I tried to talk about the future, to plan for the baby. When he remained silent after I asked for suggestions for the baby's name, I suggested he look through the family Bible for relatives to honor. He stared at me blankly a moment before I pointed to the shelf where it rested. He stood slowly. I turned to tend to the beans on the stove, and suddenly there was a crashing noise and howl of pain. I shrieked in alarm, turning to see the shelf on its side and John clutching his hand before brushing past me into the cold night with a slam of the door. I waited in silence, afraid for John and yet afraid of him as well. He was hurt, yet I hesitated to go after him. I stared at the bookshelf on its side, the papers and books strewn on the floor, and the Bible laying open, its gilded pages gleaming in the firelight. I wanted to set things straight, put the books back in order, restore the Bible to its rightful place. But I was afraid. What had happened to John? What would he say if he saw me setting it right? It seemed an age, but finally I moved to the window to look for John. Light snow was falling, and I saw his footprints in the snow leading to the smokehouse. Apart from the crackling fire behind me, there was only silence. It was then that I began to let a truth inside of me that I had been rejecting since the night I woke up to the smell of wood smoke. There was something terribly wrong with John. Something unnatural and dangerous. Once I realized that, I quickly bent to right the shelf and set the books back. I didn't know what had happened, but I wanted the Bible where it was supposed to be. I'd eaten and climbed into bed when John returned. I called out to him with concern, and his voice replied in a wooden tone that he'd knocked the shelf onto his foot and needed snow, but he held his hand at an awkward angle. The answer wasn't a surprise to me, so I smiled at him and told him to be more careful. "I will," he said quietly. "Just rest." He sat heavily in his chair, and I shut my eyes as if falling asleep. In truth, it took all my concentration to even my breathing and play the part of sleeping wife convincingly. My mind was racing. I needed answers, and I needed to plan. The moon was high in the window when I chanced opening an eye again. John's head was bent low over his chest, his shoulders rising and falling in even rhythm. I stayed still, watching him in silence for a moment, observing his appearance for the slightest sign of what could possibly be wrong. Still, His skin was pallid gray, wrinkled, and sagging in places. He seemed to have aged years in the past few weeks. The smell was growing, too. It was more than unwashed clothes and skin, though. It smelled fuller. I hadn't mentioned the scent to John other than to offer a change of clothes, but he had kept his distance all the same since returning. And still he wore the clothes he had worn on the hunt. Still he bundled himself up. I took a deep breath, and still John didn't move. I had never felt him climb into bed with me, but I had seen him dozing in his chair since his return. Convinced he was asleep, I carefully slid from under the quilts and stepped across the floorboards to the window. The snow had stopped, and the moon was bright, just as it had been the night of his return. I chanced to look back at John, but he was still and silent. His boots stood by the door, and I slipped my feet into them and tied them as tightly as I could. If he found the footprints in the snow, they would be the size of his feet, not mine. I wrinkled my nose in disgust at the sour smell, but some burning need was pulsing through me. I had to see with my own eyes what John was keeping from me. I wrapped myself in a woolen shawl and stepped outside in naught but my nightgown, long underwear, and John's boots. I took a deep breath as I stepped delicately across the new snow, trying hard to avoid making too much noise. The air was still, and I held my breath as I crossed the yard to the animal pen and barn. Carefully I pulled the door open, and a horrid stench rushed to greet me. I held a hand over my mouth as I peered inside. The livestock crowded the far corner of the barn as if terrified of me. The horse shrieked at the movement of the door, but quieted when I entered, almost as if with relief. I gagged at the scent of dung and urine and shut the door quietly to keep myself quiet. It hadn't been mucked out, I realized. What was John doing out here? I saw hay haphazardly strewn inside, but the quivering animals looked thin. Stepping away from the barn, I checked the chicken coop. It was in an equal state of disarray. Bloody feathers were strewn about, and I saw a hole in the fence. A rotting egg lost somewhere made the air heavy with the scent of decay. At the far end of the clearing that marked our homestead was the smokehouse, sending wisps of smoke into the still night. The scent of burning wood lingered on the cold air, and I remembered how John had intercepted me before I'd reached him the night of his return. It had been the first time he tried to keep me from something. I moved as though in a daze, fearing each step I took, yet resolutely walking further. As I did, the smell of meat mingled with the smoke, and I grit my teeth against the feeling of illness that rose in my chest. As I opened the door carefully, my eyes did not register what I saw at first: the flickering embers that slowly burned the wood in the center of the small room, the hanging haunches of meat that smelled strongly of salt and smoke, and the soot stains along the wall were familiar and normal, as opposed to the disarray of feet, barn, and coop. As my eyes scanned the corners of the smokehouse, I finally saw the fingernails, torn and bloody. They lay on the ground, forgotten, as if dropped carelessly. Slowly I looked up, and suddenly the haunches of meat took form into recognizable shapes, and I held my hand over my mouth to stop myself from retching and screaming. Without skin, cleaned and prepared and salted, I saw the torso and arms and legs of what smelled like pork, but could only be human. Time seemed to stop as I stared, the muscles seeming so much more obvious than before. Thoughts whirled through my head in silent horror, questions that leaped to mind and imagined answers that only made me sicker with terror. Finally, I shut the door and leaned against it, breathing in cold air as I struggled to make sense. I was right. Something was terribly wrong. My unborn child and I were not safe here. First, I had to know how bad it was. The fear that John had hunted human was too much to bear, and I slowly turned and opened the door again. I counted possible limbs and torsos, and to my great relief, I could only see 2 possible thighs, 2 arms, and 1 torso. The rest were sides of meat too large or easily recognizable. The rest were sides of meat too large or easily recognizable. The relief fled quickly as I suddenly realized his skin was gray and loose, I thought. His hands and feet were always covered. He never washed his clothes. And he stank more and more each day. It dawned on me that I was never reunited with John until this moment. The thing that wore his face never called me by name because it didn't know my name. Story 5. It was supposed to be such an uneventful day, but overhead the clouds churned and plodded. Rebecca Madison saw and heard the roaring of the wind against her car, but she didn't care. It was warm inside. So what did the fierce cold outside have to do with her? It didn't matter. There were only two things that mattered to Rebecca at that moment. The first was the clock and the numbers on it. 7:46 it read. It was 7:46 on a Monday morning, and she needed to be at her desk at SMC, the pneumatics manufacturer, by 8:0. Her drive had another 15 minutes to go, at least, and that was hoping against all odds that she could hit every green light. She knew that wouldn't happen, but she didn't worry about it just yet. She was still far in the country. The road before and behind her was empty. She pushed the speedometer from 65 to 70 miles. She worked relations. Not glamorous, but it was all she had, and she was damn good at it. Lately, however, she'd been pushing her luck. She'd made arriving late a bad habit. Well, it's easy when it's never noticed. It wasn't consistent, not every day, but at least twice a week she slipped in under the bell. The game had changed when her supervisor noticed, and since their little talk last week, everything got more complicated. Everything was too complicated as of late. Now it was thanks majorly to her other concern back home, her mother. Rebecca had never married. She lived alone for many years, and that was perfect. She thought it would be no hassle at all when she asked her mother to move in with her. It had been right after her father died, and she couldn't bear the thought of her mother alone. No home besides hers would do. As the years went by, she started to wonder if it had been worth it. Her mother, nearing an impressive 95 years of age come next April, was still a very smart woman. Rebecca saw that every morning. The only issue was that her mother could no longer retain that spark. Her mother had fallen prey to sundowner syndrome. Every morning her mother was still the woman she remembered, sans the folds in her face. But come night the very sight of her was more than disheartening. It was nearly unbearable. Rebecca didn't want to use the word, but it was an annoyance. That's why Rebecca always ran so late. She enjoyed seeing her mother in the morning, dreading the state she'd come home to find her in. And there was so much to manage. She had to lock doors and hide keys so she wouldn't wander outside. There were so many medications. She had to help her to the bathroom and get her dressed. She'd promised her she'd never put her in a home. And now that promise was more solidified than ever. Rebecca knew that she would never see her mom in the mornings again if she was to do that. It was hard, but Rebecca and her mother did their best. She was determined to do so for as long as they had left. The thought came to her that morning, as it did every morning. She should call her mother, talk to her just for a little bit longer before the day ruined her. That's all she'd need. Her mother didn't need to be physically strong to help lift the weight of depression from her shoulders. But, as she reached for her purse, she realized that her phone had never left the bedside that morning. It had been neglected in her panic to get out the door. It made her eyes tear up with frustration, rather than sadness. All she could do was sit in the white noise of the radio and watch the endless fields of dead corn roll by. She pushed the speedometer again, up to 75, and the radio came to the forefront of her mind. Her ear clung to it out of the blue, but honestly, she didn't hear it. Still are unsure of the scope of the event. All that's known at this time is that the Chinese government has declared a state of national emergency. At the moment, China has released no official details of the events that have transpired over the last 24 hours, and they have ignored all of the UN's offers to assist them. No sources yet have been able to confirm any further details, as communication with the troubled nation has grown difficult, with many intelligence satellites showing major power outages within the nation's borders. An abundance of rumors, however, have started circulating around that stretch from incredibly believable to the utterly improbable. While the intelligence community has flat out denied a majority of these rumors, it's hard not to notice that a lot of them sound incredibly similar to ones that started circulating just last week about Somalia, where Rebecca turned the radio from M to FM. She was in no mood for news that morning. She preferred music. She allowed herself to get lost in it. The country song fit her surroundings like a puzzle piece. A silo grew closer on her right-hand side, a picturesque farmhouse nestled right beside it, and on the left she spotted an older blue Ford pickup coming towards her, carrying a horse trailer. The sights of Ohio, she felt much younger, and that's all she wanted. The moment was so perfect that it had perfectly distracted her from the red raccoon-sized mass that landed on the road ahead. With a bang, her tire was shredded. Only once before had Rebecca felt a tire blow, and she'd been 7 at the time. Her father was at the wheel. She remembered how calmly he'd handled it. He gritted his teeth and willed the truck to stay on the road. He'd tensed up, but he'd handled it expertly. That's the only way he could do things. She wished he'd passed that on to her. She screamed, and instinctively she jerked the wheel to the right. The car skidded and hit gravel. She overcorrected again, just barely managing to save her car from sliding into the ditch that hugged the side of the road. The car skidded into the oncoming lane, spinning to face the way she'd just come from as she slammed on the brakes. She gritted her teeth, expecting more, but mercifully her car came to stop without further incident. Everything came to a stop except for her heart. It was pounding faster than it had in nearly 5 years. She remembered the truck, but about 10 seconds too late had it still been an issue. Fortunately, it was no longer an issue. The man driving the truck had managed to stop about 2 car lengths away. He was already on foot, and he was almost to her door. The knock of his knuckle on the glass brought her back to reality. "Hey, miss," he asked. "Concerned? You all right?" She eyed the older man. He was as thin as a twig, with a bushy mustache and a sun-dried face. His eyes squinted down at her as she nodded her head in affirmation. He nodded his back. "My phone's in the truck. Hold tight. I'll be right back." With that, he turned and hustled back to his truck's cab. As he searched, she relieved herself of her seatbelt. She felt like she'd been punched in the chest by a gorilla. Her head was heavy. She realized she was dizzy as she took that first step out of the car. It was like she was walking on jelly. Gripping the door with white knuckles, she fought against the fierce wind, threatened to at least knock her on her ass, if not carry her away altogether. She closed her eyes, held on, and took several deep breaths. It would have helped her calm down a great deal had the old farmer not accidentally startled her when he returned. He must have seen it in her eyes because he quickly apologized. "Sorry. You sure you're okay?" "Yes," she said, trying to convince herself more than him. "I'm fine." "Are you okay? I'm so sorry. Did I spook your horses?" "I stopped in plenty of time, miss, and there's an empty trailer. Horses are about 10 miles down the road." "It's okay." "Your tire blow out?" She wasn't too sure. Everything was still spinning. "I think so." "Damn. I hope not, though. I don't have a spare." "It's okay, miss." The farmer chuckled as he put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Everything's gonna be just fine. Let's go check out the damage." He was very kind to her. The farmer cautiously and supportively guided her by the arm, making sure to correct her every sway. They took their time as they moved around the front of the car. Sure enough, when they reached the right front wheel, there was almost nothing left on the rim. The rubber had been shredded. It looked like she'd driven it over a field of razor wire. Huh? The farmer said, "Yep. Your tire's seen some better days, I reckon." Shaking her head in disbelief, Rebecca felt like vomiting. The wind continued to assault her face with a frigid, ungodly cold. The farmer didn't seem to mind it as much. His focus was back down the road, towards the rest of her tire. "We should go clear that from the road," he said. She begrudgingly went along. It had nothing to do with him. She just wanted to be inside the warm embrace of her car's heater again. The damn marshmallow of a coat she was wearing didn't do a thing to help. She took out the fuzzy black gloves she kept in her pocket and slipped them over her hands. The warmth didn't come fast enough for comfort. Comfort was knowing that now she had an excuse for being late. That should have taken a load off. But she realized she'd have to prove it. A situation made difficult by her lack of phone. "Hey, thanks for your help, mister." But she intentionally trailed off, hoping he'd fill in the blank. "Sanders," he replied. "Phil Sanders. It's absolutely no problem at all. Miss Madison." "Rebecca Madison," she said, shivering. "Does your phone have a camera on it by chance?" He eyed her and smirked. He held up a black smartphone. "Just 'cause I'm old doesn't mean that I don't." "Sorry," she interjected, chuckling with him. "I didn't mean anything by it. Just giving you a hard time, miss. What about the camera?" "Well, I left my phone at home." Another wind struck her and shook her. "I was wondering if you could help me out and take some pictures. You know, for the boss, mainly." "I hear ya. I think we'll be able to come to an agreement." They were almost at the remains of her tire. The tattered remains sat about 50 yards away from where her gray Civic had stopped. The rubber had peeled right off her rim, the tread still face down, and the torn strands of rubber curled upwards, like a flower petal. "Hey, looks like it stuck the landing," Phil said, eyeing the rubber. He bent downwards and gripped either side of the strip. He tried to stand up with it, but he couldn't lift it. Both ends came up, but the middle held fast to the road like it was glued there. With a huff, he tried again. "What in the world?" he asked on the third try, grunting hard. He scoffed. "Holy crap, what did you hit?" "I have no idea," Rebecca said, hugging her chest. "I didn't see anything. 1 second the tire was there, and then the next it wasn't." She hesitated on the last word as Phil tried for a fourth time, because she saw something under the rubber. She only got a peek, but she could see that it was red. "Hold on," she said. "It looks like it's stuck on something." "Stuck? What do you mean stuck?" "On what?" "Superglue." He chuckled. Rebecca looked every which way, checking for traffic. With the coast still clear, she urged Mr. Sanders to try again. When he did so, she saw the red mass again. It looked like a giant piece of bubble gum at first. She was dumbfounded, and she got on her knees. It stuck on something gooey. "Gooey, you say?" Phil put the rubber back down and got on his knees with Rebecca. He shined his phone's flashlight under the rubber. There certainly was a gooey mass stuck to the tire. It was wet and rank. The wind carried its stench right into Rebecca's nose, and the vomit she'd been holding down almost came. The smell was thick and hot. It was the smell of rot. "Looks like you hit a raccoon or something," Phil said, backing away. "A fresh one, too." "That's weird, though, with the tire. I don't know why it's stuck to him." "Never seen anything like it before." "I haven't either," she said, her right hand clasped over her mouth. "I didn't see any fur on it. It just looked like meat." "Yeah, if you hit them hard enough, that's what they'll look like. I'm going to go ahead and call the state boys in real fast. We're going to need somebody a little younger than both of us to take care of this mess, if you know what I mean." With a smile, he escorted her back to her car. He continued talking as he dialed on his phone. I also think we should get some EMTs out here and check on you. No, thank you. I'm fine, she said, grinning to assure him. She didn't want the hassle. I think the state boys will want it too. Might as well just ask now and get everyone here at once, he said, trying to coax her. Maybe, but I'm telling you I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. You want to make the call? He offered. I'll let you decide. I don't want to speak for you, one way or another. He smiled and handed her the phone, which she took hesitantly. Thank you, she said as she took the phone. It's no problem. Now, let's see what we can do about that tire first. I think I may have a jack in my... His question was cut off by a loud thud that came from her car. On her now dented hood sat a large, bulbous mass the size of a college textbook. Whatever it was held the same consistency as the thing she had hit with her tire. Given a clearer look at it, it looked as though it had been chewed up and spat out. Rebecca looked up and saw nothing but clouds. She didn't know what she expected to see, but she had hope for some clue. The thing didn't just fall out of the sky. It couldn't have. What in God's name? Phil asked, moving towards it. He could only get so close before he had to pull his undershirt up over his nose. Was that there before? Rebecca asked, trying to rationalize the blob's presence. I don't think so. I think it just fell onto your car. But where did it come from? God, it reeks. Step by step, Rebecca brought herself closer to the appalling mass. Her stomach churned faster than the angry clouds above. Whatever it was, whatever it used to be, there was no evidence of it now. It resembled nothing natural that she could think of. It was just a figureless blob. A red stream of liquid ran off it, slowly dripping down the hood of the car. She pushed the notion that it could be blood from her head. Blood from what? From what? That wasn't meat, was it? The only part that wasn't blood red stuck out of the top like a spine. It was small, white. And whereas the rest of the mass seemed soft to the touch, this part was obviously solid. When she got closer, Rebecca saw that it split into two white prongs. Rebecca took a step back when her mind gave the protrusion a name. Is that a tooth? She asked. Even though she was confident in her assessment, she didn't know what the blob was, but the protrusion was very obviously the root of a tooth, possibly a human tooth. Phil didn't have a chance to answer before Rebecca finally let loose her stomach on the black asphalt. She proceeded to collapse beside it, her head spinning and pounding. It can't be, Phil said, his voice shockingly less playful than it had been. That's not... There was another thud. This time, however, it came from the fields. It was accompanied by a sickening crunch. Rebecca didn't want to see it, but she did. Dead stalks were flung into the air above it. Then, before the stalks settled, another blob dropped beside it amongst the husks of corn. Pieces of corn stalk stuck to its sides and held fast. The mass rolled and jiggled, recovering from the force of the impact. More followed. Another piece fell behind them this time. It struck nearly 200 yards from the road. Before that one had even settled, another one hit the road behind Phil's truck. Rebecca had watched as that piece fell straight down from the sky above. No arch. It hadn't been chucked. It had been dropped. Another piece reached the row of barren trees beyond the fields to her left. The weight of the blob snapped the higher branches. She couldn't see where it landed, if it had landed at all. One struck the top of the silo, causing it to ring loudly, the sound echoing inside the structure. The piece stayed there, holding to the top of the silo's dome with ease. It had stuck like glue. Rebecca looked up to the sky, overhead as the clouds swirled and fought. The blobs fell from somewhere beyond them. They started as black ink drops against the gray skyline. But as they plummeted, they took on color and grew into the disgusting blobs that now littered the landscape. All around them, the drops came faster and faster. The horror of it all struck Rebecca as a piece fell not 1 yard from her hand. A warm red liquid splattered across her face. The sky was raining flesh. Get up, Phil said, also looking to the sky with caution and disgust. He turned back to Rebecca. Miss Madison, please get up now. You need to get in your car before, as if out of pure cosmic irony, a large chunk of flesh, almost the size of a pillow, struck Mr. Sanders on his right shoulder. The impact yanked him towards the ground, but he took the hit. He miraculously managed to stay on his feet. That didn't stop him from screaming. Oh my God, Rebecca exclaimed, quickly getting to her feet and rushing over to his side. The thing was still stuck to his arm. The unholy thing had molded itself around his shoulder and arm. It formed a grotesque cast, pinning his arm to his side. Extensions from the impact had splattered out to stick to his face and chest. He wheezed in pain. I think it broke my damn shoulder. Ah, get it off, please. Get it off, he begged her. Yeah, hold on, Rebecca said, watching the sky. With every second, the rain of flesh fell faster, heavier. With every second, she felt increasingly uncomfortable, increasingly terrified that the next one would strike her next atop her head. She pictured it wrapping around her face and smothering her in rotted darkness. She turned her attention to the injured old man. Putting Mr. Sanders' phone into her pocket, she reached slowly for the disgusting mass stuck like a leech to his shoulder. She forced her gloved hands onto the thing, and she gripped it tight. As she did so, her fingers slowly started to sink inwards. She winced as an unwelcome warmth soaked into her gloves. Mr. Sanders brought his other hand up to help. It sunk in deep. She took a deep breath, inhaling an unfortunate amount of stench, and gave it a good pull. She managed to yank Mr. Sanders forward, but the mass didn't budge. It was stuck to him like glue. With another tug, she realized her hands were stuck there too. Harder, Phil pleaded through the pain. Pull it harder. My hands, Rebecca said, panicked. My hands are stuck. Just once she tried to wiggle her fingers free, but they were stuck inside the blob. She tried again, downwards this time. She pulled with all she had, but all she did was pull Mr. Sanders off his feet. He struck the asphalt hard, and she nearly came with him. They had accomplished nothing. Mr. Sanders grimaced, and tears started to flow down his face as she pulled him back up. Rebecca saw that it wasn't working, so she set about trying to free herself. She didn't want to, but her survival instincts were in full gear. They couldn't waste another second outside. She struggled, twisted, and pulled, but the revolting thing was held faster than anything she'd ever seen. She tried pulling with her left hand, and she pushed with her right. Her left glove gave, and part of her hand came free. She realized she could pull her hands out of her gloves. Please, try again, Mr. Sanders begged pitifully. He could barely keep his eyes open. His shoulder was dislocated at the very least, and she knew it. There was nothing she could do alone to pull that mass off his arm. All that mattered now, for both of them, was that they find cover. Quickly, she fought against the gloves to free her hands. The pounding of the rains grew faster and heavier. Another piece hit her car, right on the top of the cab. 3 struck Mr. Sanders' truck. All of them were far too close for comfort. Mr. Sanders didn't realize what Rebecca was doing, until it was too late. No, he said, shaking his head. No, he said, shaking his head. No, please don't. Please. Try again, please. It stings. It stings. She ripped her hands free of the gloves with a grunt just as a chunk smacked against her windshield. It was the size of a car tire. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do right now. We need to get to cover. Get back to your truck. Stay there until this is over. She didn't hesitate to turn around and open her door, but Mr. Sanders could only stumble backwards. With a limp, he started to pull himself towards his truck. Groaning, he watched the sky through his watery eyes. Scared, Rebecca slammed her door shut just as another pounding thud came from the roof. She yelped, and she fumbled for her keys. They were in her pocket. That was good, but then she felt something else. A phone. Mr. Sanders' phone. She pulled it out and looked out her rearview mirror. Outside, everything was consumed by a downpour of flesh, and there was Mr. Sanders limping through. It was by the grace of God that Mr. Sanders got as far as he did. He almost managed to reach the door of his truck. He could have touched it. A smaller drop of flesh, the size of a book, hit his left foot and glued it to the spot. Rebecca could only watch as he stumbled and fell hard to the ground. On his front, he could only lie there at the mercy of the sky above. Rebecca tried to see him out her rear window, but so many drops had accumulated there, it was impossible. She could only watch the terrible scene unfold in her side mirror. He looked hopeless. The pounding of the rain drowned out any sound, but she saw his head moving. He was yelling for help. A large chunk of flesh struck his back, breaking it. Another pinned his leg. All the while, Rebecca never moved. She was safe, and her fear kept her rooted in that seat. Had a glob not swallowed her mirror first, she would have witnessed another drop strike him right on the back of his head, delivering his face quickly into the asphalt below. It was an accidental mercy. She started to hyperventilate. She had no idea what to do. The rain outside just kept coming and coming. In reality, the rain only lasted a few minutes, but it seemed so much longer. It seemed like it stretched on for hours on end. For that seeming stretch of forever, all Rebecca could do was scream. She moved to the back seat, away from her cracking windshield, and brought her legs in close to her chest. She hugged herself as the heavy rain fell over her, consumed her. Soon, the drops would cover every inch of her car and its windows. They ate the light. She was left alone in darkness. Long after the barrage outside had ceased, Rebecca cried in darkness. Thankfully, the windows had held back the physical barrage, but they could not hold back the stench that had flooded inside almost instantly. It had threatened to suffocate her then. She didn't even notice it anymore. Eventually, Rebecca was able to move her arms and her feet and her legs, but she didn't want to. The car had protected her, but Rebecca still felt unequivocally surrounded, like a child under their sheets. She didn't want to let one single limb hang free. The monsters might get it. The darkness wasn't total. A dim glow precipitated between the masses outside. Red light managed to leak through the edges of the blobs where pieces met. The jagged lines covered her car like lightning. It did her no good. Not nearly enough light could seep through to offer her any illumination. When she couldn't handle the weight of the darkness anymore, she reached for Mr. Sanders' phone, which lay face down on the center console. She fumbled for it and accidentally knocked it to the floor. Light flooded out from within. It was blinding, but welcome. After giving her eyes time to adjust, she searched for the flashlight. She was so thankful that the phone had stayed unlocked. She found it, and the entire car was illuminated. She wasn't ready for what she saw. A claustrophobic paralysis found her as she beheld the things stuck to her car. Pressed tightly against the glass, the things seemed to embrace her. Most of the glass had held, except for her rear window. It had nearly shattered, but every crack and shard was held fast in place by the revolting masses. They didn't move. They hugged her car in silent stillness. Rebecca recalled the tale of Jonah and whale, and she imagined this was how Jonah felt. She had been swallowed alive. She needed to get out. She flipped over. She hesitated to reach for the door handle. She didn't want to get any closer to those things than she needed to. She pulled, and when she heard the click, she pushed. Her whole body pressed up against the door. Her face met the window, but the door didn't budge. The masses outside held the door like glue. They fought against her. It was like trying to move a mountain. Rebecca screamed in protest. She couldn't be trapped in here. No, not in here. Panicking, she shoved again. She threw her weight into that door time and time again, but it didn't move. It couldn't. She might as well have been trying to beat her way through a concrete wall after trying every single door. she found that they all held firm. She was truly trapped, and calling for help wasn't an option. She'd tried 3 times to dial 911 on Phil's phone. No matter where she was in the car, she couldn't get any signal. The mass had drowned out the light, and any hope she had of contacting the outside world. It seemed the car was shrinking by the second. In frustration, she lashed out with her feet. She aimed at the window, hoping maybe it would break. Hopefully the things would fall off instead of in. If they stuck without the window, she decided she'd cut her way out. One of the shards had to have been sharp enough. With a determined, forceful thrust, she brought her heel to the window. The only thing she almost managed to break was her leg as she hyperextended her knee. The pain returned her to her previously curled state. She began to cry and plead for someone to help her. Her instincts told her that if she screamed, then somebody would hear. Somebody would come along. Help would come. Her heart told her that was a lie. And it was, for a while. Soon, she grew exhausted, and her voice grew hoarse. Not a single sound came from outside her car. The wind had ceased with the rain long ago, and there had been nothing since. No birds, no cars, no people. That silence allowed the small crunch outside to be amplified, nearly tenfold. She froze and listened. She thought it had to be her imagination. But as another crunch came, and then another, she realized it was real. It was like the sound of someone stepping on dry leaves. Something was definitely moving outside. The crunching approached her car, and she heard him speak. "Hello?" The voice was older and haggard. It sounded muffled through the blobs. "Is anyone in there?" He didn't have to ask her twice. "Yes," she screamed, flying to the window. "Yes, please. Help me, please. I can't get out, please." The man came closer to the car. He stopped just outside. "You're covered. This stuff's almost impossible to move. It holds fast. Give me a minute. It's starting to dry now. It's starting to dry now. I have some tools at my house. I'll be right back." Rebecca smiled and thanked God. He must have lived in that home next to the silo. It was all okay. "Yes, please, thank you," she said, almost all at once. The crunches returned, faster, as the man turned away. Relieved, she knew it would be over soon. Again, the day sought to destroy her expectations. Then the crunching stopped. Rebecca put her ear to the window, trying to listen. The glass was uncomfortably warm against her face. There was nothing but the roar of her own blood in her ears. Then, a moan. That moan continued for several seconds before it evolved into a short gag. A gasp. Something had happened to the man. He must have only been 4 or 5 yards from the car. He cursed and grunted. There was a louder crunch that was followed by silence. That silent moment hung on the air, and Rebecca pushed harder against the window. She whispered a single "hello" under her breath. Then the moment was shattered by his scream. Rebecca pulled her face from the window as if she'd been burned. "What?" she asked, panicked. "What happened? Are you okay? Hey, okay?" She was clueless. Had the man fallen? She was clueless. Had the man fallen? Maybe he'd rolled his ankle and fallen, but could that cause him so much pain? His scream was primal, like a wounded animal, and it ended for a moment. It was just long enough for the man to take a quick breath. And then he continued, the yell increasing in volume and pitch. "What?" she pleaded. "What is it? Please, tell me, are you okay? Talk to me. Talk to me." He did, in a raspy, shrill, and pained voice. "Stay in the car." It sounded like he choked on the last syllable as a ghastly, gurgled yell came from his lips. Through his pained cries, Rebecca could only make out so much of what happened next. Day. Growing. I feel it. Don't. Out of that car. No, she couldn't let him leave her. She wouldn't be alone again. Hey, get up. What's happening? Sir? Sir! With a determined fury, she brought her hand and the butt of the phone to the window pane. That's when it moved. Almost in perfect sync with her motion, one of the blobs that had embraced her window stirred. The light showed her every gruesome second. The movement was small. A tiny, half-dollar sized section on the bottom split in two and peeled itself apart. It was unexpected enough to send Rebecca stumbling backwards. At first, it had startled her. Then, it revolted her. The small section that split open revealed a new structure below it. Small, round, and moving. Rebecca realized she was looking at an eyeball. A seemingly human eyeball. The thing had opened an eye and was peering into the car through a cloudy blue iris. It searched about for just a moment before it locked its gaze right on her. No, Rebecca said, as if saying it would change her reality. Horrified, she couldn't break away from the unexpected and unwelcome staring contest. The eye held its gaze, and then it blinked. Rebecca wondered what it was thinking. This thing made of flesh and blood. She couldn't resist. Its dead stare offered no clues. Could it think at all? Why was it staring at her? Why had any of it happened? Then, out of the corner of her eye, and at the farthest edge of the light's reach, she saw it. Another eye had emerged from beneath the pulpy masses. When she shined the light on it, she saw that it, too, was looking directly at her. It didn't seem possible that it could see her. Once brown, the cornea now wore a red gash across its surface, straight through its pupil. Despite that injury, however, it followed her perfectly, no matter where in the car she moved. Both of the eyes followed her. Before long, they were everywhere. Every single piece of flesh that had fallen from the sky and stuck to her car eventually opened an eye, a singular eye, and they all stared down at her. She no longer felt alone. Instead, she felt like a trapped animal, a fox in a trap. The hunters didn't need to make a move. They only needed to watch and wait. She was their prey. Rebecca dropped the phone, and the light died. The car was cast into near total darkness once more. The darkness might have been comforting, had she not been so perfectly sure that those eyes still watched her. She knew the darkness couldn't protect her. How long must have passed inside that car? Rebecca was unsure if she had blacked out, or if time had simply slipped her by. But when she regained some semblance of sanity, it was late in the afternoon. The phone, its battery now at a measly 15%, showed the time was 4:55. Rebecca should have been home. But instead, she was lost, trapped. She needed to be with her mother. It may have been that realization that brought motion back to Rebecca's body. From seat to seat, and corner to corner, she scrambled. The phone's energy fell. The clock ticked, but the bars wouldn't return. She couldn't find a goddamn signal. Cautiously, she tilted the screen of her phone to the window. Some light reflected off, but just enough was able to illuminate some of the flesh beyond. To her relief, the eyes were closed. She made sure to check all of them. Part of her wondered if the eyes had simply been a product of her paranoia. The blobs had reverted to being shapeless, featureless masses, and that was better. With luck, those eyes had never existed at all. She wondered if that man outside had been real. Ever since she'd let the darkness retake her, not a single sound besides her own breathing had come along. The unnatural, deathly silence had been heavier than the shadows around her. She still was utterly clueless to what had happened outside and what the world looked like. How widespread was the rain? Help still hadn't reached her yet, and she was doubtful any ever would. Maybe she had been quarantined. Surprisingly, she found that idea reassuring. In that case, it meant that at least people were still out there, and she'd be taken care of eventually. The alternative was far worse. Was it even possible the rain was a widespread epidemic? Had it covered the whole country? The world? Rebecca shivered as she remembered China. Something had happened in China and Somalia. Had the rains hit there too? She cursed herself for turning the radio. Was she alone? Really and truly alone? She'd hoped people were still outside. But what if they'd all suffered as that stranger had? Maybe the car had protected her, her savior and her captor. She was trapped in her own racing thoughts. Those things brought back memories of her youth. Specifically, she recalled the day her dad hit that poor cat. They were in their old Fun 50, and the sun was so bright. A fat gray cat had just run out onto the road. It was like it had been waiting for the truck. It couldn't have timed it any better. She still remembered how it felt. The bump as the front wheel struck it, and the bump as the rear wheel finished it. Her dad told her not to look. He had pulled the truck over so he could go check on it. Rebecca disobeyed and looked out the back window. All she wanted was a quick peek to make sure the cat was okay. She paid for her morbid curiosity. She recalled Mr. Sanders' words from just a few hours earlier as she remembered the terrible scene. Aside from its craned head and open eyes, nothing on it resembled a cat anymore. It hit it so hard that it was more red than gray. It was no longer an animal, just meat. You hit them hard enough, that's what they'll look like. They were all meat, so that's what they had to be. Flesh. That seemed the most logical assumption, but so impossible at the same time. She couldn't bring herself to accept that. Flesh of what? How could flesh rain from the sky? It had to come from somewhere, didn't it? She shut that thought, that word, away. It sickened her. She thought of those eyes, those very human eyes. Another thought came into being. It took hold like a cancer in her head. The question came. Had those things once, perhaps, been people? No, they weren't. It was too much. That was so much death, so much flesh. It was impossible in every sense, in every meaning. Where would they get all those people? It had to have been millions and millions of people murdered. There are millions in China, she thought. Maybe something worse than rain happened in China. No, she told herself. Stop it. Her thoughts obeyed, trailing off like a bad note. It didn't matter now. She hadn't paid attention. She'd been worried about her own problems. What good did it do her to wonder? Who cares where they came from? Who cares if they're people? She gagged. All that she needed to do was escape. Her mother still needed to do. Sweat rolled down her face. Sweat rolled down her face. The temperature had to be only 30 degrees Fahrenheit outside, yet the car was steadily heating up. Those things were doing it. She was sure. They were warm, and the warmth they emitted was conducted directly into the car. Shedding her coat and sweater, she fanned herself with her white, sweat-soaked undershirt. Rebecca wondered how long it would take for them to cook her alive, if that was possible. Death by rank flesh heat, as she decided to call it, wasn't an option for her. Placing the phone on the center console, she moved to the driver's seat. She didn't like it. Those pulpous things were far too close when she sat there. But if she let herself roast any longer, she wouldn't get to live to regret it. Back at the wheel, she couldn't help but think about driving away. It wasn't a possibility, just a fantasy with those blobs. The packed windshield blocked her sight, and they also probably held her tires to the ground. She'd never move. and she'd never get anywhere, wondering if perhaps the noise would agitate the things. Rebecca saw their eyes in her mind. It had been hours since then, and the eyes hadn't returned. Assured that if they wanted to hurt her, they would have done so already, Rebecca started the car. The engine turned twice and started. More heat leaked out from the vents in moist, heavy waves. She gagged as the fresh stench overloaded her nose. It would take a moment for the AC to turn on. The radio was as silent as she knew it would be. While she waited, she tried, out of curiosity, to drive. Switching into gear, she eased down onto the gas pedal. The engine picked up in pitch, but the wheels did nothing but flinch. It felt as though she was trying to drive over a curb. She fed it more gas, as she figured the car wouldn't move an inch. She cursed the damned wheels and her damned life. The groan came from above her. It wasn't guttural. It wasn't those things. It was her car. The roof of her car was caving in. Something was pressing down on it. On the windows, she saw them twitch. The masses were moving now, reacting. It was the car. It had to have been. She'd accidentally woken them up. Cursing her careless mistake, Rebecca yanked the key from the console. The car fell silent, but the things kept moving. They struggled against each other, wiggling back and forth in their confined spaces. Perhaps they were searching. Rebecca held her breath, and she waited. Their motion had started to rock the car from side to side. The things shook her harder and faster. The lurching continued until Rebecca felt she was going to throw up. The wheel was all she had to hold on to. Fortunately for her, the rocking did not persist for long. After just a few seconds, everything stopped. The car fell back to rest, and the calm retook the air. Rebecca sucked in an exhausted gasp. Reluctantly, she released the steering wheel, but as her eyes watered, she reached for the phone. She had been tormented enough. Never before had she been so desperate to speak to her mother. Still, there were no bars, no signal. The battery fell to 7%. Her heart was already drained. She fell back into the rear seat, too weak to cry. It was hopeless. Rebecca wasn't sure what prompted her to check again. Habit, probably. In the back seat, she had subconsciously refused her fate. Looking back at the phone, she was shocked. It was weak, but finally a connection had finally been made. A signal. There was a signal. Rebecca wasn't sure if her fingers had ever moved faster in her life. She dialed in the number for home. As she held the phone to her face, she didn't know if she could even speak. Her hand was cupped over her mouth. No evil in the world held a candle to the next 10 seconds. Every beep hit her harder and cut her deeper than any of those damned monstrosities outside could ever hope to. Overwhelming joy gave way to grief yet again. She could only hope that God, if there was one, wouldn't let her down. That's what her mother would have told her. Her mother always had faith. Rebecca was rewarded for hers. Hello? A fragile voice came in over the phone. Weak but alive. Oh my God. Rebecca gasped. Oh my God, Mom! Is that you? Who is this? Her mother asked. On any other day, that question might have broken Rebecca's heart. But today, it was all Rebecca needed. Rebecca, Mom. It's Rebecca. Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. Of course, dear, she said, unconcerned. Of course you're Rebecca. Why, yes, I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be? Rebecca pumped her fist in the air, and she kicked her feet several times in furious juvenile joy. The smile that spread on her face was unmatched. Thank the Lord, her mother was saved. That meant there was hope. Maybe her nightmare wasn't as widespread as she had feared. Maybe, just maybe, there'd be a chance for her. A chance for everyone. Mom? What's happened? What's happening over there? Her mother was confused. Nothing much. There's not much to do here. Someone needs to water the flowers. I should water them. No, Rebecca stated. No, don't go outside, Mother. Listen to me. Can you turn on the TV? What does the TV say? Do you want to talk to Rebecca? Her mother asked, confused. No, Mom, I'm Rebecca. She should be home by now, my Rebecca. She always comes home. I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. Those words broke her heart. I will be, Mom. I'll be home soon. I'll be home soon. I promise I'm coming home, she assured her. Okay. Well, be careful. I'm going to water the plants. Should I? It's been raining hard today? Rebecca froze. No, it couldn't be. Could it really be that widespread? Home was miles away, but her mom was okay. Perhaps her mom had just been lucky. She was inside after all. And as long as those blobs stayed outside, she'd be fine. But her flowers, Rebecca knew how she could be in her confused state. And if she was truly determined, then, Mother, listen to me. I have never been more serious in my entire life. Do not go outside. I'll do what I want. Only Rebecca can. Mother, Rebecca wailed. Do not leave the house. The plants don't need water. Just listen to me. Rebecca stopped. If these were the last words she ever spoke to her mother, she didn't want them to be screams. She took a deep breath and then begged, Please, Mom, please, wait for me. We'll water the plants together. Just wait for me to get home. Silence. Okay, her mother said. You get here, and then you, Rebecca, and I can go water those flowers. You're going to need it so badly today. We're going to go water those flowers. You're going to need it so badly today. I'll be there soon, Mom. The last words choked out. I love you. The line went dead. The phone, hanging on 3%, was about to leave her in darkness. But now she had to move. She had to get out. She had let Mr. Sanders down, and she couldn't help that old man. She refused to let anyone else die. Not herself, not her mother, not anyone. Adrenaline filled her veins, and with the roar of a warrior, Rebecca threw herself at the rear door. It budged. The flashlight burned bright as it sucked the phone's battery dry. All the power left was so precious, and if it went out, and so did Rebecca's chances. Twice more she threw herself. She gave it her right shoulder, and then her left. The door flinched each time, but it refused to yield. A sliver of light had managed to leak in from the side. Both of her shoulders protested against another blow, so she lay on her back, and with her feet she kicked and kicked. The battery fell to 2%. Her feet ached, especially her right ankle as she felt her pain from earlier return in force. Pain didn't even slow her down. Regardless of how futile each kick seemed, she refused to stop. She was going to escape, or die trying. She had no idea how true that statement was. One moved in the corner of the light, squeezing its way through the newly formed crevasse between the door and the car. She didn't see it until it had just about touched her leg. When she did, she instantly brought her knees to her chest. A thin mass, a fleshy tentacle, had entered the car. It squirmed around blindly on the seat. It pulled itself forward with what looked to be a fingernail. The battery slipped to 1%. A noise came behind her. Turning her head, she found that she was surrounded. Through the other door, more tentacles were starting to wedge their way through. The center of the seat offered little solace. As both sides grew closer, the glass behind her started to crackle. As even more protrusions pushed themselves through the cracks, they pushed their way through shards of glass, carrying each piece with them at the end of their arm. They were coming for her, but she was done hiding. If anything, their intrusion only encouraged her. Now it was her and her mother's survival on the line. With her booted heel, She squashed the singular tentacle that had originally disturbed her space. It wiggled, pinned against the seat. She initially thought it was blood that leaked from it, but it came in a trickle, slow and viscous. It stuck to her boot like syrup. With a disgusted shriek, she pushed the tentacle to the floor and out of her way. The door had been pulled open by those things to let the tentacle in, and she saw her chance. She offered up a final double-legged kick. The flashlight went out, and with a final yell, light flooded the car. She had considered everything in the last several hours. Every scenario had danced through her mind like terrible daydreams. The memories of that man had fed most of them. She thought about the crunching beneath his feet and those terrible screams. She wondered what she would find, but she was far more worried about what might find her. Rebecca wondered what the world would look like once she escaped, and to her disgust, nothing she imagined could compare to what she found. As soon as she'd kicked the door open and leapt from the car, she suddenly felt like she was standing on an alien world. There was a loud crunch when her boots hit the ground. It felt like she was standing on well-packed snow. Those things covered every square inch below her feet. In fact, they stretched on as far as she could see. All around, from horizon to horizon, the blobs dominated the landscape. It invoked thoughts of Mars in her head, as there was no green to be seen anywhere. The color red stretched beyond her sight, seemingly into infinity. The land was rugged, and all the trees that she'd seen earlier along the sides of the fields were gone. The only major protrusions on the rugged landscape were where the solidified shells around the houses and cars still stood. They had scabbed over. Most had remained upright. They spotted the landscape in every direction. The old man's house still stood. The overhang of his porch had sheltered his front door from their garage. The now dried, hardened creatures seemed to form a cave around it. It was a relief to see that they hadn't reached everything. The silo had fallen. The pieces lay in a messy heap beside the house. The combined weight of the things must have proved too much for it. Rebecca hoped that her house had held better. When she caught sight of the old man, she couldn't help herself. She shrieked. The old man was frozen, on one knee, halfway between her car and Mr. Sanders' truck. He must have been going to check on him, the same as he had for her, when the things got him. She saw it enter through his pant leg, a bundle of tendrils, very similar to the ones that invaded her car, snuck up his pant leg, down at his ankles, where his skin was exposed. One had seemingly burrowed into his flesh. She followed the tendrils up. Like a snake, they coiled up his leg. They had crawled along his body, and she thought she could see the tendrils branch apart under his clothes. They snaked around his body, but they all ended before they reached his neck. Blood soaked through parts of his blue button-up shirt. The worst part was his head. It was forced back, held in place, and his mouth was agape. Sprouting from it, several dozen vein-like stems that ended in red, plant-like petals rose towards the sky. Liquid circulated inside them, as if pumped in by the man's heart. The grotesque growths wouldn't have terrified her as much had it not been for the man's eyes. They were still open, and they were looking right at her. Then came a single labored breath. He was still alive. She heaved, but her stomach offered nothing to expel. By the old man's feet, she saw a bulge in the ground, and another bundle of macabre flowers protruding from within. Rebecca knew they marked Mr. Sanders' grave, if she could even call it that. Was he, too, still alive under there? Was that even possible? She prayed for mercy, and for Mr. Sanders' forgiveness. She knew she didn't deserve it. No, she couldn't have imagined this, not in her worst nightmares. Whatever those things were had grown into the man, through him. She let another shriek loose as she saw his stomach twitch. The man grimaced as something moved inside him. Rebecca wasn't sure if there was a worse fate. The old man, his eyes wide with fear, gestured down. It took several motions of his eyes for her to even catch it. But once she noticed, she followed his gaze down. Rebecca hadn't noticed them before, but little, fibrous structures stuck out of the blobs. Each one was several inches tall. They looked like red ferns. A similar one was wrapped around the old man's ankle. Looking at her own feet, she noticed she'd stepped on one. The pressure from her boot had triggered one of the tentacles to slowly emerge from the blob below. It reached around, blindly, unable to cling to the material of her boots. They weren't plants. They were snares. She nodded to the man and she thanked him. He didn't need to tell her for her to understand that it was imperative that she not let those extensions, those blood ferns, touch her skin. She didn't want to leave the old man. In fact, she offered to help, but he groaned in disapproval. Exerting himself, he managed to shoo her away with small motions of his hand. Through his stuffed throat, he tried to speak, but no words came out. Rebecca knew it was too late. So, she went to his house, again, forced to leave someone behind. A tear ran down the old man's cheek. It was like navigating a minefield, but Rebecca did it quickly and skillfully. The blood ferns were scarce enough. Thankfully, if she stepped on one, her boots offered more than enough protection. The ground crunched like snow beneath her feet. When she stepped on something new, it caught her ear. The crunch she heard wasn't light, like snow, but heavy, like glass. Lifting her boot, she saw it embedded in the mass. Desensitization kept her moving, despite the appalling discovery beneath her foot. There was no mistaking it anymore. She knew she had been right. She had stepped on a watch. Through the cavernous maw of the blobs, she made it onto the porch, and she found the door unlocked. The house was abandoned, as far as she could tell. She called several times to check, but no one responded. That made her incredibly thankful. She was still alone, sure, but she didn't want anyone in that house to see what had happened to the old man. There was a picture frame hung askew on the wall. In it, the old man stood with his family. He was about 5 years younger in it, and his wife and 3 grown sons smiled with him. The eldest son sat a toddler on his knee. He would probably only be about 8 now. She dreaded to even imagine. It was a stroke of luck that the keys were on the counter, and an even bigger stroke of luck that the garage door had been left open. Inside sat a '98 Chevy with battered red paint. Rebecca looked at the path before her. Hopefully, the truck would do. If those things couldn't stop her boots anymore, they sure as hell weren't going to stop a truck. They were dry, and that meant they could be easily navigated. Hopefully. She hesitated to get inside the truck. She imagined, dreaded, the idea that the rains would return. They would fall, and again she'd be trapped. This time she'd be without help, and without hope. With a single calming breath, she pulled the door open and took her seat. The engine purred, and it was the sweetest noise she'd ever heard. The terrain was bumpy at first, but she got used to it fast. She set a course across the alien earth. The road was lost beneath the surface of flesh. But Rebecca found her way. The houses, though covered, offered plenty in the way of navigation. They made the skeleton of her map. Memory filled in the rest. Through the atrocious, unspeakable landscape she drove. Those plants had sprung up in unbelievable numbers. The rain must have infected anything that touched it. The larger the animal, the larger the plant. Passing a farm, she observed large bush-sized growths that sprouted from what used to be cows. They were buried now, but she'd passed them that morning. She was glad that most of the plants were covered. She'd rather not know whose grave was whose. She did see some terrible scenes during her journey. Cars were scarce, but she didn't find a single survivor in any of them. She slowed to check, but every car had at least one open door. No one had been able to claim refuge inside. Instead, they found themselves trapped outside. The lucky ones, the ones who weren't buried, could only watch as Rebecca drove by. One had been glued to the side of his minivan. His arm reached out to Rebecca, but she couldn't take it. There was a couple, a man and woman, that broke Rebecca's heart. The woman had gotten infected at the knee when she'd fallen. Her husband's hand was frozen in place as it clenched the stems that emerged from her mouth. He tried to pull them loose, But those vines had used that contact to ensnare him as well. They entered him through his wrist. They stared at each other. Neither even looked at Rebecca as she drove by. They were trapped by their love. They were trapped by their love. The twisted machinations of her predicament were granted some enlightenment when she saw the helicopter. It had been brought down into one of the fields, and around it stretched something surprisingly natural. It had etched out a crater around itself, a crater of dirt and fire. The fire, caused by the collision, had eaten away at the surrounding flesh. It had managed to etch out a radius about 3 times longer than the helicopter itself. Rebecca couldn't believe the sight of dirt and fire would ever have caused her joy. It was good to see the things pushed back, to see them burnt and beaten. That feeling died as she saw the clouds swirl above. An eye, like at the center of a hurricane, opened above. The winds picked up and threatened to pluck Rebecca's truck from the ground. Slamming on the brakes, she could only watch in awe what happened next. From within the eye, 3 large shapes descended. Blacker than the night, tentacles of enormous proportions dangled from the clouds. Surely they were thicker than skyscrapers, and twice as tall. They hovered over the spot where the helicopter had crashed, examining it. Rebecca couldn't breathe as one retracted to the clouds, and its end split open into 5 pieces. 5 fingers. She could only watch as its, dare she say, hand disappeared behind the sky, and then reappeared grasping something massive. Pieces dropped from the hand, like sand from a fist, and splattered against the ground. The giant arm held its hand directly over the barren ground below, and then it started to release its hold. Like rain, pieces of flesh fell from the sky and littered the ground. They covered the helicopter, and they smothered the fire. Within moments, it was like there'd never been a disturbance there at all. The thing above, pleased with his restoration, carried the remaining flesh in its grasp back into the clouds. The remaining 2 tentacles swung about the eye, surveying their monstrous masterpiece. One split its fingers apart, and it tenderly brushed against one of the plants. It was a gardener, tending to its garden. It was that sickening metaphor that brought Rebecca the greatest revelation. The rain, all the people infected, they were all nothing more than fertilizer. The creature above retracted into the heavens, and the eye closed. Rebecca no longer begged God for help. She cursed his name. The drive took almost half an hour. The town she'd called home her whole life was deserted and lifeless. Thankfully, very few were stuck outside. She didn't even want to know how many of the obscured figures were friends, loved ones. She drove past. She figured, hoped that most had found refuge inside. Passing stores, she witnessed the truth. The doors were shut, but those things had spread inside anyways. People stood, trapped against the glass like tortured mannequins. Random movements danced by some of the windows, but she didn't dare stop. Her home was so close, it was unrecognizable. Once beautiful, with 2 stories, yellow siding, and a little stained glass rose in the front window. None of it could be seen beneath the disgusting layer of filth accumulated around it. The dead covered her house, and nothing was more sickening. That was what she thought, until she got out of the truck and reached the back of the house. Grief was not strong enough of a word to describe how Rebecca felt after everything she'd seen, and after all she'd survived and fought for. It had all led to this. There was only so much that she could have done. The fates had been cruel that day. Her mother was on her knees, a full water pitcher in hand. Her old eyes found Rebecca. They were green and still so bright. The vines hadn't taken hold completely, but Rebecca could see them moving. Only once, at that moment, was she ever thankful for her mother's condition. Rebecca was glad she probably couldn't comprehend what was happening to her. She didn't seem to be in any pain. With the last energy of a beaten and broken woman, Rebecca fell into her mother's arms and hugged her. Her mother surprised her for one last time. "I love you," her mother said. It was all Rebecca needed. "I love you too," she replied. "You're right," her mother whispered into Rebecca's ear. I don't think the plants even need this water. I don't think the plants even need this water. Rebecca managed a final laugh as the infection took hold. Story 6. No, absolutely not, I told the doctor. Dr. Murdoch maintained eye contact with me. Whether or not he had any personal feelings about the situation, I couldn't tell. I always thought it was eerie how detached some doctors could appear, almost as though they were machines that could turn emotion and off at will. Hell, with some of the cases they face, that's probably a necessary survival technique. You're certain? Dr. Murdoch asked. You know his situation. Free healthcare is a wonderful thing in theory, but you need to understand that it will be years before his chart is even processed, and even longer until they approve or decline his kidney transplant. He came to America because he knew you were here. The tests are positive. You are a perfect candidate as a donor, and it would expedite the process greatly if you agreed to this donation. That's not to say this is his only hope, but you would be doing him a kindness by alleviating all the anxiety of having to find another potential donor. I don't even know this man. We're supposed to be related? I didn't know he existed until I received that damned letter telling me to receive a so-called relative at the embassy. He's no one to me. Why should I owe him a kidney? Murdoch's lips tightened into a thin line. Ah, finally, some emotion. So this doctor did have an opinion. You understand, Mr. Erickson, that there are hundreds of willing donors who are complete strangers to Mr. Firefem's Jew, who, if they were appropriate donors, would simply donate the needed organ for the sole purpose of helping another human being. They don't owe him anything either, and yet they're willing. I scoffed. Firefem's Jew. Why the hell doesn't he go by first name when his last name is so jacked up? I almost choked on my own tongue to say it. Aside from which, if he's family, then why didn't they come to America when my mother immigrated? Why would his family have stayed? Firefem's Jew is his only name. He simply identifies as a member of his clan, a tribe derivative of the Sami people in northern Scandinavia. A tribe whose name, I assure you, is much more difficult to pronounce than his given name. And the short answer to your second question, Mr. Erickson, is simply that I don't know. I don't know your family history. I simply know that Firefem's Jew is in need, and he came to you for help. Yeah, I know he's a part of some weird-ass tribe. The guys at the embassy gave me the background of his weird little voodoo mysticism cult, and I don't give a damn. Why is he even using Western medicine anyway? He should just get his shaman to do a little rain dance, pump him full of peyote or whatever the hell they smoke up there, and leave me the hell alone. Murdoch closed his eyes for a moment. He was obviously trying to keep his frustration from showing. Without a word, he handed me a clipboard with a paper attached. Sign here. This is a disclosure indicating that you declined to undergo the transplant procedure, and that we'll be free to continue looking for a suitable donor as soon as possible. Fantastic, I said, and scribbled my name at the bottom of the page. Murdoch wasted no time in leaving the room, and I followed suit. As I walked through the waiting room of the doctor's office, I saw my ass-backwards cousin sitting in a hard-back chair. He glanced up at me, a hopeful look on his face. I winked at him. Sorry, pal. What's mine is mine. What do you mean you said no? Becca shrieked on the other end of the line. I actually had to pull the phone away from my ear due to how loud she was screaming. Why should I have agreed? I yelled back. What is it feminist women always say? My body, my choice. Well, I'm invoking the same privilege. You just gave this man a death sentence. You're practically killing family, you. I hung up. I didn't need this. I'd called my fiancée for support and hopefully to make plans for dinner or something. This was the last thing I'd needed after another 14-hour day at the office. I was exhausted and had to get up in 4 hours to meet with a possible supplier for the molds we needed to produce a single-piece hardware required for the new product we otherwise were completely finished with. 1. Single? Peace. Why the hell we needed to enlist a new supplier for something smaller than the size of a battery watch was beyond me. I know specialization is huge and everything in the modern economy, but let one of the other companies we're already paying put forth a little damn effort and take this extra project. I handle dozens of projects at once. It's completely unbelievable that a single product that can fit in one hand requires a different company for each piece of hardware. What a bunch of lazy-assed, pathetic wastes. I could make this piece myself, but they refuse on the principle of industry. Like it mattered. We may as well have scrapped the project with how far behind schedule we were. We were supposed to have started production 2 weeks ago, and instead we're meeting with weasels and sharks. We want to screw us over at every turn. I knew exactly what was going to happen tomorrow. We would exchange niceties, waste about 2 hours talking utter nonsense, and pretending we didn't want to stab the other person in the gums with the nearest relatively sharp object. Listen as they explain their offensively high rates, pretend to haggle, and then walk away pissed off with another day wasted. If it were up to me, I'd just cancel altogether. Hell, if it were up to me, I'd just release the product without that final mold and find some famine-stricken village in Kiribati do it all by hand for pennies a day. It'd save us a hell of a lot of time and money. I drove home in a fury, cursing the rain, cursing the traffic, cursing the asshat pedestrians who couldn't figure out how a crosswalk works. A 15-minute car ride took over 45 minutes because apparently the world just loves to piss me off. Finally, I arrived at my complex, parked the car in my parking garage, and made my way up to my room on the 44th floor. The 44th floor? That nuisance who had the penthouse suite above me thought he was all that. He was never forward about it, but he rubbed in my face every day with his smug expression and condescending attitude. I'd board the elevator and there he'd be, on the way down from the floor above, greeting me with a smile on his face and obnoxiously cheerful. Hey Ben, how you doing today? Are we finally gonna grab lunch this week? My wife and kids want to finally meet you. The idiot. When I unlocked the door to my apartment, I nearly soiled myself, standing, not even sitting, but standing like some kind of lunatic. In the middle of my darkened living room was a black silhouette. I reached into my Gucci jacket pocket and retrieved my taser, shooting without hesitation, and, unfortunately, without taking careful aim. I'd hoped to see the idiot fry. The figure ducked out of the way quickly, with almost animal-like reflexes. With similar reflexes, I pressed a button on my smart watch and illuminated the room. Ah, that's why it was animal-like. It was my maniac forest monkey cousin. How long had he been in the country? Why was he still wearing his ridiculous, hand-woven trash? It looked better than the day I met him, dressed all in furs, but still, he didn't exactly look like a fully functioning human being with his scruffy face and dirty blonde hair pulled back into a bundle of braids, forming some kind of ridiculous mega ponytail. Nor did his handmade clothes help much. Long-sleeved, forest green goat hair shirts with leather boots lined with wolf fur don't exactly scream. I'm American. How the hell did you get in here? I demanded, retrieving my phone from my pocket, already dialing 911. You no want to, he said in a thick, garbled accent reminiscent of a German gargling glass shards. Oh, you speak English now? I replied, still preparing to connect to the police. Please, by all means, explain why I no want to. He approached me slowly, his hands up so as to show he was unarmed, and spoke very slowly. A soft smile on his face. Because I have you gift. You have my gift. What are you? I noticed he was whistling a soft tune as he approached. I don't leave the city much, and I certainly never go into the countryside, but the whistling sounded like wind cutting through the trees. In some strange way, it made me feel nostalgic and at home. He had a very soothing manner about him, and I no longer felt on edge or even nervous as he advanced. Gently, very gently, he removed the phone from my hand and set on the table. The whistle had evolved into a deep-throated hum, the kind of earthy noise you hear emanating from geothermal power reactors, or when you're deep inside a cave in the heart of a mountain. He reached into a leather pouch affixed to his belt and pulled out what looked like a small drinking horn plugged tightly with some kind of tree bark or cork wrapped with animal skin. He removed the top, brought the horn to his lips, and drank a sip. He then brought it to my lips. I was intrigued and confused, but most of all just at peace. I normally can't stand people getting anywhere near my person, but this time it didn't bother me at all. In fact, I rather enjoyed it when he raised the horn to my mouth and let me drink. It tasted sweet, like nothing else I had ever tasted before. Strangely, the only word that came to mind to describe the flavor was lamels. He took another item from the pouch, something that looked like a large bone, perhaps a femur, but far too stout to be a wolf or deer, and far too thick to be from a rabbit or a wild cat. He twisted, pulled, and it came apart in his hands in two halves. With one end he was very careful about keeping the open end upright, and I quickly discovered it was because that piece contained blood, thick and visceral. He dipped his fingers in it and drew a pattern on my face, all the while quietly chanting something that brought me back to a home that I never knew. Upon completion, he proceeded to draw what I presumed to be the same image on his own face with remarkable detail. When this ritual ended, he grabbed my face in his hands and stooped slightly, so that we were at eye level. "Roarin' Min," he whispered and pressed his forehead to mine. Then, in English, he said, "I take what I need, and more." I woke up in my bed. I don't even remember having gotten ready for sleep. The last thing I remember was that psychotic nutjob breaking and entering into my home. I scrambled out of bed and looked for any remaining footprints, droplets of blood, hair, fibers that may have fallen off his clothes, anything to prove that he'd broken in. If he left anything evidence, I was going to get his ass deported as fast as possible. Hopefully I could land him in prison instead. I darted into the living room and saw everything was impeccable, perfectly spotless how I always left. I sighed in defeat, wishing that I could get this idiot out of my life. That's when I noticed the clock. "Damn it to hell," I muttered. It was already 9:17. I had missed the meeting by over 2 hours. I was going to catch hell for this from Dennis. Luckily, I always had a few excuses prepared, confident that I could talk my way out of this. I returned to my room to grab my phone from off the end table near my bed. I went reach for it with my right hand and saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. My fingertips were missing. The ends of my fingers, the pads, the fingernails, they were gone, ending with the knuckle. Had that freak drugged me with that drink, cut off my fingers? Even if he had, a single sip of a drink couldn't be enough to knock someone out cold and leave them so numb that they wouldn't feel someone cutting off a part of their body. This wasn't possible. I pulled up my sleeves, checking the insides of my arms for apertures that would testify he had drugged me with some kind of intravenous sedative. What I saw were the same arms I'd seen my whole life. No new scars or marks. I lifted up my shirt and did the same, checking my torso for markings. There was nothing. Then how he did do it? How in the hell could he come into my room and sever part of my body without me waking up? Without me noticing? I looked again at the nubs that lay just beyond the furthest knuckles of my fingers. Maybe a better question was, how did it heal so fast? The skin around the severed part of my fingers looked so natural, not even like it was a wound, but rather like I was born without fingertips. The blood drained from my face, and I suddenly felt lightheaded and nauseous. Dialing work with my left hand, I moved into the kitchen and retrieved a glass from the cupboard. Or I should say, I attempted to. I was only missing the last inch of my fingertips, and yet I seemed barely able to function without the pads of my fingers. I underestimated my reach and accidentally knocked the glass over with my new nubs, causing it to fall and shatter on the floor. It took 2 more attempts before I successfully grabbed a glass, awkwardly seizing with the base of my fingers, squeezing it tightly like a lifeline. I was shaking now, full-on tremors. I lifted the faucet and filled the glass when I heard, "Hello, are you there, Ben?" Apparently my call had gotten through while I was fumbling around with the cupboard. Who knows, I don't know how long Alice, my secretary, had been waiting on the line. I raised the receiver to my ear. Elise, hi, I stammered shakily. "Ben, what's going on?" Her voice softened. She could tell I was obviously upset about something. My voice cracked with that single syllable. "I'm not coming in today. Tell everyone." My voice betrayed me, and I hung up before I heard a response. Involuntarily, tears began streaming down my cheeks. What was happening? How was this possible? If this man was capable of removing parts of my body without me noticing, what else could he do? I wanted, and more. I suddenly became aware of just how real his threats were, and I began fearing for my safety. But what could I do? I couldn't call the police. They'd take my claim as a stupid joke, or even worse, try to commit me to a mental hospital. Becca. I had to talk to Becca. I pounded on the door as hard as I could with my left hand. My right hand didn't hurt, but I felt like I couldn't use it, that by somehow using it would cause more pieces of my hand to fall off. Luckily, she answered on the second knock. The door swung upon, and there she stood, an overly large tank top and sweatpants with her soft brown hair tied into a ponytail. Was today a day off for her? "Hey babe, I'm sorry I got so mad at you over the phone," she started. I'm sorry I got so mad at you over the phone, she started. After thinking about it, I realized I think you're right. You don't need to. "What's wrong?" she asked, seeing the look on my face. "This is what's wrong," I yelled, throwing my mutilated hand in her face. She stared blankly at it. "I don't understand," she said flatly. "What do you mean you don't understand?" "My fingers are missing." "Yeah, like they always have been. You've never seemed bothered by it before. In fact, I remember it took me until our 4th date before I realized that your fingertips were missing." "They always have been?" What was she talking about? My body was perfectly intact until last night. What did she mean that I'd been deformed since we first met? She must have seen the anxiety and confusion pass my face, because she wrapped her arms around me. "You've been under a lot of stress lately. I think what you need is the day off." Leaving one arm wrapped around me, she led me into her house where we sat down at her kitchen table, and she went to fix some tea. So, I'm going to sound crazy, but I need to ask you something. She kept her back to me as she prepared a kettle on the stove, but answered with kindness and patience in her voice. "You can ask me anything, sweetie," I sighed. "You don't ever remember my hand having my fingers complete?" She paused for a moment, her eyes cast slightly upward like when she's pondering something intently. I couldn't tell if she was genuinely considering it, or if she was just making a show of pondering to humor me. After several seconds, she responded, "No, but we've only been together for 3 years. Did you lose them before we met?" "I always just assumed you were born without them. But you never volunteered the information, and I never found it important enough to ask." As she was talking, I furiously typed up a text and sent it to everyone in my contact list who had known me my whole life. My mother, my father, close family friends, and I asked a similar question. I got a lot of confused replies, many of them questioning whether I was joking or not. but it was unanimous. They all said I'd been missing my fingers my whole life. I began searching through photo albums stored on my phone and in my cloud account, hoping to find evidence of me with my fingers fully intact. But as I traveled further back in time, year after year, all of the images attested that I never, at any point in my life, had a complete hand. I ran my left hand through my hair, my breath shallow and close to hyperventilating. Hey, I don't know what's going on, but this is not normal, Becca said, her voice full of genuine concern at this point. You've been pulling 14 to 16-hour days for the last 2 weeks. I think it's finally catching up with you. It's only 4:00 p.m., but you need the rest. Come on, let's get you up to bed, and I better not see you awake until at least 10:00 tomorrow morning. You may not feel like your body needs the rest, but your mind does. Now let's go. I didn't resist. I woke up while it was still dark outside. It was 3:00 a.m. I'd slept a solid 11 hours, uninterrupted. I rolled over and found Becca lying by my side, snoring softly. Normally, snoring drove me insane, but hers was soft and cute, like a kitten. I could listen to it all day, and it would never bother me. She looked so gorgeous in the moonlight, her delicate features softened and bathed in milky light. I didn't know what was going on in my life, but I was grateful to have her. I was grateful that I had such an incredible person to be there for me, to support me when I needed it. I just wanted to embrace her, hold her close and feel safe, never letting go. I reached out to stroke her cheek. No, I whispered. No. Becca stirred. What's up, honey? She asked groggily. I stared at my hand. What was left of it anyway? Half of my hand was missing. Only half of my palm and my thumb remained. My hand is gone. I screamed. Becca flinched and backed away slightly, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Ben, you're scaring me. We had this exact same conversation yesterday in the kitchen. Why are you suddenly so fixated on your hand? It never affected you until yesterday when you came over. Yesterday my fingertips were gone. Now it's half my damned hand. No, she said, her voice reverberating with small tremors. I was making her nervous. Yesterday you came over and you were freaking out because your hand was missing. That hand never had fingers. It doesn't make sense that you'd say your fingertips were missing. You've only ever had half a hand. He's only ever had half a hand. He's doing it. Seraphim's was chopping pieces of me off, bit by bit. She pulled away much further now, all the way to the edge of the bed. Legitimate fear now shrouded her face, and she looked at me like she didn't recognize the man in her bed. Who? Your cousin? You're not making any sense, she stammered. It's him, I swear it. He's trying to get revenge for refusing to give him my kidney. Ben, stop it, Becca shrieked, tears spilling over her eyelids down onto her cheeks. What's going on with you? You're scaring me. He placed some sort of curse on me, and now he's stealing my body. Can't you see? I yelled, unsure if I was more furious at my insane cousin or horrified at the situation I faced. Ben, please, let's go. You're not well. You're having a stroke or something. We need to get you to the hospital. They'll find out what's wrong. We need to get you help. It broke my heart to see her like this. She was terrified, unsure of what had become of her fiancé, and yet even while her body shuddered from fear, she still struggled to slide her arms into a jacket. Twice the jacket fell from her shoulder because her body was racked so heavily with sobs. Even though she could barely hold it together, she was still trying to comfort me, to help me. My cheeks burned from the trail my own tears had made. As much as it broke my heart, I knew I couldn't continue doing this to her. I couldn't emotionally torment this woman who loved me so much that she was trying to get me help when she, herself, so obviously needed comfort. When she went to go get her keys, I left her house. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all to hell. How did I fall asleep? I'd taken uppers. I'd been feeding myself a steady supply of energy drinks and caffeine the whole night. I'd been watching marathons of TV shows on Netflix. And I've never been able to fall asleep with the unnatural glow of a television set burning into my eyes. There is no possible way I could have fallen asleep. Sitting on the arm of the chair I was in was my cell phone. The green notification light pulsated. Most likely more texts or voicemails from Becca. It had been 2 weeks since I'd officially called things off. I know she wanted to help me, and she loved me, and she didn't understand what was going on. But I couldn't drag her through this. I couldn't pretend that nothing was happening as I saw my body slowly disappearing piece by piece at random intervals. I may be losing my mind and my body, but that didn't mean I would subject her to the same thing. I reached out to pocket my phone alerted. My attention was drawn to the most noticeable area that didn't register. My right arm was even shorter now, ending in a round stump just beyond my elbow. Aside from that, the pinky and ring fingers of my left hand were missing. Something else was missing. I could feel it. I just didn't know what. I knew it was a bad idea. That I shouldn't check to see what else was taken from me this time. But I had to know. And besides, it wasn't like I wouldn't find out eventually. So would the shock of finding it out now change anything in the long run? Hell, maybe I'd catch a break and my mind would finally just snap. And I'd live like a vegetable, not having to think or feel or even know anything of what's going on around me. I rose out of my recliner to find a mirror, and after the first step almost fell to the floor. My slipper had fallen off when I stumbled, and I discovered that the front end of my right foot was missing now. My leg ended in a misshapen chunk of flesh attached to a heel. There was so much missing compared to the first night. He was taking more. That first night was just a warning, showing me what he could do. And now he was coming in full force, trying to drive me into a panic. And it was working. Everything felt so wrong as I rolled into work in my electric power chair. The people I worked with every day either ignored or didn't register the look of depressed resignation on my face. As I rode past them in the lobby, I got the occasional nod or a casual greeting from people I knew. But for the most part, almost nobody looked pleased to see me. Apparently, whatever Fire Fenju was doing to me only changed my body. It didn't change how much of an idiot I'd been to everyone over the last couple of years. I arrived at the elevator and reached for the button. "Hey, don't worry, I got that," a cheerful voice said as he pressed the button for me. I looked up and saw the clean-shaven, youthful face of our intern, probably the last person who treated me kindly. Tears sprung to my eyes, unbidden. I'd treated this guy like dirt. I was purposefully disrespectful to him because of his status, and mocked him at every turn. And what tore me apart was the fact that this is how he treated me even before my nightmares started. Not that he knew of the hell that I was experiencing. "Thank you," I said, making eye contact with him. He smiled back at me, and I got caught in the reflections of his lenses. The image that stared back at me was hideous. All the hair on my head, including my eyebrows and eyelashes, was completely gone. My lips on the right side of my face concaved so far inward that the side of my head looked like a decaying pumpkin, an image not helped by the fact that the fleshy cartilage of my nose was now missing, exposing 2 large holes at the bottom of the bridge of my nose. Even though I had an amazing tailor, even he couldn't help my situation, as evidenced by the limp right sleeve of my jacket that dangled uselessly at my side. My left pant leg, too, was deflated and rolled so as to avoid getting snagged under one of the wheels of my chair. My only remaining fingers on my left hand were my index finger and thumb, which rarely got much use these days except for pushing elevator buttons and pressing the answer button on the Bluetooth touchpad embedded in the arm of my chair. Even with all these enormous changes in my life, my busy work life, was remained as busy as ever. We rode up together to the 52nd floor, where I was to have my meeting. The meeting did well. Everything was a foggy haze, and although I heard angry, yelling voices directed at me, I heard them as though underwater. They were unclear and muddled, and I couldn't care less what they were saying. That is, until Dennis, my immediate supervisor, slammed his hand on the table in front of me. I slowly looked up to see his fuming, hateful expression gazing back down. "Did you just hear a damned word I said? Or are you as deaf as you are mangled?" He screamed at me so forcefully that I could feel his breath blowing on mine like a hot fan. People in every room 3 floors above or below us must have heard his angry bellow. "No, I wasn't listening," I responded, my voice hollow, devoid of response. "Then let me say it again in language you can understand. Your work is bad. Get the hell out of my building. You don't work for me anymore." I nodded, and using the remaining digit on my left hand, maneuvered the joystick of my power chair to guide me outside the building. It must have been a month and a half or 2 months since this curse started. Some days I'd wake up with everything intact, and sometimes I'd wake up with large chunks of my body missing. The process was so unpredictable that as soon as though I was finally adjusting to a cognitive life, the lifestyle of invalid had become even more limited. When I finally thought I was safe and nothing more would happen, I'd wake up to find a large section of my leg missing or a few more toes. Nothing prepared me for this day, however. I woke up with a full-length mirror hanging directly above my bed. It took me a moment to realize it because the image staring back at me barely resembled anything human. My lips and gums were completely gone, leaving 2 rows of exposed bone and teeth. My nose, similarly, was completely gone and was replaced with 2 skeletal holes that comprised the outermost pieces of my nasal cavity. My eyelids were intact, but my eyelashes, eyebrows, and all the hair on my head was still gone, leaving me with the appearance of a freakish skeleton wrapped with skin. The skin of my torso around where my right shoulder should have been was smoothed over. My left arm ended just above where the elbow would have connected. The skin stretched across my chest was completely free of any natural markings. No nipples, no navel, nothing. I don't know how, but Ferrofimzu somehow stripped the muscle and tissue away from my collarbone and the most prominent sections of my ribs, leaving the bone in the areas exposed and glaring white. Below my torso, my genitals were gone, removed. He made me into a eunuch. My right leg ended somewhere around the knee. There may have been an appendage. There may not have been. I didn't care anymore. My left leg, as a cruel mockery, he left completely unaltered. It was the only part of my body he had left untouched ever since his perverse torture started. It was a reminder of what I once was, the person who I used to be. It was also the least useful appendage to remain. What was I going to do with a single leg? I can't grip anything with a leg. I can't walk on a single leg. He may as well have taken all of my limbs. My body was destroyed, useless now. And the ironic part of it was that it looked like there had been no damage done. It looked as though this was how my body was supposed to have been designed from the beginning, like someone had pulled a car from a devastating crash and polished it to a finish. My own body was malformed and incomplete in utility, yet so perfect, smooth, and flawless in finish. It's been like this for weeks. I've never left this bed since I woke up that morning, and from what I can tell, my neck muscles are locked in place, causing me to forever make unbroken contact with my own personal hell, the mirror above my bed. Although I'm perpetually thirsty and hungry, my body never thins, nor does it show signs of dehydration. I never urinate, and I never have bowel movements. I never sleep. All I ever do is lie and stare at my reflection. And every day, every minute of every day, those words ring through my head. The words that could never reflect the true sadism of their intended meaning. The words that, had I understood what they actually entailed, would cause me to take my own life the night that I had heard them. I take what I need, and more. Story 7. While it is known by some that I have a keen interest in the uncanny, seeking it out on occasion, nevertheless it proved a decidedly unsettling experience to find such a strange event taking place just a few feet from my front door. The street that I lived on at the time was like any other, not an affluent place, nor one mired in poverty. A mix of kind, selfish, nosy, and apathetic neighbors. Some taking interest in those around them, others not. It was a relatively quiet area, but I had a fondness for it, as the large birch trees, which occasionally drooped over hedges and fences from both cared-for and neglected lawns, reminded me of my childhood, despite being just a few minutes from a busy motorway. Only the occasional car came plodding through to disturb the peace, joined at times by sporadic domestic arguments which resonated from home to house, unhindered by the quiet, and so children, by the quiet, played outside in the summer sun, some more pleasantly than others. I would have to describe the street from top to bottom as quite ordinary. I'm sure you can imagine then how shocked I was to find what I did surrounded by the mundane. I should correct myself here. It was not what I found, but rather what my neighbor initially discovered. His name was Bill, and he had moved into the house next door only a few months previous. Nevertheless, in that short time we had grown to be firm friends. Neighborhood barbecues Friday nights at the local pub, a shared fondness for classic films. We got on well. One Saturday night, I invited Bill over for a game of cards with a few of my colleagues. I've never been particularly brilliant at poker, but I've always enjoyed the well-intended banter produced when placing bets against a good crowd. That night, neither luck nor skill was on my side, and I found myself out of the game fairly quickly. So I sat back, had a few drinks, and just enjoyed the good-natured name calling. The night flew in, and before long the first suggestion of daylight whispered across the sky. Everyone else had stumbled drunkenly home by then, with the exception of Bill. So both of us sat in my living room, having a few more beers, something I was sure to regret in the morning, and talked about our favorite Alfred Hitchcock films, particularly what we thought he would be making today if he were still alive. Suddenly a change occurred in Bill's expression. His eyes focused intently on a bookshelf which stood behind me, and for a moment there was silence, until I asked if he was feeling okay. I assumed, of course, that he had perhaps drank a little too much, but the quiet spoke of more than a simple oncoming hangover. After a pause of contemplation, he altered the focus of our discussion, inquiring about my interests and hobbies, glancing over my shoulder to the books which seemed to be the catalyst of this change. The oncoming topic was now revealed to me. I laughed at the observation, knowing full well that some would mock me. But when I told him that much of my book collection pertained to the study of the paranormal and the bizarre, his disposition changed markedly, once more from one of casual conversation to embarrassment. Yet still, he proceeded. You see, Bill believed that there was something living in his house. What that something was, he could not entirely be sure of. But nonetheless, it was there, physical and manifest. Though there was the suggestion that it might not have relied upon a purely conventional explanation. From the very first night which he had spent there, he had experienced a variety of unsettling phenomena. Initially, it was nothing more than a faint knocking sound, which seemed muffled but nearby. However, he could not determine the origin, for its source was indistinct. Indeed, at times the sound traveled as if moving, even sliding, through the walls, under floorboards, and creeping around in the hollow of the attic above. The unusual noises continued for many weeks, and to Bill it felt as though, with the passage of time, they were increasing in intensity. Frustrated by lack of sleep, for the sounds became faint or ceased altogether during the day, he concluded that the house must have become infested by a mass of nocturnal rodents. scratching between wood and sliding their fouled bodies between any gaps in the house construction which they could find. Of course, his first approach was to lay down traps to catch them. But while the thought of their fur, blackened with dirt and feces, their hairless claws and coiled tails crawling over his face while he slept, provoked disgust, he hoped to avoid disgust, blood on his hands, for Bill was a kind-hearted individual. At first, he procured a large number of humane traps, which would entice the little pests into a metallic tube with bait, holding them there during the night to be released into a nearby field the next day alive and well. At least, that was the plan. A little research online revealed that chocolate was a favorite of most rodents, and an exceptionally effective lure. So he bought a substantial amount from a local newsagent's, with the owner jokingly asking Bill if he were setting up his own shop. A garage clung to the side of the house, cluttered by boxes and loose belongings which he had yet to sort through, and he considered it the prime mode of entry for any mice into his property. But on placing the traps around the damp corners of the interior, trying to avoid getting hit on the head by some of his tools which hung precariously from the ceiling, he found no trace of unwelcome visitors, no droppings, no scratch marks. In fact, there was no evidence of anything living there at all. It seemed odd to him that he saw not one single spider or insect, since it was clearly a place where both would thrive, and the garage itself had seen better days with several small holes in the wall, allowing easy entry to unwanted vermin. Once back inside, he placed the rest of the traps, baiting them carefully with the chocolate around the house, under the bath, in the kitchen, and even in his bedroom. After an hour or so, he felt confident that he would verify what type of animal was causing all the noise by morning. Yet that night, the knocking came, faintly at first, and then more pronounced, traveling through unseen spaces and amongst hidden cavities. Lying there awake for several hours, sleep was a struggle as Bill tried to block out the banging, scratching, and moving sounds which made the very structure of his home seem to pulsate and shudder, as if alive. As sleep finally took him, his last conscious thoughts of the night were for a hopeful catch in the morning. Before going to work the following day, each trap was checked carefully. Dejected, Bill found that none within the house had been touched, each metallic tube still housing a slab of chocolate. But those in the garage were a different proposition. They were not only empty of bait, but two of them had been broken open. The metal container cracked and bent as if crushed under a substantial weight. All day at work, Bill contemplated the force required to break those traps. He concluded that he must surely be dealing with something bigger than he had hoped, perhaps an infestation of rats rather than some local wood mice. While he did not wish any animal harm, he shuddered at the thought of something larger writhing around his house while he slept. Knowing that he might have to concede defeat and call in pest control to poison the creatures, he stopped by a hardware store for one last attempt of his own. That night, Bill lay in the darkness as the shuffling and knocking sounds continued once more, hopeful that the two large metallic rat cage traps he had baited in the garage would produce a catch. But all was not well, for in the morning he pulled up the garage door, climbed over some junk towards the rear wall, and found both cages torn apart. The thick metal, which should have contained even the most powerful of rodents, bent backwards with the chocolate inside, removed. The thought began to cross his mind. What was living in his house? Reluctantly, Bill conceded, placing an abrupt call to a local pest control company. Within hours, 3 men pulled up outside in a white van, sporting a vulgar and distasteful depiction of a dead rat on its side. They efficiently baited the entire house with traps and poison, and before long were almost ready to leave. One of the men, a slightly overweight individual with a clear loathing for his job, looked at the rat cages Bill had placed the day before, inquiring as to whether he lived alone, quite clearly implying that he held doubts that an animal could have broken open the traps by themselves. The implication was not welcomed. Several weeks passed, and the traps continued to be torn apart recklessly and with apparent brute force. Chocolate missing, but the poison inside, designed to be irresistible to rats, remaining untouched, something which puzzled the pest control workers. Indeed, after a series of destroyed traps, they accused Bill himself of breaking their equipment. This ended in a shouting match outside, with the men retrieving their broken rat cages and expecting Bill to pay for the damage. A few of the nosier neighbors popped their heads out of windows to see what the disturbance was outside. As the men packed their belongings back into their van, even the children ceased playing in the sun for a moment, staring at Bill and the others as they argued in the street. While he was a little relieved that no animal had been killed, he was disturbed by the obvious presence of something even pest control could not deal with. Living in his house, each night when he went to bed the noises would continue, and when Bill himself replaced any traps, the chocolate once more would be removed, and the rat cages left in tatters. The strange knocking occurred as it had always done. At the end of each day his sleep approached, week after week, moving and shuffling between walls and under floorboards. Yet one night a change took place. As Bill lay there in the bedroom bathed in darkness, a strange atmosphere began to pervade the house. Slight at first, then more apparent, each breath filled with a tangible consistency. In the preceding weeks he had learned to block the sounds out to a degree, and at least attain a sleeping pattern of sorts. But on that night a change of routine had been forced upon him, one which provoked an uncomfortable sensation, not unlike the stifled air before a storm. He waited, for what he knew not, yet anxious anticipation of something in the dark coursed through his veins. Then the noises appeared as usual, scratching, moving, tunneling. But now they were no longer hindered by plaster, nor wood, nor brick. Each thump, every bang was no longer dull, no longer distant or removed. Change had come, for now the knocks and scratches in the night gave the impression of something quite free, unshackled and unimpeded. At first the thumping sounds rattled around in the living room across the hallway. Then, an occasional and intermittent high-pitched squeal, accompanied by loud thudding on the walls, slowly progressed throughout the house. The sound grew loud and brash as it approached Bill's room, and while part of him desired to see what had been causing him so many sleepless nights, the thought of something there which had the force to tear apart a metal cage was not to be taken lightly. The knocking now rose to a fierce boom, growing ever closer to where he lay. As it crashed against the walls in the hallway, the picture frame fell to the ground, smashing into pieces on the floor, while an alarm clock shuddered across a nearby nightstand, threatening to follow suit. The thumping, scratching, and high-pitched shrill grew so loud, so violent, that he imagined the vibrations from it shaking the bed in which he lay. He clutched his ears in pain as the noise swelled upward into a cacophony of gratuitous and enraged strikes against the very structure of his new home, piercing his eardrums. Then, just as it reached the bedroom door, Bill grabbing a nearby lamp for protection against what would soon be upon him, the noises ceased. No knocks, no scratching, no high-pitched squeak, nothing. Yet the silence was not welcome, nor was it empty. He gasped loudly as a shadow fell from outside, moving quietly in the hall, blocking the light which crept under the door onto the bedroom floor. Lying there in the throes of terror, he stared at the door, waiting for it to burst open at any moment, revealing something hideous on the other side. The floorboards in the hallway creaked slightly as something substantial shifted its weight. Bill gripped his bedside lamp, ready to hurl it at whatever waited nearby. A familiar noise then sounded, quiet, yet suggestive of a movement, and while he could not be certain of what it was, his mind interpreted it as something gliding slowly back and forward over the wooden surface of the door. Feeling, sensing, touching, perhaps even looking. The handle on the door juddered briefly as something pawed at it from the other side. Bill winced, envisaging an overgrown rat stretching up onto its hind legs, biting and clawing at the brass metal. Then, just as abruptly as it had appeared, the intruder moved back down the hall away from the bedroom towards the front door, a repetitive squeak sounding as it did so. Yes, Bill was terrified, but possessed by curiosity, he hoped he could sneak a glimpse of what now sat at the end of the hallway. At least it was a distance from his bedroom door by then, and if he had to react quickly, he could leap back into his room and block the entrance with a dresser or wardrobe, barricading himself inside. Creeping towards the door, Bill took a deep breath in and then slowly opened it, letting the light flood towards him, careful not to make a sound. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the light, but as they did so, he saw something large moving at the end of the hallway. It was indistinct, but although he saw it only for a moment, he was certain that something, had turned at the front door, scuttling off just out of sight, disappearing into the bathroom. Silence once more, and with each pocket of nothing the hairs rose up on the back of his neck one by one. Then suddenly a quick succession of loud bangs escaped from the bathroom. Flight took over, and without any hesitation or thought, he rushed down the hallway, past the open bathroom door, and with a swift turn of a key he was outside, running at speed from his home. Standing in the middle of his street on a cool summer night, fear was quickly replaced by embarrassment as he looked down at the pajamas he was wearing, which had seen better days, nodding in acknowledgement towards a group of 20-somethings leaving a party a few doors down. All he could think to say was, "A bit brisk, isn't it?" Bill apparently knocked on my door that night to ask for assistance, but unfortunately, I was out of town and only returned in time for our poker game the following evening. Another of my neighbors, an awkward man by the name of Harold, who owed Bill a favor for helping fix his car a few weeks earlier, agreed in sleepy and grumping fashion to help search the house. Of course, nothing was found except for the smashed picture frame, which led to Harold regarding Bill with suspicion, voicing his opinion that the entire fiasco was a waste of time. And so that was his account of the troubling experience he had the previous night. He seemed relieved to have spoken of it, and now it made sense to me why he was so reluctant to leave for his own house next door. I sympathized with my friend and told him that we would tackle this problem together. I have to confess that the thought of identifying the animal, solving the mystery, appealed greatly to me. In the meantime, I offered him the spare room in hope that he would get a good rest for the day's work ahead, one which I did not relish facing with a hangover. And so after drinking what felt like several gallons of water, I turned in for the night. The next day, after we both shook off the previous night's excess with a large cooked breakfast, we went over Bill's account once more. I was relishing my task as makeshift detective, hoping that there might be a clue as to the creature's identity that we had overlooked. But when I saw the toll which the events had taken on my friend, I became resolute in my desire to provide a solution to the puzzle, hoping that he would find some relief. While he said that he felt rested, it was clear that Bill was worried about his home, wondering if it was badly infested with something a little more exotic than a colony of rats. But most of all, there was a fear in his eyes, an unspoken and anxious contemplation etched in his face. The thought of spending another night in that house provoked revulsion within him. Trying my best to relieve his concerns, I set out in front of him a plan of action, which I was confident could solve the mystery once and for all. We would carry out a vigil in the house overnight, however. Preparations had to be made. First of all, we contacted the estate agent who had sold the property to Bill. Our task was to contact previous tenants, of which I remembered at least 3 others, and inquire as to whether they had experienced any strange phenomena or animal infestation. I did not wish to alarm my friend, but since I had moved into the street, the realization came to me that most had lived in that house for only a few months at a time. This had never particularly affected me, as I did not know any of them well, but the question of why they left so quickly did now enter my mind. While we were waiting to hear back from previous residents, we set about preparing the house for the night, using what we already knew about the phenomena to track, identify, and trap it. First, it had already been established that whatever was smashing the traps open was interested solely in the chocolate, having left the poison and other foods behind, so we used this as bait. Second, most of the physical evidence for something living in the house had been in the garage. With this in mind, we emptied all of its contents, placing the boxes, furniture, and other assorted items in one of Bill's spare rooms. Third, with permission, I covered the floor of the house in flour, hoping to catch an impression of the intruder, sealing each door shut with masking tape to help identify which room the disturbance originated in. Lastly, we purchased some fishing wire, which I used to create a snare trap in the garage. This was attached to a wide basin weighted down with a concrete slab on the floor. Inside the noose of wire, I placed a large pile of chocolate, angling the snare so that if a substantial animal attempted to eat it, the wire would tighten around its body or an appendage, trapping it in the process. Next to this, we placed a large cat cage which we would use to store the animal safely after cutting it free from the snare. We closed the garage door and then sat outside, chatting quietly in the summer night over a couple of beers waiting. Called from the street, the local children reluctantly ceased their playing and trundled back to their homes to sleep for school the next day. And as time passed and the skies blackened, an occasional neighbor would look out of their window, wondering what we were doing sitting in the garden late at night during the week. Some of them obviously annoyed, others merely curious. It was actually fun. And as we talked and laughed about anything and everything, torches in hand, I was glad to see the tension slowly fade from Bill's shoulders. There we sat until after 2 a.m, at which juncture we decided to take turns listening so that the other could get some sleep. It was around 2 hours later during Bill's watch that I awoke to an almighty crashing sound. The noise both startled and disturbed me, for while I knew that it was brought about by my snare trap inside the garage, I shuddered for a moment, certain that I heard a cry, a wild shriek accompanying the crash. Quickly I leapt to my feet as Bill stared across at me and I at him. It was quite clear that we were both unsure about opening the garage door with such a violent and unsettling noise echoing out from within. Just what we would find, we did not know. After a pause and the last fleeting remnants of Dutch courage, we both grabbed the door and slid it upwards to reveal what was inside. Our hesitation had cost us. The chocolate was gone, the snare wire broken, and the rocks which had weighed it down, cast around the room in haphazard fashion. Yet Bill believed that he had seen something which I had not. A panel on the rear wall moving slightly. He swore that it was not his imagination, and was certain that something was behind it. We approached the back of the garage cautiously and found that the panel was indeed loose. The bottom of it was not fastened, and I instantly remarked that a nimble rodent could easily slip under, disappearing into the structure of the garage, and possibly even into the house. I felt confident that we had at least identified its mode of movement. I could see now the overwhelming sense of anxiety in my friend's expression, and I must admit that I too felt strangely afraid. Nevertheless, we agreed to pull the panel up and look inside. As Bill wrenched it open, I cast the glare of my torch inward. Yet there was no rodent, but there was a cavity which clearly ran along the interior of the wall, and, I suspected, eventually into the house. I did not wish to place my hand inside for fear of being bitten by whatever had crawled in there. Instead, I pressed my ear gently against the wall to listen for any movement. It was subtle, but it was most certainly there. An unseen animal slowly sliding its body along the cavity of the rear wall deeper into the building. Bill whispered, asking what I could hear, but just as the scuttling sound reached the corner, a loud booming noise thrashed from inside the wall. Startled, I fell backwards, landing awkwardly on the floor, and looked up to once again see apprehension on his face. The booming continued, followed by scratching noises and further distant knocks and bangs. Then a distinct sound, one which spread a chill through the air. A door slammed from within. Bill gasped, grabbing our torches once more. Shaking the dread from our minds as best we could, we raced out of the garage to the front of the building. Bill's hand shook as he unlocked the door into the house. The hall light was on, and the ground covered in a white powder, as I had left it. Yet there in the flour was a set of distinct tracks, 2 long lines parallel to one another, as if something had slithered over the ground, crawling out from the bathroom, down the hall, and into the lounge. From our vantage point, it was clear that the living room door was open, the masking tape seal broken. The house lay eerily quiet, and I'm ashamed to say that we debated for a moment whether we should enter at all. Bill had described the thumping and scratching sounds to me, but I had no idea how ferocious they were, how angered, how violent they sounded until I had heard them for myself from the garage. And while the house was now silent, The impact of those was now silent. Noises was still fresh in my mind. Following several minutes of debate, anxiety, and a few nervous jokes, we decided that we should go in, closing the door behind us to ensure that the animal would not escape, only to re-enter the property at a later date. The hallway felt cold, although I ascribed this merely to the heating having been off, despite it being a warm summer night. I looked to my right and could see that the bathroom door was closed, yet the elongated tracks on the floor of the hall appeared to lead away from it. Opening the door slowly, I peered inside. Flicking the light switch on, the room appeared empty, yet the shower curtain obscured my view of the bath. I sat my torch down in the sink and put my finger to my mouth, intimating that Bill should remain silent, pointing to the shower curtain and revealing my belief. Something was in the bath. My miming must have appeared comical at the time, but Bill nodded in acknowledgement, the apprehension clear on his face, as it must have been on mine. It was apparent that he understood my quiet motions. I would pull the shower curtain back, and he would strike out at what was there with his torch, should he absolutely need to. Slowly I moved to the side of the curtain, wrapping my hands around its edge. For a moment, I felt something stir in the bath as a potent sense of dread once again rattled my nerves. Then, I tugged the curtain with force. I imagined a mass of writhing rats festering in the bath, their bodies wriggling around, pulsing in unison, but I saw nothing so dramatic. It appeared that my anxiety was getting the better of me. The bath was empty. Suddenly a wild thud vibrated through the house, with little doubt that it had come from the living room. We exited the bathroom and began to reluctantly move down the hallway. Each step felt like a prison sentence, and I could hear not just my own perturbed breath, but the nervousness of Bill's very demeanor. We stepped cautiously down the hallway, careful not to disturb the elongated tracks which slid through the flour on the ground in front of us, hesitating twice at the sound of a creaking floorboard coming from the living room. As we progressed, I could not help but find myself drawn to the front door, glimpsing it from over my shoulder. I calmed myself, persuading my own neurosis that paranoia was the cause. Yet still I felt something was there, obscured from view yet watchful. Reaching the lounge door, which lay wide open, the tape seals torn in two, we peered in, yet could see very little. The room was dark, as we had left most of the lights off in the house to entice the nocturnal animal out into the open. I cannot speak for Bill at that moment, but as I stood staring into the darkness of that room, glancing sporadically back towards the doorway, the air felt stifled somehow, and I had to inhale deeper than usual to stem a feeling of agitated breathlessness. Reaching his hand around the wall, Bill turned the light on, and with a sigh of relieved disappointment, saw that the room lay empty. A couch and armchair, table, television, but no creature anywhere to be seen. My eyes once more turned to the end of the hallway and to the front door, and for a brief second, I imagined that an outline of something sat there. Bill entered the living room, yet I stayed transfixed, almost waiting for something to appear. Of course, I recognized this to be nonsense, but what I failed to notice was the living room door slowly and quietly closing between us. As I turned my attention back to Bill, standing in the room, the door shut, leaving me alone in the hallway. While I found the sight a little alarming, I initially explained the event away. Doors often close under the pressure of air currents and drafts all the time. But as I touched the handle to enter into the room where my neighbor now stood, Bill let out a terrifying yell. I pushed and pulled and turned the handle of the door, but with each effort I was parried, the door itself feeling jammed and unwilling to yield. I called out for Bill to respond, but all he could muster was, "Something is in here. Get me out." I thrust my shoulder against the door time after time, but it would not give in to my efforts. A chill whispered through the hallway, and I suddenly felt that perhaps I would have been safer on the other side of that door. The lights above me flickered twice, and then nothing. Pitch black. Bill now whispered from the room, claiming that he could hear breathing nearby. I told him to remain calm, and that I would go and find something to break the door in with, which must have jammed due to a broken handle. Yet even I was a little unsure of that explanation. He protested, begging me not to leave him locked in that room, with whatever he believed was there with him. But I offered the reassurance that I would be gone for less than a minute. I joked that he was in a better situation than myself having a torch, as I had idiotically left mine in the bathroom sink. But I could tell that my friend was racked by fear, hoping for nothing else but escape. As I turned to make my way to the front door, a chill blew through the air. Whether imagined or not, I cannot tell, but as my eyes struggled in vain to penetrate the dark, I became aware that I was no longer alone in that hallway. I could barely see, nor be sure of what I perceived. For at the end of the hall facing me, there appeared to be a large black mass crouched in front of the door. I closed my eyes, my breathing erratic, and opened them once more, yet I could not be sure. There was so little light that there could have been nothing. Yet every fiber of my being told me that something large lay curled up, blocking my exit from the house. Then a scream. Bill pounded and scratched and kicked at the living room door. His yells tore through me. They portrayed utter terror in a man who sounded feral, trapped, preyed upon. I tried to speak with him through the jammed door, but he cried and shrieked like a child facing nightmares in the dark. My heart raced at the sound of my friend's obvious terror, yet I too was now in the grip of fear. I was certain that something was moving down the hallway towards me. It was as if I could almost see it, but not quite. I could hear something which chilled me to my core, more terrifying than even Bill's lunatic screams. The sound of a living thing shuffling towards me, accompanied by an intermittent, high-pitched noise, which almost sounded alive. Closer and closer it drew towards me, that black mass, a shuffle, a movement, a creak of the floorboards. Then it touched my leg. I let out a scream and, absent of thought, darted across the hallway into another room, slamming the door shut behind me, pushing a dresser against it. Bill's screams intensified, and I felt paralyzed between my own fear and the wish to help him. But as I waited for the black mass in the hallway to follow me, I heard a click. Something had opened the living room door and went inside. Then a yell, an agonizing shriek, followed by the pounding of footsteps, the front door opening, and Bill shouting my name from outside. He may have escaped, but I was not alone. Something moved once more in the hallway. But how had my friend passed it? Yet there it was, manifest, shifting its weight, creaking the old floorboards as it did so. Loud thuds, bangs and scratches now echoed throughout the house. An unseen force rampant and angered. Then a sound. In the dark I could not be sure, but to me, it was as if something was pushing against the door from the other side. My heart raced, and fear swamped my mind as I cowered at the possibility of what was about to come crashing through that doorway, looking for me. The wooden panels of the door bent and heaved in the darkness under an immense pressure, as the sound of nail and claw reached out through the air, piercing my ears. In a moment it would be with me, but just as I looked around for a makeshift weapon to defend myself, a garden chair came hurtling through the window, shards of glass shattering across the room. It was Bill. He reached out his hand, shouting, commanding me desperately to get out of there. As I cut my hand on the broken window frame, grasping it for dear life to aid my escape, what sounded like a door giving in and a wardrobe being thrust to the side scraped across the floor. I dared not look behind me, for some things should remain unseen. Both Bill and I staggered away from the house onto the road, by then several neighbors joining us, disgruntled at having their sleep disturbed, yet fueled by an opportunity for gossip. When they asked what had happened, all we could do was shake our heads in disbelief and be happy to be outside. The night sky limitless above, and the street solid beneath our feet. The next day we entered the house, along with some of my friends from the poker game a few nights before. Safety in numbers. But for the smashed window, there was little out of place. I took a few pictures of what was left of the long line tracks on the floor, while retrieving my torch from the bathroom. attempting to document each room as best I could. I must admit that I was hesitant to go back inside at first, but the place felt different during the day. Warm, even happy. Bill was acutely more reluctant, especially when it came to entering the living room he had been trapped in the night before. He could not bring himself to describe what had happened in detail, but claimed that in the dark he stumbled over something on the ground, falling and dazing himself in the process. Whether this was true or not, I can never know. Perhaps he could not face what he saw lying there on top of his favorite rug, needing a rational explanation. A head injury was as good as any. Imagination, concussion, or the unknown. Its origin did not really matter when the experience of finding a corpse, rotten, discolored, and bloated, lying inexplicably on his living room floor, was a memory he would always have to contend with, and it was a memory that Bill was determined never to add to. He put the house up for sale immediately, and went to live with his brother until a new home could be found. I did offer my spare room, but he simply laughed and said that sleeping, even in the same street as that place, was an inconceivable notion to him. I rarely saw him after that. Living next door made Bill a friend, and living further away once more a stranger. Several weeks passed, but that night, both of us trapped in that house, remained prevalent in my thoughts, and I felt compelled to investigate a little further. A rational explanation could easily be given, and it was one I preferred to cling to, but I felt curious about the history of the place. The makeshift detective in me once more went to work. I will not bore you with my methods, but after reading an article in the local newspaper archives about that house, I was led to a retired social worker by the name of Charlotte Lell, who seemed eager to speak on the subject. Still enraged by the entire episode after all those years. You see, 11 years previous, a man by the name of Thomas Kelly died in that house. He was 73 years old and was a full-time carer for his son, Joseph, himself in his 40s, who suffered from severe learning difficulties and was wheelchair-bound. They had no other family to help, no friends to rely upon. And as Thomas grew ever more elderly and frail, the toll of doing everything for his son became apparent. Clothing him, feeding him, taking him to the toilet, and most importantly stopping him from coming to harm. An unimaginable weight of stress to be placed upon anyone's shoulders. Charlotte was their social worker and did everything she could to make life easier for Mr. Kelly and his son. However, not long after she retired, she discovered that social benefits had been severely reduced for the Kellys due to draconian financial cuts by the government at that time. Instead of a care worker coming in to help around the house a few times a week, they now were left with one solitary visit a month. Disgusted by this news, Charlotte decided to see Thomas and his son to make sure they were handling everything. There was perhaps not a great deal she could do, but even someone to talk to would make a difference. She just wanted to help, not as a social worker, but as a friend, as she was very fond of both of them. Thomas had been dead for weeks. He had died of a heart attack and was found decomposing on the floor. Joseph, with no understanding of death, no concept of phoning for help, simply stayed by his father's side. He was found next to the body, slumped over in his wheelchair. He had died of thirst. Charlotte had alerted the police when Thomas did not answer the door. She thumped and banged, hoping that they simply did not hear her, but the house lay silent. I was upset by the tragic account, but she spoke fondly of him, of Thomas as a kind and loving father, of Joseph as a sweet boy with a caring nature, and in an unusual way as she did so, my anxiety about that terrifying night in Bill's house diminished, replaced only by remorse and anger at the thought of a family, forgotten and lost. We spoke on the phone for almost an hour, and when I told her of the strange events which had taken place in the house, she was not surprised, as she had heard whispers about strange things taking place there. She said that there had been such love in that home, and that it was her belief that the kind of bond Thomas and Joseph had could never die, not truly, adding that wherever one was, the other always remained nearby. I cannot verify what I saw that night, for in essence, I saw nothing. nor can I vouch for what Bill claimed to have stumbled across in his living room. It would be simple for me to speak of knocking and scratching, of wheels turning, even occasionally squeaking over the wooden floor. I am simply not that superstitious, and cannot discount a mixture of paranoia, anxiety, and a large rodent crawling around the house at night as an explanation. At times it is certainly a more reasonable one to me, and it is not unusual to find a tragic story attached to a house, for all homes are touched by death, and indeed, all death is tragic. Yet the end of that conversation still bothers me to this day. The words spoken, lodged in my mind. Enough perhaps to give me doubt for such a cold, unimaginative, and realistic conclusion. When I described the knocking and banging to Charlotte, she simply said, "Joseph used to thump on the walls if he woke up at night and was scared." Thomas would quickly answer with a few knocks of his own from the bedroom through the wall, letting the boy know his dad was always nearby. That little routine was Joseph's second favorite thing in the world. "What was his favorite?" I asked. "Why, chocolate, of course." Story 8. When I was 12 years old, my parents finally decided to split me and my younger brother up and give us our own rooms. I was a couple of years older than Alex, so I got the bigger space, while he stayed in the box room. My dad wasn't too happy about having to move all of his junk down into the garage. But times change, and I needed a room for myself. The four of us lived in a bungalow on a quiet suburban street, a rather reclusive area. Me and Alex would get bored sometimes as there wasn't much to do. For the most part, all we needed was each other, being two young boys with no one else to play with in such a huge neighborhood. We were as close as two brothers could be. One day after school, we arrived home to find that all of my belongings had been moved into the room next to Alex's. I didn't expect to feel sad about it at the time, but deep down, I knew that sharing a room gave us a stronger bond. After the realization that we could no longer talk to each other at night, we had to come up with a plan. I devised a childish kind of Morse code, a series of taps and scratches that we'd relay to each other on the wall behind our beds. I knew that this way, we wouldn't get caught talking in the hallway or become bored during the night. After about 3 months, we had become experts at our secret talking and had managed to learn just over 100 words. In our few months of doing this, there was one night in particular that stood out amongst the rest. In the early hours of the morning, I was awoken by the familiar taps and scratches. This was confusing because Alex had never woken me up like this before. I sat up and listened intently to the words etched into the wall. It was vicious. It didn't sound like Alex, and some of it I couldn't even understand. At that moment, I noticed Alex stood in my doorway. "What are you doing, Jack?" I stared at Alex in horror as the Morse code upon the wall continued. Slowly realizing what was happening, he began to tiptoe towards his bedroom door. Peering into the dark room, he could see that his window had been opened. Somebody was in there. Alex slowly backtracked, making his way into my room and closing the door. We didn't speak. We just listened. The taps and scratches continued, getting louder and more ferocious with every second, becoming violently intense until the persistent scratching built up into a loud bang. We couldn't take it any longer. We screamed as loud as possible, and our parents came rushing in. In a fit of panic, we tried our best to explain to them what had happened. Mom sat and comforted us in my room while Dad went and checked Alex's room. Seeing the open window, he sprinted into the garden to investigate, only to find that there was nothing there. After that, our parents tried their best to convince us that it was just our imaginations. But we know what we heard. After we had finally calmed down, we were put back to bed, and all of the windows were locked. An hour or so later, I heard more tapping at the wall. "Jack, I'm awake, Alex." "Me too, I can't." "Me neither." There was definitely something there. Something wrong. I know. "Jack, he's here." He's looking at me. What? Don't joke, Alex. It's not funny. Jack, he's staring at me through the window right now. I've got to move. The tapping ceased, and Alex came stumbling into my room with a look of unconsciousness in his eyes. I shut the bedroom door, and we sat on the bed shivering. We knew that there was no point in shouting our parents, as they wouldn't believe us. There would be no evidence of anybody being outside, and we would most likely end up in trouble. Then we heard footsteps. They were accompanied by scratching that seemed to be leading from the outside of Alex's room and inching towards my room. The heavy stepping stopped, and a shadow blocked the moonlight behind the curtains. The window began to move a little, as if it was being unlocked. We held our breath as it shook and creaked, but luckily, it stayed closed. The figure leaned up against my window, almost completely shrouded by the shadows, and stared into my room for what felt like an eternity. After a while, the shadow disappeared and never came back. I asked Alex the next morning what the man by the window looked like. He told me he couldn't remember, but it wasn't a man. After the incident, we both seemed to block it out of our memory. We got back to our normal lives and completely forgot about it. Alex got the worst of it, but he was doing fine, and that was the main thing. It wasn't until 3 years later that I realized it was never really over. I was 15 years old and freedom-bound during the summer of 2003. I had just finished school for the holidays and earned a 3-month break to do whatever I pleased. Me and my friend Paul had originally planned to stay at home playing video games the entire time, but those plans were soon shot down when I was told that Paul had to stay with his grandparents for a month. Paul spent a good hour or two expressing his love for the farmhouse his relatives owned, speaking highly of the lakes and fields that surrounded the family home. Eventually, I gave in. It was clear I was to be joining him on his visit. After packing my bags and saying goodbye to my parents, I headed down the road to Paul's house with Alex helping me on my way. Me and Alex were still pretty close, but the older we got, the more we would drift apart. There were no more late-night talks or playing out in the street together, and I missed that. Once we had arrived at the house, Alex said goodbye, dropped my bag, and ran off towards the direction of our local sweet shop. Me and Paul hopped inside the car, and we were on our way. We arrived safely at the farm within an hour or so. It wasn't too far away, but it looked completely different from where we lived. Just a huge house, isolated in the middle of nowhere, with only hills and trees for company. After we arrived, time seemed to fly by, and before I knew it, we had already been there for a fortnight. The area was beautiful, and his grandparents were lovely, so I had no complaints. One particular day, after eating our dinner, me and Paul headed out to explore some more and somehow managed to venture too far. We'd usually spend the evening playing around in the fields or climb trees, but this time, we'd ended up a mile into the maze of bark. Eventually, we reached a small stream and decided to have a rest. The sun lay low and twilight was fast approaching, but we couldn't head back without having time to relax first. After a while, I began to feel as if somebody was watching us from the surrounding trees. I looked around countless times, but didn't seem to find anything. I was on the brink of paranoia when Paul frantically pointed out a small wooden box that he'd noticed floating downstream. All too excited to discover what was inside, I hurriedly made my way in the same direction until I was running so fast that I had overtaken the box completely. I leaned over the bank as far as I could and managed to fish it out from the torrent. I looked back in Paul's direction, expecting him to be nearby, but he was a mile away. I can't have run that far, I said to myself. I sat down and slowly opened the box. Inside, I found a small photograph and a scruffy, hand-drawn picture. The photo seemed to be of a small boy on his birthday. He was wearing a party hat and stood surrounded by torn wrapping paper, the biggest smile plastered on his face. Once I had managed to dry the picture off, I could easily make out a drawing of a family. There were 3 children, and 2 parents stood outside of a dirty 2-story home. One of the children looked very sad and was separated from the rest of the family. Upon further inspection, I could see another person in the background, a much bigger man with an expressionless face staring from the corner of the house. It took a minute to register with my mind, but the events I had hidden away from 3 years prior all came rushing back. A shiver ran up my spine and I picked myself up off the floor. I began to walk back towards Paul, but my legs had gone weak. Then, in the quiet of the darkness, I heard a noise from the trees behind me. Tap, tap, scratch. My legs suddenly worked. I ran towards Paul as we hurriedly made our way back to his grandparents' cabin. Soon after we had arrived home, I managed to settle down. There were still doubts in my mind of who that drawing was, but the noises that followed my discovery kept leading me back to my original fear. Was that me and my family in the drawing? Who was the sad child standing on his own? What does the photograph have to do with anything? I went over the same questions in my mind, over and over and over, until the phone rang. Paul's grandma handed me the phone and told me it was my brother. Jack. Yeah. Alex, it's me. What do you want? I have something I need to tell you. Okay. I'm listening. You know my friend from school. Tom? I think so. I think I've met him once or twice. Why? Why? Well, that day after I said goodbye to you, I bumped into him down at the shop. And? Well, it turns out he lives on the same street as us. Always has. Why is that unusual? So why is that unusual? Well, it's not really, I suppose. It's just, why didn't we ever see him playing in the street? Maybe he wasn't allowed to play out when he was younger. Maybe. I don't know, it's just strange. It is a bit, but some parents are like that. I guess so. That's not really the main reason I called anyway. I just found that unusual. I have something else I have to tell you, but it's a big deal. We've never really spoken about it. Okay, go on. Well, today I was at Tom's house and ended up staying over for dinner. It got dark pretty early, so we decided to tell some creepy stories. For some reason, I suddenly remembered that night. You know, the night a few years back. I got the courage to tell him about the man and what he looked like. Yeah, well, he freaked out. He forced his fingers into his ears and started shouting. He kept repeating, "Don't talk about the man. Forget the man." I didn't know what to do. His mom came running upstairs and told me I had to leave. I'm back at home now anyway. I think I'm safe. So you should never come back, okay? What? That's when the phone cut off? I immediately rang back, only to be greeted by the sound of white noise. I stood there, shocked at what I had heard Alex say. A moment later, he called me back. Sorry about that. The phone cut off. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think we should talk when I get back. Talk properly. I'll be home in a week. See you then. Cool. See you then, Jack. After I hung up the phone, Paul questioned me rigorously. I didn't tell him much of anything. There was no need to. And I barely spoke a word for the rest of the time there. After all, I didn't want to sound crazy. All I could think to myself during that week was that Paul has always lived on the same street as me too. So why didn't I ever see him playing outside when he was younger? Maybe I was thinking too much. I arrived home feeling worse for wear, and noticed that Alex was waiting for me by the door. I was told that Tom's mom had disappeared and left him on his own. All she'd taken with her was her jewelry box. Poor Tom went into foster care not long after his mom went missing. It wouldn't be until a couple of years later that I'd meet him again. Way back in 2005, I was invited to my first high school party. All I'd wanted since I turned 16 years old was to experience alcohol, friends, and stupidity, all in the same place. And after a long, boring year, I was finally able to. I arrived at the party with Paul at 8 p.m. and immediately got to drinking. We danced, laughed, and avoided vomiting. But after being there for a few hours or so, we began to get bored and realized that we hadn't been missing much at all over the past year. We finished the last of our drinks and headed towards the front door. However, just as we were leaving, I heard somebody shout my name from the corner of the room. I turned around to see Tom standing there, swaying from side to side and happily slurring his words. I decided to stay a little longer. After talking for a while, I felt as if I'd known Tom my whole life. He was only a year older than Alex, but he seemed much more mature. He was very open about everything that had happened and didn't seem to mind talking about it. He told me that his foster family were not the nicest of people and never seemed to care about anything he did. They made him feel like an outcast and treated him like a stranger rather than a son. He told me that he hadn't heard from his mother since she disappeared and doesn't know whether she is dead or alive. He even mentioned that he was failing in school, but he just didn't care anymore. His life was slowly falling apart. When the party was over, I told Tom that he could sleep at my house, so he didn't have to make his way to the home he hates so much. I set the futon for him and watched as he collapsed into a drunken slumber. When I woke up the next morning, Tom was already awake and holding something in his hands that I hadn't seen in over 2 years. "Where did you find this?" he said. "I haven't seen that in a long time." "Forgot I still had it." "Yeah, okay. But where did you find it?" He spoke urgently. "I found it a couple of years ago. It was floating down a stream in Oakshale, and I managed to fish it out of the water." "Why?" "This is my mom's jewelry box. That photo was taken on my 7th birthday, the day my dad left." "Are you being serious? Did you find this box before my mom left me?" "I did, actually. When I got home a week later, Alex told me that your mom was gone." "This is so messed up. Look at this drawing. That's me and my foster family. I'm sure of it. Even the house looks the same." At this point, neither of us knew what to think. This all seemed impossible. I pointed to the man, drawn hidden into the background, and watched as Tom's face lost all color. I had no choice but to ask him about the man. I told him everything that Alex and I had been a part of back when I was 12, about Alex seeing him and me being spared. I mentioned to him about the scratching and the strange conversation with Alex back in Paul's grandparents' house. He listened to what I had to say, and it seemed to give him comfort, maybe knowing that he wasn't the only one to experience the things he had made him feel a little better. After a long silence, Tom began to speak. "When I was younger, I would see him all the time. He would come to my window, find me at school, watch me as I tried to sleep. He was everywhere. As I've gotten older, I've been seeing him less and less, but I do still see him. He usually appears at night, a tall, scraggly-looking old man. His eyes are the thing I remember most. Pure black, with the most intimate glow behind them that almost seems relaxing. Yet, you're full of sheer terror. It's strange." Before I could say anything to Tom, he picked up the photograph from the box and showed me something that was written on the back of it. "Follow the stream to 66. I had never noticed that written on the photograph before. Tom asked me if I would take him back to where I found the jewelry box in Oakshale. The way I saw it, I had no other choice than to say yes. We set off walking to the stream with the hope of finding something, anything, to do with Tom's mother, but I don't think either of us really knew what to expect. We had been walking for around half an hour when Tom stopped and pointed to a sign in the bushes for a shortcut to Oakshale. On seeing the sign, I was filled with a sense of fear that I'd never felt before. I really didn't want to take that shortcut. I told Tom that I had a strange feeling, almost like déjà vu or an extremely vivid dream. But he told me not to worry. As we were nearing the sign, I noticed a white spotted bow on the floor. It was playing out exactly as I had seen it. I made my way back onto the main road and refused to go anywhere near the trees by the sign. I don't like to think of what might have happened in those woods. Eventually, we arrived at Oakshale and began to follow the stream. As we neared an old wooden bridge, Tom pointed to a small house on the opposite side from us. We headed towards the front door, but there didn't seem to be a house number anywhere. "This must be 66, Tom said quietly. We made our way along the front path and knocked on the door. To this day, I still find it difficult to explain what happened when that door opened. Tom's mom answered the door and stared at both of us. "Can I help you?" "Mom, I'm sorry. I think you're mistaken." I stood silently as Tom exchanged words with the woman who was once his mother. "Mom, it's me, Tom. Are you okay? What happened to you?" "I am not your mother. I don't have any children. So will you stop saying otherwise?" At this moment, a man I had never seen before approached the door and chimed in on the conversation. "What's going on here? What do you kids want?" "Dad, it's me. Where have you been? Where has Mom been? I don't understand." We must have stood there, shocked and confused, for 20 minutes before Tom's dad ended the conversation. "Look, we couldn't take it anymore. It's your turn to deal with it now. We like it here, and I think we're safe. So you should never come back, okay?" The door slammed shut and Tom began to cry. We left that house and made our way home in silence. As we were heading back through the trees to reach the main road, I turned around to look at the house one last time. Standing on the bridge, as clear as day, and staring right at me, was a tall, black-eyed man pointing at the stream. I tensed up, feeling sick and dizzy, but I didn't mention what I'd seen to Tom. That was the first time I'd seen my worst fear. I wish I could say it was the last. A month or so after going back to Oakshell, I was given a school report to do on local history. I'd been doing research, working my way through the years, and was going through hundreds of old newspapers. I stumbled across a paper that was dated August 17th, 1958. The main headline was detailing the death of a young boy who had drowned near his family home. A headline from a paper dated May 8, 1960, was of another young boy who had drowned whilst playing near a local brook. Over the next 6 years, 5 more child deaths graced the front page of local newspapers. Then, in the winter of '66, the killer was caught. On November 12, 1966, the front page headline boasted the quote, "It's the only thing I'm good at." Solomon Wallace had killed 7 children over the course of 8 years and had finally been brought to justice. His final victim was 7-year-old Kimberly Matthews. She was lured away from her back garden where she was playing and had been drowned in the brook running along the back of her house on Kershall Street, the same street that I live on. Her body was found nearby after an elderly woman noticed the white spotted bow she often wore, tangled up in the weeds. During the final court hearing of the brutal killing spree, the disgruntled father of one of the children shot Solomon Wallace 3 times in the back. After being taken to the hospital and placed in the intensive care unit, his nurse returned to his room, only to find out that it was empty. After weeks of intense searching, Solomon Wallace was never found. Most people believe that he died from the gunshot wounds. Some believe that he got away with it scot-free. However, some people like me are still unsure to this very day. Things gradually got worse after our visit to that house. The occurrences became more common, and sleepless nights were a part of our lives. But it wasn't until meeting Michael 3 years later that things would become worse than ever. For it was the day of my 20th birthday, and I had been persuaded to go for a meal with my family. I was never one for family events. Being forced into spending time with relatives you barely know doesn't really feel like a present, but it made my mom happy, so I agreed. This happened to be my worst birthday yet. I hadn't exactly been feeling great for the past year or so, and neither had Alex. The experiences involving Solomon had become more frequent and were really starting to take their toll on all of us. Well, except for Paul. He seemed to be doing fine. About halfway through the meal, I excused myself from the table so I could go to the bathroom. I had just finished washing my hands when somebody approached me. "You're Jack, aren't you?" he said. "Yeah." "Do I know you?" "I don't think so. I'm Michael. I live down the road from you." "Oh yeah, another kid who hid away for his whole life," I said snidely under my breath. "Ah, I guess so. I actually used to see you playing out when I was younger. I was never allowed out, because of him. You and your brother were pretty gutsy. Him, so you know too then. Same thing, different story. I know about it, so does my mom. We've never seen him, but my dad has. Him and a couple of his friends were a part of it back in the late 70s. He gets to people, fucks them up, drives people crazy. That's what he did to my dad's friends. Either you or one of your little friends will be gone soon. Shut your damn mouth. We'll be fine. We have been for the past 8 years, and we will be when it's all over. We just have to ride it out. Sure you will. Just make sure you keep in touch with your buddies daily. Those most tortured usually suffer in silence. For the next few days, I took the advice of Michael. I made sure to keep in contact with Tom while me and Alex looked out for each other. Tom seemed to be doing pretty well, considering he'd had it the worst out of the three of us, but Paul wasn't doing so well. He told me that something bad had happened and that things were worse than ever. Up until this point, Paul had never mentioned to me that he had experienced anything out of the ordinary, so this was a complete surprise. I'd asked him once, but he denied ever seeing anything. I guess he was suffering in silence. Paul was looking worse than ever when he told me the story. Very thin, pale, and evidently tired. He told me that it was around 3 a.m. when he was woken up by a breeze coming in through the window. He expressed bewilderment at how the window had been opened, because he keeps it locked at all times. He got out of bed, ran over to the window straight away, and tried to lock it, but the latch was snapped. After closing it shut, he slowly walked back to his bed and sat down. That's when he appeared. Paul had seen him at his window before, but not like this. His face was not as distorted as usual. He could make out his black eyes and a look of sick happiness on his twisted face. The window slowly opened and Solomon's tall figure began to jerk in through the opening. Crawling and wheezing heavily, he kept his eyes locked on to Paul, and he couldn't look away. Creeping over to where Paul was sat, he pointed his finger towards Paul's wrist and marked a cross into his skin using his fingernail. In doing so, he stared at Paul and smiled. After that, Paul told me that he passed out. The mixture of pain and fear had become too much for him, and woke up the next day with his window latch still broken. It wasn't a dream, and he had the scar to prove it. A few days had gone by, and we were all terrified by Paul's story. We had no idea what to do. We couldn't hide. We couldn't tell anybody, because they'd react the same way Tom's parents did, and we definitely couldn't stop him ourselves. We were being tortured nightly by someone or something, and it was made that much worse by not knowing what we were dealing with. After a surprisingly good night's sleep, I awoke to a knock at the door. It was Michael. After getting dressed, he took me on to the brook along the back of my house. "There's something you need to see. It's only about a mile away from here," he said nervously. When we finally reached our destination, I was confronted by an old, abandoned house. I immediately knew where we were, but I didn't know why. "Why did you bring me here?" I asked angrily. "I thought you should see it. I thought maybe you'd like to know that it's still here." "Well, I didn't know that it was still here, that's for sure. But I really don't want to be anywhere near this house. You need more answers, and if there's even a slight possibility that you'll find some here, we should go inside." I hated to admit it, but he was right. I had nothing. Some history on Solomon and the color of his eyes wasn't going to get me anywhere. I had to go inside. For all of us. "Okay. Fine. Let's go then," I said with an infinite sickness in my stomach. Upon going inside, we could see that it was completely abandoned and destroyed. The stairs leading up to the second floor had collapsed into a pile of wood and rubble. The living room and kitchen looked as if they had been lit alight, and there was nothing left in the house that indicated that anyone had ever lived there. The only thing that looked to be in shape was the basement door. Michael was the first of us to grab the door handle. He anxiously turned the knob and began to walk down the rotting wooden steps. I nervously followed as the light from the living room slowly lessened, the further I stepped into the dark hollow. As I turned the corner, I was greeted by an entire wall of photographs, lit solely by a large candle on a dirty old table. Hundreds upon hundreds of images scattered all over the place. Some looked as if they were from the 60s, some from the 70s, the 80s. Then there were the more recent ones. After looking through them, we had found pictures of everyone we knew. There had been crosses drawn on random pictures, while other pictures were clear of such markings. Tom's photo had a cross on it. Alex's photo had a cross on it. Paul's boasted the same scribble, and mine did too. But Michael's was clear. There were even pictures of our parents from when they were younger. Tom and Paul's parents had been crossed out, as had Michael's dad. But my parents and Michael's mom were clear. None of this made any sense. What did the crosses mean? It didn't mean death, because all of our parents were still alive. So what did it mean? I was racking my brains in confusion. Then we heard footsteps. We froze on the spot, too scared to move. The bangs were getting louder as they approached the basement door. That's when I realized that I'd left it open. It was clear that we were downstairs. The final bit of light hitting the basement turned to black, and it became apparent that there was somebody standing at the top of the stairs. Michael and I tiptoed and hid beneath the steps as Solomon began making his way down from above our heads. He gasped for air as he reached the bottom stair. His lanky frame hobbled over the table and took a look around at the photographs. The fear I was feeling didn't scare me. Still, it compelled me to run. I nudged Michael and urged him to follow me. Right before we were about to run, Solomon turned around and let out an angry croak. We ran. We were running as fast as we could, but he could somehow keep up. All I could hear was the panting, the morphed laughing, the hunger. He was only a foot behind us when we reached the top of the stairs. Michael slammed the door shut behind him as we reached the living room and headed straight back out onto the brook. We followed the trail urgently and made our way towards our homes. I now had even more questions than ever, and no answers to accompany them. When I arrived at my front door, it was already open. I walked inside the house to find my mom, dad, Alex, and Tom sat in the living room. My mom and Tom had been crying. The air suddenly felt cold. Paul had been found dead in his room. He had slit his wrists during the night. The night I had been having a good night's sleep. It seems that Michael was right, and now one of us was gone. I just didn't expect it to be Paul. He drives you insane, and there's no escape when you suffer in silence. I'll never forgive myself for not giving Paul more of my time. I can't help but feel that maybe I could have saved him. I know one thing for sure. I lost a great friend that day, and I'll never forget him. 4 years have gone by since Paul ended his life. I'm now 24 years of age and living in my own apartment, far away from my old neighborhood. Alex and Tom have their own place and spend their time studying in university, while I attained a simple retail job, barely managing to scrape enough money together to live off. Our lives had been scare-free for the past few years, and we were just beginning to get back to normal. There was the odd nightmare, of course, but aside from that, the three of us were doing good. Well, that's what we thought. About 6 months ago, I was over at Alex and Tom's place having a few drinks and watching a couple of movies. The talk of the intoxicated soon began, and before we knew it, we were discussing everything that had happened. None of us liked to even think about the events, never mind talk about it. But I suppose that's what alcohol does to you. We found ourselves dissecting Kershaw Street, remembering the people who used to live there and all the people who left. Tom's parents were long gone, losing their minds down in Oakshale. Not long after Paul died, his parents left too. Then Michael was forced to leave with his mom and dad, as well as other neighbors just up and leaving. The street seemed so empty when we left. When me and Alex moved out, our mom and dad decided to stay put. They liked the street, the area, their jobs, and they had never been part of anything that had happened. It didn't take me and Alex too long to figure out that the reason we were the only kids allowed out to play in the street was our parents' lack of experiences with Solomon. Most of the other parents happened to be part of the strange history in some way. I suppose he chooses his fixations. After a few drinks and some intense talking, the three of us fell into a drunken slumber. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that we were disturbed by a bang at the door. Me and Alex opened our eyes and attempted to focus our vision. Tom was nowhere to be seen. A feeling of pure sickness hit my stomach that wasn't drink-related. I immediately knew what was happening. Alex wasn't as fast to react to the situation we were in. After all, it had been 4 years. We stood up and made our way towards the front door. Just as Alex turned the handle, his face changed. It was almost as if, at that moment, he had the realization of what could be outside. He slowly opened the door, but there was nothing there, just a small white, spotted bow on the ground. We slammed the door shut and made our way back to the living room. It didn't take me long to realize that I knew where we had to go. The article, my déjà vu, the bow, it all added up. The shortcut through the woods to get to Oakshale. The place I refused to enter was where Solomon would be. During my history research, I read that he would hide the dead bodies of all the children he drowned in that area, because Oakshale was locally known for its beautiful scenic route. There was no way anybody would tread those woods and miss out on the wonderful sights. If Tom was going to be anywhere, it would be there. I still had the fear and didn't want to be anywhere near Oakshale at this moment in time. But we had to find Tom. We eventually made it to the woods and stopped on the road. Everything seemed so surreal. I took a few deep breaths and stepped onto the grass. At that moment, Alex pulled the bow out from his pocket as a brisk wind blew it from his hand and onto the floor where it had been once before. I shouted at him, grabbing him by the shirt. I questioned him as to why he brought it. The only answer he could muster was, as true as that may be, I didn't want to be reminded of what I once saw in my mind. We slowly made our way into the woods and walked for a good 10 minutes. But nothing happened. Maybe it was just a dream or déjà vu, or whatever you want to call it. Then the smell hit us. We turned a corner, cut through some trees, and there it was. My nightmare. The moonlight shone brightly through the crooked branches of the trees. It bounced off the stream and seeped through every gap in sight. The tall, skinny figure of Solomon Wallace had his hands on Tom and seemed to be leading him to the water. The figures of Paul's parents hanging in the trees, spun slowly, drenched in blood and smiling like kids on Christmas. Tom's mom and dad were sat slouched against the bark opposite Tom. They were disfigured, maimed, cut apart and sewn back together to seem smaller and younger. They all looked so happy. The look on Tom's face, however, was indescribable. A fear once thought impossible to feel. It surely matched the horror that me and Alex were feeling inside. Solomon stopped and looked at us with his black eyes. He banged and scratched on the tree next to him, but we couldn't understand. He took a few more steps towards the stream and stepped into the water with Tom. The torrent only reached Solomon's waist, but it had completely submerged Tom. We didn't know what to do. We stood there, stunned and useless. Then Tom fought back. He kicked and tussled until he relinquished Solomon's grasp. Me and Alex snapped out of our trance and ran towards the water. Tom slowly crawled out of the stream as his fear was replaced by anger. Solomon let out a deafening scream and marched towards us. The three of us muscled a large rock along the floor and rolled it towards his bony structure. The stone knocked him over into the stream, landing on his chest as he failed to move it from on top of him. We couldn't stay to see the damage done. We ran home as fast as we could and called the police. We told them everything, the story of Solomon, the dead bodies in the woods, the suicides. We didn't miss anything out. The police didn't seem to care. It was as if everybody knew but never spoke of it. An entire town built on silence. They sent a team out to the woods and found everything that we'd described. all of the disfigured corpses, and even the body in the stream. It was finally all over. Nothing was written in the local paper the next day, and the three of us were barely questioned on what happened that night. I guess everybody was still unsure on the whereabouts of Solomon Wallace, and whether he really did die that night. 2 days ago, I got a phone call from the police down in my old hometown. The autopsy had finally been completed, and the officers thought that I should know the results. The body belonged to that of a man named Mr. Ted Bradley, Michael's dad. I hung up the phone, called Tom and Alex, and told them to get over to my place the next day so that we could talk. They arrived as I'd asked, and I erupted, rambling in fear, screaming that he was still out there, sobbing like a baby. Then, they interrupted me. "We just found this in the lobby downstairs." They handed me a small box. We opened it up to find a broken window latch and a small drawing of my apartment. The picture was dated 4th April 2013 and had a small cross next to it. On second glance, Tom noticed it and pointed out the scribbled image of Solomon in the corner of the page. That's when we heard the scratching. The three of us ran into the bathroom and locked the door. That was almost 24 hours ago, and the noise has barely ceased since. It seems as though nobody escapes, not even us. So here we are, terrified in our final moments, razors at the ready. Story 9. Greetings, friends and horror aficionados. Thank you for joining me for the second story from the terror-filled kennels of the Hotel Mort. I imagine you have questions following the first installment, in which I described the premature demise of Mr. Hillman in all its gory details. Hopefully, I will be able to provide answers in the tales to come, but for now, I ask for your patience. Today I shall tell you the story of a very unusual convention which ended quite abruptly in the most spectacular fashion. But before I begin that account, I would like to tell you a little more about the history of our most unique establishment. As I previously stated, the Mort had first opened its doors during the 1920s, meaning we've recently celebrated our 100th anniversary. Although, if I'm honest, these celebrations were rather muted. Our lack of paying guests means I have plenty of spare time on my hands, and I've used some of that time to research the establishment which has come to dominate my life so completely. Despite my best efforts, I've discovered little about the location which could explain the hotel's descent into the paranormal realm. It is not the site of an ancient Indian burial ground, and no massacre ever took place here as far as I can tell. By all accounts, the land the hotel was built upon was simply an empty lot, swallowed up by urban expansion during the boom years of the 20s. The first owner was an eccentric millionaire named Thomas Rain. Mr. Rain may have been able to provide some of the answers I seek, but alas, he died under mysterious circumstances only weeks after the Mort's grand opening. A maid discovered his mangled body inside of a penthouse suite, the door locked from the inside. It's said that his restless spirit still occupies the suite which, like most of our rooms, has long since been sealed up and declared off-limited to the living. There is little recorded about Mr. Rain and his life. His financial affairs are something of a mystery, although it seems he had links to organized crime, and at least some of his fortune came from bootlegging and illegal gambling. The construction of the Mort appears to have been a vanity project for Rain, as he sank almost all of his fortune into it, leaving a string of debts behind him after his untimely death. There were also rumors about the mysterious Mr. Rain and his extracurricular activities. Talk of dark secrets and an unhealthy interest in the occult. One theory is that Rain performed some kind of dark ritual inside the Mort soon after its construction, and that he inadvertently opened up a portal to the underworld, allowing malevolent entities to pass through into our world. The story goes that Rain bit off more than he could chew, and thus fell victim to one of the monsters he set loose. I don't know whether any of this is true, but it's interesting to note that the attendees at our convention did believe. But more on that later. In any event, Mr. Rain's violent demise was the first of many deaths to occur at the Mort during its long and bloody history. By my reckoning, 130 individuals have lost their lives at the hotel over the last 100 years. This figure was accurate at the time of writing, but will undoubtedly increase in the future. My research indicates that at least 24 of these deaths were murders, with about twice that number being suicides. The remainder are officially classified as unexplained deaths or accidents, both of which are all too common at the morgue. There's so much tragedy here, so much grief and pain trapped in our old walls. A terrible dark energy that can drive you insane if you stay here too long. You're probably wondering about the entities which occupy our 80 unusable rooms. Those frightening but unseen beings which bang and scratch at the doors in an attempt to escape. The truth is, I don't know exactly what they are, as these rooms were sealed off long before I started working here. My best guess is that they are the spirits of the mortis victims, some of those who have died violently on the premises over the years, and for some reason haven't been able to move on to the next world. If this is the case, it would surely be reasonable to feel sympathy for these trapped souls. There are occasions when I'm tempted to set them free, but Mr. Black has warned me in no uncertain terms that this can never happen, as the consequences would be dire for all involved. Nevertheless, we do get a degree of cooperation from the spirits, as was proven by the Mr. Hillman incident. They are part of our very unconventional community. And besides, in a sense, we are all prisoners of the morgue. And then there's Mr. Black himself, the hotel's current owner and my employer. Mr. Black acquired ownership of the Mort in 1983, shortly after a number of highly publicized deaths which permanently destroyed the hotel's reputation. He bought it cheap, but acquired a money pit, an unprofitable business in a crumbling building with a history of unexplained paranormal events and violent deaths. I've no idea why he took on such an obviously doomed venture, which has done nothing but lose money for the past 40 years. Certainly, he's made no attempt to turn Mort into a profitable concern. As every year, the building slowly crumbles due to continuing neglect. I can only guess that, like me, Mr. Black has some kind of personal connection to the hotel, which is why he keeps it open. Nevertheless, the Mortis' elderly owner very rarely visits the premises, which is why I was so surprised when he attended to help in the preparations for the convention. My employer arrived at 9 a.m. on the dot, greeting me at the front desk with a curt nod and emotionless expression. It was the first time I'd seen the man in several years, and I was shocked by how much his physical condition had deteriorated. Old age had caught up with Mr. Black, and now he was undoubtedly an elderly man, stooped over and walking with the aid of a stick, his skin wrinkled and eyes lacking their former spark. I'll admit to feeling concerned as I shook his frail, shaking hand. Not for the first time, I wondered what would become of the Mort and its residents once Mr. Black finally passed away. But this was a problem for another day. There was time to kill before our mysterious guests arrived, and so I provided my employer with an update on the business, such as it was. We looked over the books, confirming the grave and ongoing financial issues faced by our failing hotel. Surprisingly, Mr. Black appeared totally unconcerned by our grim set of accounts. Afterwards, my employer requested a tour of the premises. I reluctantly agreed, knowing that the corridors and hallways should be relatively quiet during these daylight hours. We slowly walked through the lobby, bar lounge, and restaurant conference room before ascending to the higher floors on the elevator. As we progressed, I explained the issues and faults, informing the hotel's owner of the repairs we'd need to make to keep the establishment running in the long term. He nodded his head as I spoke, but I got the distinct impression that he wasn't really listening to me. I did notice how uncharacteristically emotional he became as we walked the corridors, a terrible sadness coming over him as he struggled to hold back the tears. He became particularly upset once we reached the 5th floor, and I noticed how he paused outside of room 52, sighing deeply as he held his hand up against the door and staged a silent vigil for a prolonged moment. I didn't ask him what he was doing, merely standing by patiently and waiting for him to finish. It was only after we'd returned to the front reception that I dared ask him about our mysterious guests. Who are these people? Why do they want to come here? I asked sheepishly. There was a lengthy pause before Mr. Black responded, and I guessed he needed to regain his composure after the trauma of his visit to the 5th floor. Well, sir, I suppose you could describe them as a religious organization of sorts. They are certainly fascinated in the spiritual world, which explains their interest in our establishment and its unique features. Their leader is a man called Cain, an intelligent but rather intense individual, prone to flights of fancy. I suspect our guests will be challenging to attend to, but I'm confident that our team can deliver a satisfactory service for our client. I nodded my head, not really any the wiser, but realizing I was unlikely to get anything further from my ever-elusive employer. Still, his explanation concerned me, as I instantly had images of some kind of freakish cult. As it turned out, my fears were well-founded. Hours passed as Mr. Black met with our other staff, Mary and Owen, briefing them on the upcoming event. Cain and his entourage didn't arrive until close to midnight, sauntering in as if they owned the place. I imagined they would all be clad in dark robes, wearing hoods and necklaces with bizarre and unnerving emblems. But this wasn't the initial impression. The 13 who arrived in our lobby looked surprisingly normal, on the surface at least. They were a diverse enough lot, young and old, male and female, and of various different races. Their clothing was conventional, jeans and shirts, skirts and blouses. Nothing on the surface that would raise concerns. But as I've said before, I've learned from bitter experience to recognize the troublemakers. I don't remember each and every member of the group. They tend to blend into one in my memory, as I recall predatory glares and sadistic grins. Their leader was called Cain, a bald-headed and bearded man with a fiery intensity behind his eyes and a dark aura surrounding him. I noticed how the others were all totally subordinate to Cain and followed his orders without question. Their submissive body language indicated a dangerous mix of devotion and fear. Cain was an intimidating character. That much was obvious. The only one of their number who seemed to command Cain's respect was Lilith, a red-haired young woman with piercing green eyes and a seductive look which would be difficult for any man to resist. Judging by their interactions, I guess she was Cain's lover, and she also seemed to hold the position of his second-in-command within the small group. It was Cain who spoke with us, however, confirming the details of their reservation in a puzzling conversation with Mr. Black. Ah, Mr. Cain. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the Hotel Moore, my boss began. I hope you and your party will enjoy your stay. Cain smiled slyly, exerting a snake-like charm as he shook our hands. When I felt his cold palm against mine, I experienced an icy chill. And when I looked into his eyes, I saw nothing but darkness. Thank you, gentlemen, Cain spoke, his voice deep and raspy. We are grateful for your hospitality. As you know, Mr. Black, this event is of great importance to my organization, and it is essential that all goes smoothly during tomorrow's ceremony. And indeed it shall, Mr. Cain. Our dedicated staff will stop at nothing to ensure our client's satisfaction. Now, I'm sure your party are tired after your long journey. May we escort you to your bedrooms? Cain smirked before replying. Thank you, gentlemen. We shall leave our luggage in the rooms, but my associates and I are night owls. We would like to unwind by enjoying some drinks in your bar. I shook my head in the negative. Regrettably, sir, our bar closes at midnight. Not tonight, Mr. Black interjected. I have spoken with Owen and instructed him that the bar will remain open for the benefit of our new guests. I shot my employer an angry look, wondering why he had blindsided me on this, but he ignored my glare and motioned for me to assist the cultists with their luggage, with no other options open to me. I did as I was told, shifting heavy bags to the waiting elevator. I noticed how two members of the group carried a substantial animal carrier, a cage containing a subdued creature I could not see. They insisted on carrying the box themselves, indicating that the animal inside was of great importance to their organization, and whatever they had planned, I guess the poor creature was sedated, as it made barely a sound as they carried the box to the waiting lift. I glanced across at Mr. Black, expressing my disapproval, but he merely shook his head, warning me not to protest, and so I continued as normal, braving the corridors as I escorted our guests to their bedrooms before I descended back downstairs and awaited their arrival in our bar lounge. That night, our dilapidated little barroom was about as busy as I'd ever seen it, with all 13 of our new guests in attendance along with our 3 long-term residents. Given the increased demand for drinks, I joined our chef Owen behind the bar. I had hoped Mr. Black would remain to keep an eye on things, but alas, he'd elected to retire to bed, leaving me to take care of the rabble. The tension inside of the small bar was palpable as the customers split into 2 groups: our regulars, the major, the widow, and the senorita, were sat at the far end of the bar, glaring suspiciously at the newcomers who they surely considered as invaders of their home turf. The 13 cultists were at the other end, congregated around their leader and hanging on his every word. They were fairly civilized at first, but after a few drinks, the newcomers descended into increasingly vile and offensive conversation. Their talk began with jokes made in poor taste, and soon moved on to crude descriptions of past sexual encounters. But that was just for starters. The long Kane's followers began boasting of despicable acts of violence, of savage beatings, murders, and massacres they'd committed. These people clearly took a perverse pleasure in recounting these vile assaults, savoring every little detail: the fear, the blood, and the gore. It was sickening to hear, but I felt powerless to intervene. Remembering that Mr. Black had instructed me to do everything in my power to accommodate our new guests, Kane was holding court, reciting his own gory tales whilst also vocalizing his crude and nihilistic philosophy. We alone understand the simple truth. The universe is not governed by justice and harmony, but rather by chaos and violence. In the inferno to come, only the strong will survive. My reaction to Kane's hate-filled words was stunned silence, but the senorita surprised us all by laughing aloud in open mockery, fearlessly provoking the cult leader's anger. I listened on in dismay as Kane snarled his angry words through clenched teeth. "You have something to say, young lady." The senorita certainly did. Her forthrightness was one of the things I most admired about the young lady. But once again I was worried she was putting herself in danger. People like you are always the same, full of world-weary cynicism and self-loathing, thinking you know some great secret that the rest of humanity has missed. You dismiss everything in human nature that doesn't fit into your twisted view of the world. Compassion, love, loyalty, selflessness. The truth is, you can't feel these emotions because you're weak. You've given in to the worst impulses of your blackened hearts. For a moment, the whole barroom was stunned into silence, and a tension-filled moment followed as all awaited the response. Lilith, Kane's lover, and number 2, broke the silence, screaming in fury as she screwed up her face and clenched her fists. "How dare you speak to our leader this way? I ought to tear your tongue out." There was a terrible dark energy in the air as all prepared for violence. The 13 formed up like a pack of jackals, ready to pounce on their prey. Meanwhile, the major jumped up from his bar stool and reached into his jacket pocket, while I saw Owen go for the meat cleaver he kept under the bar. In a panic, I glanced across at the senorita, noting with some pride that she stood her ground. Nevertheless, I felt sure that bloody violence would ensue, with the odds heavily stacked against our side. Therefore, I was astonished when Kane himself acted as peacemaker. "Friends," he exclaimed, "there is no need for unpleasantness. This young lady is entitled to her opinion. She is completely wrong, of course, but I forgive her for her naivety and loose tongue. The senorita scoffed in disgust, but made no further comment. The next to speak was the widow, who sat in her usual corner, sipping on her sherry and observing the tense confrontation from afar. "And so, what is it that you awful people want? Why have you darkened the doors of our hotel and home? Why have you darkened the doors of our hotel and home?" "A very good question," Kane answered, as a snide grin appeared on his lips. "We have come here to fulfill our destiny. This hotel, as you describe it, is hardly deserving of the title. Nevertheless, this location holds a special importance to our organization. You see, this crumbling structure which you inhabit is a portal, an entryway to another dimension, and on the other side dwells our master, the Prince of Darkness and Lord of Chaos. Tomorrow we shall perform a sacred ceremony to summon our master to this realm. We will pledge our eternal fealty and be rewarded with immortal life and unlimited power." The widow shook her head, not in dismay, but rather in sad resignation. "You must be insane if you think such an outcome is possible," she proclaimed. "We shall find out soon enough," Kane sneered. "I gladly invite you all to attend our ceremony tomorrow and see for yourselves. In the meantime, why not join us for a drink, so we may settle our differences?" Kane's offer seemed genuine, but I noted the devilish look in his eye and guessed he held malicious intent. The Major surely recognized the deceitfulness and spoke to the cult leader in a tone which should have left no doubt. "I think it is time for your party to call it a night," he stated firmly. "I think not," Kane replied, not missing a beat. "We are paying customers and intend to finish our drinks. If you are so offended by our presence, I suggest you leave." Another tense moment followed as two killers attempted to stare each other down. We'd worked together to bring down Mr. Hillman not so long ago, but he was just one man, and ultimately he turned out to be a coward. Kane was a much tougher foe, however, and he was backed up by a dozen bloodthirsty fanatics who stood ready to attack on command. The Major broke eye contact with Kane as he spoke to the widow and senorita. "Come on, ladies. Let's leave these people to their libations." And with that, our three regulars left the baroom, still retaining their dignity even as Kane's vile followers sneered and whistled after them in cruel mockery. I watched with sadness as the trio exited the lounge and disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, the hateful Mr. Kane toasted his petty little victory and ordered another round of drinks for his twisted subordinates. Thankfully, Kane's party left the lounge soon after, although they ordered more booze to bring up to their rooms. I was relieved to be able to escape from the tense situation and make it up to my bedroom before the hotel descended into its usual cycle of nightly chaos. I secretly hoped that one or more of our guests would fall victim to the malicious entities which stalked the corridors and staircases, but I doubted we would be so lucky. Once I reached the relative safety of my room, I lay on my mattress and tried in vain to sleep. The unpleasant encounter down in the bar kept running through my head. I had seen much worse over the years, of course, but what Kane had planned had the potential to be catastrophic. I would need to speak with Mr. Black in the morning, as he would surely know what to do. But despite my apprehension, I also felt just a glimmer of hope. The senorita's words had moved me. She'd been brave to stand up to Kane, although perhaps also foolhardy. Still, there was a time when the young lady would have shared much of Kane's deep cynicism and his black worldview. But now she spoke of love, compassion, and loyalty. I felt a renewed hope and started to believe she could be saved. But whatever positivity I felt that night disappeared once we reached the witching hour, and the corridors outside of my room descended into hell. The anarchy commenced at 3 a.m. on the dot. Kane had chosen room 66, recently vacated by the late Mr. Hillman. Perhaps the cult leader had sensed the dark energy attached to that room, or more likely he'd seen the fresh bloodstains on the carpet. In any case, the murder scene no doubt appealed to his dark and twisted perversions. The first sounds I heard through the thin walls were those of amorous activities. I thought I recognized the voices of Cain and his mistress Lilith, and soon several other members of the cult joined in. It started with low moans, but soon escalated to screams. I couldn't tell whether they were crying out in ecstasy or agony. Perhaps it was a perverse combination of the two. The loud sex noises made me feel very uncomfortable, but the scary part was still to come. At 3:33 a.m., Cain and his party opened the bedroom door and walked out into the corridor. I immediately sat up on my bed, both shocked and terrified by this unexpected development. The witching hour is the most dangerous time to navigate the corridors, as this is when the spirits are at their strongest. I knew there would be a reaction to their intrusion. And so there was. The ominous banging came first, as the trapped souls slammed their fists against the inside of the doors. And then came the banshee-like wails, the horrific din which I'd heard so many times before, but still dreaded. I was worried because I knew there were other entities out there, ones that weren't confined to boarded-up bedrooms. The most dangerous beings could roam freely during the witching hour, and they were more than capable of causing physical harm to the living. Cain and his people were surely taking their lives into their hands by leaving the sanctuary of their rooms, and I feared a bloody massacre would follow. But the cultists showed no signs of fear, instead laughing and cheering in unison with the restless spirits, apparently finding an affinity with the ghouls and spirits. I listened as they tore down the hallway, crying out in ecstasy as they soaked up the dark energy and anarchy of the mort. This chaotic din went on for some time before finally the cultists returned to their rooms. I was astonished they'd survived when so many others had perished over the years, and I began to think that Cain's boasts of godlike powers may hold some water after all. Once the ruckus had died down, I put my ear against the door, hearing a soft whispering from the hallway outside. I don't know what came over me, but against all my instincts, I opened my bedroom door, keeping it on the latch as I peeked out into the darkness. I saw Cain there, his back turned to me as he spoke softly in a language I did not recognize. I wondered who he was talking with, but my heart froze as I saw the dark figure hiding in the shadows, a faceless entity that unfortunately I had encountered before. This dark being was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous to stalk the halls of the mort, and whenever it appeared, death and tragedy would inevitably follow. I stood behind the door, frozen in fear as I peeked through the gap and observed. I could not hear the words Cain spoke, but it was clear he had a relationship with the dark spirit, and this was certainly a disturbing development. I'd been spying on the unholy meeting for a couple of minutes before Cain suddenly turned around, looking me straight in the eye as he spoke in a threatening tone. "Don't you know it's rude to spy on your guests?" he growled. "Yeah," I gasped in shock, my courage disappearing as I slammed my door shut and locked it tight. Somewhat ashamed, I heard Cain laughing in open mockery at my cowardice. He made a point of shouting out as he passed my bedroom door, surely knowing I could hear him through the thin wood. "Until tomorrow, my friend. It's going to be quite the show." His ominous warning brought a cold chill down my spine as I lay on my hard bed and waited for daybreak. It was almost 12 noon when I escorted our maid Mary, as she walked from floor to floor to inspect the disgusting mess the cultists had created the night before. "Barbarians!" she exclaimed angrily. "Uncultured and uncouth. Vermin." "I'm sorry, sir, but there's no other way to describe such people. The mess they've made of their rooms. Spilt alcohol, blood, and bodily fluids all over the place. Mattresses and furniture torn up and smashed to pieces. There are even animal feces on the carpet in room 33. Room 66 is the worst, of course. Honestly, sir, it will take me all day to clean up this bloody mess. A guilt trip worked on me, as it always did. We'll help you, won't we, Owen?" I glanced over my shoulder to our chef/barman, who strolled behind us, causally observing the carnage with a giddy smile on his face. "No can do, sir," he answered with a smirk. I've got instructions from Mr. Black himself. Our guests miss breakfast, but they're expecting a banquet as a late lunch. A good feed before they start their silly little ceremony. I was aghast and almost lost for words. You're preparing lunch for 13 guests? I asked in astonishment. Are you sure you can handle it? Owen looked rather hurt by my question. For all his faults, I sometimes forgot how sensitive he could be. Of course I can, sir. I spotted a sly glint in his eye as he added, in fact, I've got a special dish for this group. I think they're really going to enjoy it. I didn't like the sound of this. Frankly, I knew the man too well and feared what unpleasant surprise he had in store. But whatever he had planned, that was Mr. Black's problem. I heard Mary clearing her throat and turned around to see her glaring at me. A look of reproach set across her stern face. Well? She asked impatiently. I sighed aloud and rolled my eyes. Okay then, let's get to work. Owen, you get down to the kitchen. I'll help Mary with the rooms. And so we continued to pander to our vile guests, ignoring the fact that if Cain had his wicked way, we would probably all be annihilated by the day's end. It was mid-afternoon before I had finished helping Mary with her cleaning, after which I went back downstairs and straight to the conference room. The 13 were all there, of course, seemingly recovered from their late-night celebrations and ready for their big day. They were dressed more traditionally for a gang of rabid cultists, all wearing dark robes and hoods. The group congregated around their beloved leader Cain, as they were apparently determined to follow him down this crazy path, no matter what the cost. I noticed how Owen had set up buffet tables in the center of the room, with plates stacked high with cooked meat, chops, joints, kidney, and liver, a literal carnivore's feast, all piled on the table. Steaming hot, the smell wafting through the room. Cain's disciples waited for permission from their master before descending upon the food-filled table like a pack of hungry dogs, greedily devouring slabs of meat with their bare hands. I was disgusted by the gluttonous display, but not surprised. Mr. Black and Owen were stood at the rear of the conference room, quietly observing the feeding frenzy from a safe distance. I quietly walked over to them, wishing to speak with the two in private. Where did you get all that meat? I asked Owen. Our catering budget is wafer thin. Owen shrugged his shoulders and answered with an alarming honesty. Well, boss, you said I could do whatever I wanted with Mr. Hillman's body. My jaw dropped and stomach turned. I looked to Owen, hoping he was joking, but his expression told me he was deadly serious. Jesus, I swore. What if they find out? I expected Mr. Black to be equally disgusted by Owen's revelation, and so was astonished to hear him snigger ever so softly. Frankly, I doubt they would care, he whispered. Cannibalism is the least of their sins. I shook my head, hardly believing what I was hearing. Do you know what they have planned? I asked in desperation. We can't let this lunatic go through with it. If he opens that gateway... Shh! Keep your voice down. My employer replied sharply. Don't worry about it. The situation is under control. I opened my mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by a voice from across the room. You there? Hey! Fetch us some drinks to wash down our meat. It was Cain, of course, shooting me a look of utter contempt as he took pleasure in ordering me around. My face turned red with anger as I bit my tongue. I looked across to Mr. Black, hoping for some support, but he merely nodded his head, indicating that I should do as I was told. Soon Cain and his people were downing alcohol, whipping themselves up into a wild frenzy as they prepared for their unholy ceremony. They waited until after dusk to begin, having made meticulous preparations in advance. After the buffet tables and drinks trolley had been removed, a member of the cult painstakingly drew a pentagram-style symbol on the hardwood floor using white chalk, a perfect circle 10 feet in diameter. I frowned whilst observing the worrying artwork and wanted to put a stop to it, But once again, Mr. Black held me back, shaking his head in the negative. I really hoped my boss knew what he was doing. The preparations continued as several cultists carefully placed wax candles around the circumference of the pentagram, lighting them one by one to complete the circle. I reached my limit when they brought the animal into the conference room, a horned goat, still dazed from whatever sedatives they'd fed it. They led it across the floor on a lead, and I watched in horror as the group's sadistic excitement reached fever pitch. And Cain removed a shining dagger from underneath his cloak. Grabbing the goat by its horns and holding the knife to its throat, the animal bleated in fear, its eyes widening as it recognized the deadly threat. I cried out without thinking, shouting, "Really, sir, this will not do. Killing livestock on the premises is not permitted. You risk losing your security deposit." "You risk losing your security deposit." Cain glared across at me with rage in his eyes, almost spitting out his rebuttal through clenched teeth. "You object to our ritual," he snarled. "Our ceremony requires the spilling of blood. If not the beast's blood, then yours will do just fine." I saw the killer glint in his eyes and knew he wasn't joking. This psychopath would murder me without a moment's hesitation. Luckily, my employer came to my rescue, albeit by submitting to the vile cultist's wishes once again. "My apologies, Mr. Cain," my manager spoke out of turn. "Of course you may carry out your ritual without interference. Please proceed." Cain grinned sadistically, wasting no time before cutting the poor creature's throat. The goat kicked and struggled as its blood spilt and its life slowly drained away. Cain continued to hold on tightly to the dying beast as Lilith walked over with a gold-plated goblet, catching the animal's blood within it. Once the goblet was filled, Lilith passed it along the line, and all 13 cult members drank from it in turn, as they formed a human circle around the candlelit pentagram, linking arms as they began a chilling chant in a language I could not comprehend. As his minions performed their parts, Cain stepped forward, the goblet in hand, as he walked into the very center of the circle, carefully and meticulously pouring blood downwards in a steady stream as he spoke in a booming voice, reciting a prayer-like stanza in English. "Glory to the Prince of Darkness. My Lord, we offer this sacrifice in humility and fear. We are your loyal servants, dedicated to the righteous cause of chaos and violence. Come to us, O great Master, show us the true path. Use us as your sword in your war of purification." He finished the ritual, the goblet now empty. We all waited with bated breath for whatever would occur. I found myself frozen in terror, but when I looked to my employer, I saw no fear or emotion in his eyes. For a moment nothing transpired, and I wondered whether Cain's ritual would turn out to be a humiliating failure. But then everything happened at once. The first event I observed was the blood inside of the pentagram starting to boil, as if the floor itself was burning up. Clearly Cain had expected this, as he stepped back to the edge of the circle, his face lighting up with a perverse satisfaction as he watched the horror it summoned come to life. What happened next is hard to explain, and shouldn't have been physically possible. And yet, I swear my account is truthful. In an instant, the floor inside the circle disappeared, inexplicably transforming into a pitch-black opening. It wasn't a hole in the ground exactly. A more accurate description would be a whirlpool-like portal, a dark gateway to a hellish dimension. A biting cold suddenly came over me, as an icy wind tore through the conference room. Suddenly, a deep, booming, and demonic voice called out from inside the gateway, addressing Cain and his cultists in a furious address. "Who dares to interrupt my slumber? What mortal filth believes they have the right to address me?" Cain seemed taken aback by the terrifying rebuke. Clearly, this wasn't part of his plan, and in that moment, I saw genuine terror in his dark eyes. "My prince," he stuttered. "It is I, your loyal servant. I have followed the instructions in the unholy scriptures. We mean no disrespect. We merely wish to offer our devoted service to your cause." The demon's response was to laugh, emitting a horrifying and sadistic cackle which was probably the most horrifying sound I'd ever heard. "You foolish and weak mortals," it boomed. "I have no need of your services. I have only one desire: possession of your immortal souls." What I saw next almost defied belief, as suddenly a huge claw-like hand emerged from inside the portal. Rising up and opening its enormous palm, Kane screamed and tried to run, but the demon had him, grabbing hold of his body and crushing his bones in a sickening display. A moment later, and the still screaming Kane was pulled down into the portal, his soul surely condemned to a torturous eternity in hell. After that, the hall descended into pandemonium. Lilith and the other cultists lost their minds and attempted to flee in every direction. But suddenly a napalm-like stream of fire ascended from the portal, engulfing each and every one of the cultists in a horrific inferno. They all screamed in agony as their flesh burned, and an appalling stench filled the room. In a matter of seconds, all 12 were reduced to charred corpses. But the demon wasn't done with them yet. The remains of the 12 were pulled towards the gaping hole, like iron filings attracted to a magnet, all sucked into the pitch-black void. And then, to my immense relief, the hell mouth closed, leaving nothing behind but the chalk circle and a sickening smell of burnt flesh. I felt faint, hardly believing the horrific event I'd just witnessed, and somehow knowing this atrocity would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. But to my astonishment, I saw Mr. Black, still standing beside me with a look of satisfaction in his eyes and a thin smile on his lips. "Very good," he said softly. I couldn't have asked for a better outcome. I gasped and shook my head in disbelief, unable to find the words to respond. As usual, it was our chef Owen who broke the tense silence, approaching us from behind and saying, "Well, friends, I think we could all use a stiff drink." 10 minutes later, and we were all sitting in the lounge, Owen cheerfully pouring drinks as Mr. Black and I sat in quiet contemplation. Our 3 long-term residents stood at the far end of the bar, toasting the demise of the vile cultists who'd invaded their home so aggressively. I hadn't seen the major, widow, or senorita in our conference room, but somehow they knew what had happened. I wasn't surprised, as nothing took place in the mort that these 3 weren't aware of. My hand was still shaking as I lifted my glass and poured the hard liquor down my throat, savoring the rough taste as it went down. I looked to my employer, flabbergasted to see him calmly sipping on his scotch, seemingly without a care in the world. "How can you be so calm after what just happened?" I exclaimed. He looked me in the eye before replying in his typically soft voice. "My good man, you really should learn to listen. As I said, the event went exactly to plan. Our client will be most pleased." My jaw dropped in disbelief. "Our client?" I repeated. "Our client was literally dragged into the depths of hell." Mr. Black laughed while shaking his head. "That foolish Mr. Kane was not our client. He and his moronic followers were always going to meet an unpleasant end. No, my old friend, the entity we serve is far more powerful, and the price he demands is a heavy one. But today we delivered, and now the future of our hotel is secure." A cold chill ran down my spine as I realized the terrifying implications of what my employer was telling me. "I won't be around forever," Mr. Black continued. "And the time will come when I hand over the reins to you. The mort is my legacy, and I know I'm leaving the old place in good hands." My mind was racing by this point. After so many years of silence, my employer was hitting me with so much information all at once, and I was finding it difficult to cope. "You want me to take over the mort?" "Why on earth would I want to do such a thing?" I asked. Mr. Black smiled ever so slightly, and a terrible sadness came over him as he broke eye contact. "I know you will stay," he finally replied, "because like me, you have an unbreakable bond with this old place." I instinctively glanced across the bar to the senorita. She met my eye for the briefest of moments before turning away. "You know, it's been 4 decades since my beloved perished in that damned room," said Mr. Black, his eyes now welling up with tears. 40 years. but it never gets any easier. I can feel her presence every time I walk the halls, but she never makes herself known to me. I suspect she still blames me for what happened. And perhaps she's right to do so. My employer was sharing with me for the first time in our long professional history, and I couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. No wonder he so rarely visited the hotel. Clearly his memories were too painful, but Mr. Black's rare show of emotion didn't last long, as he quickly finished his drink and composed himself before getting up from his chair and patting me gently on the shoulder. Well, in any case, my work here is done. I expect it will be some time before we see each other again. My lawyer will be in contact regarding the legacy matters. In the meantime, keep doing what you're doing, old friend. It is essential that we keep the mortu's doors open, no matter what the cost. With that, he held out his hand in friendship. We shared a hearty handshake before my elderly employer offered his parting words. Good luck, sir. I watched him leave the lounge and wondered whether I'd ever see him again. And as it transpired, Mr. Black was right. The mort's doors will stay open, and I shall stay here until the very end. And so, that is the story of our hellish convention, one which the staff and residents of the mort will never forget. Kane and his rabble were gone, and the mess they'd left behind them was soon cleared away, for the most part at least. But sadly, the vile Mr. Kane did leave a lasting legacy for us to deal with. Shadowy entity which Kane had conversed with the night before his death. This malevolent spirit was already known to us, and its last visit to the morgue had resulted in tragic consequences. This entity had been absent from our hotel for many years, but had apparently taken advantage of the chaos caused by Kane's botched ritual to slip back into our mortal realm. I knew we would need to work together to fight this demon. Otherwise, suffering and loss would surely follow. So my good readers, if you choose to join me for a third installment, I shall tell you the story of our battle against the embodiment of death itself. Until next time, my friends.